Madam Clerk, please, I'm calling this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Ruano.
Present.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Alvarez. We see you in the screen. We don't hear
Councilman
you,
Alvarez.
but take note that Councilmember Alvarez. Okay, he's via Zoom. Vice Mayor Collazo
Present.
and Mayor Sid. Mayor,
Present.
you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the prayer led by Pastor Stewart from Miami Lakes United Methodist Church.
Thank you, Council, for letting me be a part of your meeting tonight, because the work that you do is important, and we certainly want to pray for the endeavors that you have to undertake, the leadership that you have to provide. We're also praying for our community, that we continue to be patient, confident, striving towards fearless, that we are going to continue to overcome all the difficulties that might be in front of us. But we have to depend on each other, and most importantly, we have to depend on God for the strength to get through any crisis that we're endeavoring to overcome, whether it's financial in our homes, medical for our families. There's so many things that we have our backs up against the wall against, but when we work together and under the leadership of this council and strength that we have as a community, we can persevere and push forward to do whatever it is that God you have calling us to do. These are good people, trying their best. Continue to lift them up. And for those who are struggling, God, we just continue to reach out into our community and find ways that we can give them strength and confidence and a sense of fearlessness that comes from people that know they're not doing this alone. Just thankful for all the blessings that this community enjoys, and that we might share it with our blessings with others. This is a good place to be, God. This is a wonderful town to be a part of, and a community to call our own home. And we're so thankful for that. We give praise for the people who are doing their best under stress and in difficult times. And because we come together as a community, we can say as one voice together, Amen. God bless you.
Pastor, I just wanted to take a moment to thank you, Gloria, your entire family, the entire team at Hope. You guys are superstars. You all have been hosting every single Saturday for months now, right, Vice Mayor? The food drive at their church. It's run by volunteers, folks who wake up early in the morning, set everything up, and get rocking and rolling and take on hundreds of cars. So thank you for taking that on. I think it's just amazing. God is good.
I want to tell you, it's actually, I think they're in their 45th week of doing this, which is pretty amazing, actually. And there's so many volunteers, and it's just, I'm say thank you on their behalf, but it is a lot of dedicated volunteers that not only come from Miami Lakes, but other places, week after week, doing their very best. So we continue to pray for their good work, and thank you for your
Mr.
support
Mayor.
as well, especially to Luis over there that made that a lot of that possible as well yourself, Mayor, to open the door for opportunity that we might serve. So thank you all. God bless you.
Mr. Mayor, there's
Thank
one
you,
thing
Pastor.
I'd like to say, Pastor, if you don't mind. I vowed that day that I would thank you the first time I saw you up here. The day of the protests, the one man that kept the peace was this gentleman right here. What he did was keep the peace like nobody I've ever seen. Talking to people, calming them down, letting them protest, but calming them down. And I think he deserves a special thanks for that, because he really helped our town out that day in a lot of ways that people will never know and he'll never tell anybody about. So thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. We have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Marilyn Ruano. You may be seated. We have a special, the Ariel Fernandez from the Better You Minute here with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and greetings to the Town Council and the great town of Miami Lakes. Most of us drive our cars every day. It is a process that requires precision and thought. However, you cannot drive your car while looking in the rearview mirror all the time. Much like driving, life can't be lived while always looking in life's rearview mirror. We have to keep our eyes looking forward. Looking in the mirror should be an act of recalling memories and learning from what experience we've had, not looking in the rearview mirror to live our lives in the past. After all, life is lived in the present. Next time you find yourself looking into life's rearview mirror, acknowledge what you've learned and remember the fond memories, but quickly shift your focus to the present and the future, which is where life is lived, because you can't live life looking in the rearview mirror.
Thank you, Ariel. Before we get to the order of business, we had a special guest with us. We have my good friend, the mayor of Miami, Francis Suarez. He's doing a great job attracting the tech industry here to the 305, which is definitely a great benefit to the entire area, but specifically, we see communities like Miami Lakes also grow because of it. So I had asked him to come on, just give a quick update as to what's going on. He's all over TV lately, national TV, talking about Miami, and I really appreciate that, Mayor. If you want to welcome to Miami Lakes virtually, and if you can give us a quick update as to what's happening.
Well, Mayor, first of all, thank you so much. It's a tremendous honor to be asked to share my thoughts on what's happening in this, what I call this Miami moment that we're trying to convert into a Miami movement. I'm also very thankful to all your council members for allowing me to have a few minutes just to express all the things that are happening. We're in the forefront of what I think is a mass migration from high tax cities like Silicon Valley and New York. And frankly, we're the generation, my generation, I'm 43 years old, that grew up with a personal computer, that grew up with cell phones now, that have more computing power than the first manned spacecraft to the moon. And so, you know, we have to understand, if we care about our community, if we care about our children, if we want to make sure that we stop the brain drain and make it into a brain gain in our community, that we do everything in our power to ensure that our economy is an economy of the present and of the future. And so those are the things that I'm focusing on. I'm making sure that we get as many innovators, as many creators, as much venture capital money, as much private equity money to our city, because that will allow the next generation of creators and innovators of this community to be able to scale their businesses and create the kind of businesses that we see like Uber and PayPal and Lyft, and businesses that are reshaping the way that we make decisions, the way that we think. And so from my perspective, this is a singular moment. And I'm just so proud of the fact that there are councils like yours and mayors like you that recognize it and that wrap their arms around it and understand that we're not only doing this for ourselves, but we're doing this for our children. One of the resolutions that I'm putting forth at Thursday's commission meeting, assuming that I'm able to get it finalized by then, is a resolution that makes Miami one of the most crypto-friendly cities in America. It would allow our employees to take a percentage of their salary in cryptocurrencies if they so wanted to. We saw the big story about an NFL player that made that part of his contract. It would allow us to accept fees and potentially even taxes in cryptocurrency. We've seen counties like Seminole County in Florida that already do that. And it would investigate or explore the possibility of us investing a certain percentage of our treasury in cryptocurrencies. When we see the federal government that we don't control create massive amounts of government spending, they're creating potentially in a bill, in one bill, 40% more dollars than exists in the entire set of currency. That is something that can devalue the dollar tremendously, and frankly, is going to push people into cryptocurrencies. We just saw Elon Musk, I think yesterday, buy about $1.5 billion worth of cryptocurrency, worth of Bitcoin, which shot the price of Bitcoin up to about $46,000 per Bitcoin, which is over a 200 to 300% increase in the last year and a half. And I'm working with him on the possibility of creating boring tunnels in different parts of the city to be able to alleviate our traffic situation, which is obviously very untenable in different parts. So I want to be innovative. I feel that for my generation to succeed and for my children to succeed, we have to be at the forefront. I feel that if we don't do it, we're going to get left behind. And I know that there's a lot of partisan politics involved in tech right now. And what I try to do is follow advice that the mayor of Pittsburgh once gave me, whose name is Bill Peduto. I was talking to him on the phone one day, and he said to me, Mayor, there are 3 political parties in America. There's Republicans, there's Democrats, and there's mayors. And I think the reason why he said that is because we look at life from a problem solution perspective. We don't have the luxury of being able to solve a problem through a particular political ideology or spectrum. We see a problem, we have to solve it. And that's why I love interacting with municipal elected officials, whether they be mayor, councilman, or councilwomen, because I find that spirit of wanting to solve problems, of being proactive, of being creative, and actually getting things done, which oftentimes is lacking in politics at the state and national level. So again, I thank you. I'm of course willing to answer any questions that you have. And I thank you for this honor of inviting me. I wish I could be there in person, but hopefully we'll be able to do that soon.
Thank you, Mayor. I know it's definitely a pretty exciting time in the 305. Any questions to the mayor as to what's going on? Seeing none, just thank you, Mayor, for participating, showing us everything that's going on. I know you got meetings left and right every single day. People are really interested in investing in Miami-Dade County, and you're at the forefront of that. And I think it started with one question, right? How can I, well, something you said, how can I help, right? So
that's what started it all. It's just a very simple public servant question. How can I help? Which is something we should ask in everything and every endeavor that we get involved in. And my good friend, the mayor of Miami Beach, Stan Gelber, often says, you can't say Miami Beach without Miami. And you can't say Miami Lakes without Miami either. So we're one big family. We care about each other. We're always going to look out for each other, and we're always going to work together.
thank you, Mayor. We really appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
All right, thank you, Council. We're on to the order of business, Council. Deferrals, additions, deletions. I have actually 3 items that I want to move up to after public comments, just because there are different people that are going to be speaking on those items, actually presenting them. 13A, 13E, and 13H. If I could move those items to right after public comments. Anyone else have deferrals, additions, deletions?
Yes, Mayor.
Mayor, I have one too.
We'll take Councilman Alvarez since he's virtual.
I'm sorry, I can't see everyone now, but I'd like to move up item 11A and 12A right after appointments, prior to committee reports.
(11A and 12A) prior to, right after appointments, right? Between appointments and committee reports.
Yes, sir. That's correct, Mayor.
Got it. Okay. Anyone else? Councilman Fernandez?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to move up 13F.
13F.
Mayor, on 13F, I think we should move it first, just because the kids have school tomorrow. If they're going to be giving a presentation, I think we should let them come in first.
All right. We'll move up item 13F to right after public comments. So we'll go 13F, 13A, 13E, 13H. Then we'll go to appointments, and we'll do 11A, 12A. Is there any other deferrals, additions, deletions?
I'd
Yes,
like to
Madam
pull
Clerk.
from consent.
What's
I-
that?
Like to pull from consent items C and E.
C and E from consent. So the Vice Mayor is pulling from consent C and E. We'll get to those right when we get to the consent calendar. So right now, we're going right after public comments, 13F, 13A, 13E, 13H. Before appointments, right after appointments, 11A, 12A, sandwich in between appointments and committee reports. Then in consent, before we take up the consent calendar, we're going to take up item C and item E. Is there any other deferrals, additions, deletions, Council? I see the clerk. saying yes.
Yes, please take note that Chair Rudy Lloredo has informed me he's not going to be doing the committee reports, so please take note that committee reports, neighborhood improvement 8A, will be deferred to March.
Got it. There will be no committee report from the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. That item has been taken out of the agenda. One more time, council, moving up 13F, right after public comments, then 13A, 13E, 13H, between appointments and committee reports, 11A and 12A have been moved up. Then the consent calendar, we are pulling item C and item E. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions, council? Seeing none, are there any motions on the table?
Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor, if you can put 11A and 12A right after the Miami Lakes middle school presentation, right after
13F.
hold on.
Got it. I
Right
got
before
you.
13F.
Let me repeat
13F.
that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, somebody can turn off I don't know where that's coming from. So we got 13F, 11A, 12A, 13A, 13E, 13H, consent C, and consent C being pulled. There is no Neighborhood Improvement Committee report. Are there any deferrals, additions, deletions, council? Seeing none, are there motions on the table?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to public comments, Madam Clerk. I do know, Madam Clerk, there are some people outside that will be speaking on specific items, so I don't know if for those public speakers, if you guys want to work with them, instead of bringing them up during public comments, wait till the item comes up.
Good evening.
Give me 1 second, Madam Clerk. We have Alvin Murray with us from our soccer club. Alvin, is he live, Hemang?
Yes, sir, he's here.
Alvin has some great news for us, council. Alvin, you want to share with the council? I heard the news, and I'm excited, but you want to tell the council what's the great news coming out from the soccer club?
Yes, definitely. First of all, I want to thank you for having me here and for me to express exactly, the excitement from the, the Miami Lakes United Soccer Club. We had 3 teams go over. A lot of our playing is out of town. A couple of us went to Bradenton and one in Naples. The girls U16 in Naples went to the finals. And then over in Bradenton, we had the boys under 17s and the boys under 16s. All went to the finals. Unfortunately, 2 didn't get on for the trophy, but one of them did, the U17 boys. They worked very hard as all of the other teams in the club. But in that particular team, after winning in that tournament, we're, number 1 in the state, we're 3rd in the nation, and that's, really big in the soccer world, so, really excited. The whole club is excited, and, we're just rooting for, every team in the club to, try and get to that level and beyond.
That is awesome. Congratulations. Thank you for representing Miami Lakes. I know you guys, everywhere you go, have the Miami Lakes name right on those jerseys, and it means a lot to us as a community. There's a lot of community pride, and it's great branding, right? You're traveling all over the nation, talking about Miami Lakes, performing well, being great examples. So thank you, Alvin. Thank you to the club. Keep up the good work, and we'll be cheering you guys along.
Definitely, always. Thank you very much for everything that you guys have done for us.
Absolutely. Take care, and good luck. Madam Clerk, we're moving on to public comments.
Good evening. All comments or questions from the attending public shall be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone. To ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of this meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes maximum per person. No clapping, applauding, heckling, verbal outbursts in support of or in opposition to a speaker or his/her remarks shall be permitted. Should a member of the attending audience become unruly or behave in any manner that disrupts the orderly and efficient conduct of the meeting, such person will be asked to leave the meeting. And as a courtesy to others, all electronic devices must be sent to silent mode to avoid disruption of the proceedings. Thank you. The first, so that we're organized, what I'm going to do first, because we have public comments in person, we have public comments via Zoom, and we also have written public comments. I'm going to start with the public comments in person. The first person that I have is Ms. Bonnie Cintron. Please allow Ms. Bonnie Cintron to come into chambers.
Hello, Mayor Sid and council members. I'm here in person because I just hate to do virtual meetings, and I miss the human contact. I just wanted to come in person to thank you publicly for keeping the town running as smoothly and as safely as you can during this difficult time. And 4 of you especially, I want to thank directly, Ms. Marilyn Ruano, and Josh, Josh Dieguez, and Manny Sid, and Luis Collazo all responded in person to my emails, and this is very appreciated. And the people like to know that their words are being received, read, and acknowledged. So I want to thank you for that, and I hope you'll keep that up. And also, Mayor Sid and Luis Collazo have been working very hard on the Opa-locka air traffic patterns, and I appreciate that effort, and it's ongoing, and thank you. You're working through the Commissioner's office, which I think is going to be a good clue to get the FAA to make that corridor narrow. I also wanted to thank Councilman Dieguez for letting me know about the March 18th meeting on infrastructure, and hopefully we can get something done for some of the cul-de-sacs, because I know the one on Lewis Road is so pathetic. It really needs a lot of help, so thank you for that. And before I go to my question for the evening, I do want to just say that neither my son nor my son Derek nor myself think that it's a good idea to get involved with the cryptocurrency and the Bitcoin. I mean, gold and silver are still a little more stable in my opinion. But now for my question. Marilyn had answered my query, but I'm still not clear. Do we have deed restrictions in place that specify that the properties should have a certain number of trees? Because we used to, when we bought here, there was such a stipulation in the deed restrictions. That seems to have been completely ignored or disregarded by many houses, many homeowners. And the last one that I just wrote about is terrible, because that house and the house next to it have paved over just about their whole front yards. They've even used AstroTurf on the one, which I thought was not allowed. And I'm finding out that they pulled a permit to do that job and it passed final inspection. So how could that be if we still have these restrictions? So please look into it with code enforcement. It's really getting bad. Thank you. Wait a minute.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Next, Mr. Jacques Bicodon.
Claudia, because he's on his way back.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. So the next speaker will be Ms. Claudia Luces.
Good evening, everyone. I'm an octave lower than normal, but this is kind of usual for this time of year for me. Good evening, everyone. Coming here on a couple of different issues. I recently read in the Miami Laker an article summarizing the topics that were covered at a Sunshine meeting that was recently held. One of the items that caught my attention was that of an initiative by Councilman Carlos Alvarez to look at perhaps bringing a Town of Miami Lakes charter school or a town charter school to our area. I know that I have had conversations with many of you over the past few years and my concerns over the effects of a town charter school here within the Town of Miami Lakes. We are 6.5 square miles. We have 6 public schools, 6 of them, 1 private school within town boundaries. And then just on the outskirts, we have 2 charter schools, as well as an additional private school. Plenty of choice to go around for parents. The effects of a charter school in the Town of Miami Lakes would be detrimental to the public school system and to the schools that we have here. I've mentioned it. I think I've been talking about this now for about 15 years. Okay, whether you like the public school system or not, it is here to stay. It is funded by our taxpayer dollars. And if you have an issue with how things are being run, or you feel that improvements can be made, I think everybody here has access to our school board representatives. You can pick up the phone, you can make a phone call and address those concerns, because you will still have children in that school. And if you feel that improvements can be made, pick up the phone and call. I don't believe another level of bureaucracy is what we need in this town. I have challenged this council, along with previous councils, to address any concerns with them. Again, Councilwoman Ruano and I became politically involved because of the school system. Okay, and I can attest to the fact that the school board will listen to you when you bring issues to their attention, but you need to speak up. If you don't speak up, then nothing's going to get fixed. And as far as I'm concerned, you are our elected officials. You are here to represent us in our interest, and more importantly, to protect our tax dollars. Tax dollars are going to go in that direction. So if you feel that improvements need to be made, then address them. The fact that we're even talking about this really does concern me. I looked up Cohia. Cohia is where Councilman Alvarez is a principal at. And the sitting council at that point, the sitting Hialeah Council, is the governing board of this particular school. Are we moving towards a trend for bigger government here in Miami Lakes? How about we just focus in on our infrastructure? Why don't we just do that? I know that our sidewalks are being worked on, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done on those sidewalks. I walk a lot. I myself, can I have more time? Because I'm going to talk on a couple of issues? Yeah, okay. I know that we have to focus in on our infrastructure. While I know that this item is not on today's agenda, I do want to address it because obviously there's already conversation. And I know that the next time I come here, I'm going to be hearing the word explore. That's like the key word that we use here, right? We're going to explore. Again, let's focus in on what we need to do. We have the Miami-Dade County School Board. They get paid with our tax dollars. They get paid to manage the school system. Let them do their job. If there's concerns, address it with them. It's called accountability. Creating another level of bureaucracy is not what this town needs, and I can assure you that most people do not want bigger government. With this position, if we start doing this, you're going to have to hire another person, another staff member. It's another pension, more insurance, another salary, bigger government. Are we following the trend of the federal government down here as well? Think about it. Now, moving on to another issue.
And Madam Clerk, let's just not use the clock for anybody to give everybody the same opportunity, okay?
All right. In reviewing some of the past meetings, the EAB funds came up, okay? The famous $300,000 that have been burning a hole in this pocket of this town. Councilwoman Ruano and I know this intimately because, and actually Councilman Collazo at that point was chair of a committee, and I know that you can attest to the many times that we approached the podium and spoke in favor of the students and the schools and how the Dunn/87th Avenue project was going to affect the local schools there, which were overcrowded. What finally ended up happening there is through the, again, speaking up, referring back to that, we were able to, at that point, have a conversation, and we were able to get a measly $300,000, okay, allocated towards the schools of impact. I heard that we're going to be giving $100,000 to some of the schools. I don't understand why. That money was meant to go to the schools of impact. There's an agreement that was signed that was meant to be, that states it's supposed to go to the schools of impact. Do agreements not mean anything anymore? Because I really have a question. If that's the case, then we shouldn't waste our time, you know, drafting these agreements if at the end of the day we're going to do whatever we want with them. Getting back to the issue of accountability, how are these $100,000 going to be spent? Does anybody know? We're just giving them a blank check? There are minimal kids in the schools right now. The schools are going to reopen. We all understand this. Life is going to return back to normal. Kids are going to return back to classrooms. I think my personal opinion, before you all take a decisive action on this, is why don't you wait? Wait and find out and assess what the needs are once the kids and teachers and everybody returns back to school. There may be needs there that we're not aware of. And perhaps the money can go a longer way at that point in time. But to just spend the money like that just because it's there, that's not right. Okay? It's not a wise decision. Going on the issue of, you know, again, focusing in on infrastructure. I'm sorry, but I do have a lot to say. I'm trying to cut it short here. Bitcoins. Do we have people who are disenfranchised and can't pay for, you know, the pavilion services or taxes or anything in this town? We continue to embark on these projects and we forget everything else that is affecting this town. The relentless blasting that is destroying this town, okay? I saw plenty of social media advertising of Bitcoins. How about the blasting? Are we addressing the blasting? I know that Councilwoman Morano has an item adopting the recommendations of the BAB, as well as, I believe, Tom Fabrizio's and Alex Rizzo's resolution up in Tallahassee. These are the things that we need to focus on. Let's get back to what we need to focus on, the simple things, the infrastructure in this town. But again, I feel that we're going in too many different directions, and it's really not needed. Bitcoins, just not really needed. I think everybody has a Visa, MasterCard, and we can all pay our stuff that way. 6.5 square miles, that's it. Loved the fact that, you know, Suarez was on today, you know, advertising the Bitcoins. That was a nice touch. And as far as the kindergarten savings plan, okay, again, if it's something the Education Advisory Board wants to handle, that's great. But to take staff time and to have them, you know, at that point focus in on those things, I think it's a waste of time. We can all open up a savings plan for our children if we need to. That's our responsibility, not the government's. I mean, pretty soon, I don't know, what else are you guys going to do? Focus in on what you need to focus in on. But we're spreading our tentacles a little bit too far and not focusing in on what we need to focus in on. That about covers it. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
The next speaker is Mr. Angelo Quadra. Mr. Angelo Quadra.
Angelo, I got some great news. Some great news.
Brother.
You don't
Great
don't have any time restriction. So talk however long you want.
I can open up the book?
What's good for one person is good for everybody. So the floor is yours. You speak for however long as you want.
Boy, but today I'm not in much of a talking mood. But anyways, now, do I have to use this microphone? I do, okay. So it is mandatory. You all look wonderful. I come today, I was going to come and talk on a different topic, which is really close to my heart, which is something to do with safety. But due to the fact, can't talk about it because I've already talking to Jeffrey Rodriguez and he gave me his word that he got it. So when somebody tells me I got it, that means a lot to me. So we'll see it happen.
Angelo, I'm sorry. I'm not taking up your time because you got all the time in the world. But, Mr. Manager, there are people standing outside of City Hall. I personally don't think that's the best idea. If we can if they can sit in the community conference room, if we can spread them out. I'm not a big fan of having people who want to participate in government stand outside. So, I mean, if you guys can bring people in somehow, there's some seats here available that are spread out, that they're here for a reason. You know, I kind of don't like people standing outside.
I totally agree with him, by the way.
We are obligated to make sure that we don't have more than 10 people congregated together, so we'll see if we can split them up into different spaces, and that's why they were asked to be outside, because we are under an emergency order from Miami-Dade County of no more than 10 people together, so I'll see what we can do.
Angela, the floor is yours, and
No,
we did not,
absolutely.
like I said, we didn't take up any time because you got all the time in the world.
Listen, we're all in it together. What brings me here today is I happen to have been driving around the Bank of America on 5-7 and approximately 163rd, and I see something from far away on the floor. And I said, wow, I don't think it is. Let me go check it out. When I get there, I find and observe a big, giant puddle of oil, which I'm sure that all of you have a copy. Is that yay? Good. Okay. With that said, I take my hands and I say, well, let me make sure this is not Masola or, so I smell it and I touch it, and it is, I don't know if it's transmission fluid, if it's oil, I don't know what it is. I decided to call Mr. Luis Collazo. He came out. We observed it, witnessed it, both of us. The email was sent to code enforcement. But my whole question and my whole concern is this is not the first time that I have brought these issues about this place. I think I still had black hair when I started reporting this place. So that probably was about 8 years ago. I don't want to use any names, but that person has been in code enforcement for the longest time. And she's been telling me the same word. We got it. We're working on it. Working on it? For 8 years? We're working on it? Maybe you might fix it when I become a great-great-grandfather when I'm in a nursing home. That'll be too late. I'm sure that a lot of you are very bright. They've been putting oil in our water table, which is an environmental DERM issue. Now I'm going to get involved. I'm going to find out who the director of DERM is, and I'm going to find out where his office is, because I'm going to make sure que le voy a caer como una garrapata. Because something has to be done to this place. Because that's the water of the future of your children, of all of your children, and all of the children sitting in this place. So as you can see, I'm very emotional. So where is code enforcement? Can somebody tell me? By the way, Mr. Manager, you inherited a lot of things from Alex Ray, because I told Alex Ray's office numerous times about this. But what happens? We let things drag. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Don't worry about it. It ain't got, it's no importance. Folks, did you see the pictures? Please tell me you saw the pictures, because I'm not making this up. How do we know how much oil went into our water table? Does anybody know? We don't. So I highly encourage somebody here that makes sure that we put, like they say in Spanish, we put the maximum amount of the pressure of the law to make sure that they cooperate. Because as you could see, they don't cooperate. They don't respect nobody. So, I'd like to say a lot more, but I think that I have gotten my point across. When you look at those pictures, and I leave and I walk out the door, think of the future. You know what worries me a lot? Is I see Facebook, and I see, oh, I love Miami Lakes. Oh, man, I don't tell you I love Miami Lakes. I show you I love Miami Lakes. None of that, tweety, or this, or no, man. Show your love with actions. Oh, I love Miami Lakes. Yes. The majority of those people that tell you they love Miami Lakes, brother, with all due respect, they don't give a horse's, do you know what? They're all just a bunch of hogwashes. Blah, 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 blah. And if they're all hearing me, or if some of them are here, that's for them. So with no more delay, when you go to sleep tonight, or you go to your refrigerator, and you take out some water to drink your water, have those pictures with you, and say, wow, this is what's going on our water table. This is the future. Because they're not going to stop until somebody stops them. So with that said, I think I've made my point. I thank you very much for everything. And now I'm on my way to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angelo.
Bye-bye.
The next speaker is Mr. Luis Lalinde. Mr. Luis Lalinde, please.
And if Bonnie's still here, just let her know that she has some extra time if she would like to speak. So I just want to make sure it's fair for everybody. So you could tell Bonnie she would come back up if she wants some more time. Rosa, can you check if Bonnie is over there? If she would come back up.
Mr. Luis Lalinde, then followed by Mr. Silvio Poro Casco, and then by Mr. Jacques Rico Don.
They told me to put this on the microphone before coming over here to get extra safe. All right. Gentlemen, good evening. My name is Silvio Pupo. I represent tonight the Government Blockchain Association. And I'm here just to give some public comment on what's being considered for the acceptance of digital payments and digital currency at the town of Miami Lakes. The Government Blockchain Association, just for context, is based in Washington, D.C. We work with just about every federal agency in the United States. We have representatives from most of the government agencies as members in our association, and I lead the Florida chapter and based here in Miami. We've been giving free education the last 3 years on the subject of decentralized ledger technology and blockchain, more focus on the applications of blockchain as it relates to actual applications that could be used in operating the municipality and the government, not in relation to cryptocurrency. However, because there's public commentary, particularly on the adoption of digital payments, digital currency, and I want to emphasize digital currency as something that goes beyond crypto or Bitcoin, but to something that should be inclusive of potential what are called stable coins that could be the future of a digital dollar. Two main points I think that are really worth highlighting with this in mind is that this is not the first time that this is done. The entire state of Ohio did this in 2018. The entire county of Seminole here in Florida also. So there's already precedent to how this is being done. There are three main versions, I think, that you can follow. In the Seminole County example, for example, they were deciding to accept the use of digital currency, mainly Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, convert and then be able to actually hold this in their treasury, and with the appreciation of the asset, actually seek to lower taxes for all the residents in the county, if not eliminate them altogether. So that was the concept of the idea they were pursuing. Then you have something that's been talked about, for example, with the tweet storm in the city of Miami with Mayor Francis Suarez, which is the concept of holding it in treasury, right? That has its own pros and cons. And then I think that Mayor Sid has proposed, I think, something that's quite interesting, which is not as maximalist as the other prior options, but I think is future thinking, and I think just present, right? With what's needed in terms of being ready and being digital ready and digitally enabled. So I think this should be taken into consideration. There's a big problem today that exists, which is that most of these transactions are done by Visa and MasterCard, and they charge you as high as 3%, if not more. And it's really difficult to do any kind of digital payment. The solution, I think, could be this acceptance, and I think that there would be as much as 0 transaction fees. So just to sum it up, I think that there's a lot of benefits, and there's a lot of dangers also. But the path that you're choosing to just start with digital payments with a third party and then and hold it into fiat gives you no exposure, which some people would argue is the benefit, but at least gives you a right step in the right direction in terms of what's going to be possible with things like 86% of central banks talking about central bank digital currencies. So digital currencies is not Bitcoin, again. I think that this is something educational. We want to offer the ability to give some free training courses and ability together with other members of the local community that have been doing this for free or professionally for many years already. So it's the future. We think that you guys can lead it. Don't pay 3% to Visa and MasterCard, pay 0%. We can make that possible. Let your taxpayers keep the difference. Real-time settlement exists with this. That means once it's paid, it's paid. And you should at least give people the option. Right? As a resident, why should you be limited to what your preferred way of managing your money is? People like myself that live in Europe, in Asia, Latin America, and the US use different types of money all the time, depending on the use case and depending on what we want to accomplish. As a Miami resident that's global, and as a group that wants to be globally minded and globally centric, I think it's just the right thing to do, just to at least give employees and even both employees and of the city as well the option if they want to be able to receive or pay, as well as businesses and residents to receive or pay. So at least let us keep an option. And then lastly, and most importantly, taking a step in this direction, I think, it has a lot more benefits just than, hey, no 3% fee. I think it's going to give you the right infrastructure that you can continue to build upon in the future. We brought a Raspberry Pi. We wanted to connect it, but the setting's just not environment. For $100, the city can run its own node, right? You guys can have your own voice in the system, and all the residents can do so too, for something as simple as $100. So that infrastructure you can continue to build on for land titles, for your own digital ID, for settlement. The list goes on and on. We give a different topic every month. Just wanted you to consider this as an option that I think is a step in the right direction, and here to be a resource for your community, your residents, and your staff going forward. That's the end of my public comment. Thank you very much. I'm Silvio Pupo with the Government Blockchain Association.
Got it. No, thank you very much, and stick around because when we start the discussion, I'm sure there's going to be some more questions.
Thank you, Mayor.
Silvio, before you leave, and I think you will be called upon in a little bit, so I appreciate it if you could stick by. I just wanted to thank you. I know that I had a lot of questions. I didn't know you. I don't know how you got invited to our meeting, but you were there, and you offered yourself as a resource, and you continue to do that now. And every time that I hear you talk, you allow me the opportunity to continue to learn and maybe have more questions. And I just wanted to appreciate you and what you do and just the resource that you are to our community. I think, as the mayor is trying to point out, and as a lot of the public speakers are, this is new. I think there's still a lot of questions, and you can hear there's a lot of trepidation as well in the public discourse. So I think as long as we continue to arm ourselves with information, I'm continue to be interested in the blockchain component, because I think the main message every time I hear you talk, there's more to it than just Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a very small part of what your advocacy efforts are, and the application of blockchain technology to not just the government, but throughout our infrastructure, our technology infrastructure is really being at the cusp. We're just hitting the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. So I look forward to continue to learn from you. And again, I think the most powerful words that you speak is that Bitcoin is really just a small fraction of what the blockchain technology can bring, and especially the application to government. So thank you so much for being here.
All right, thank you, Mayor. All right.
Definitely stick around. So.
Okay, I'll be around. Thank you so much.
Mr. Silvio, I'm sorry, can you state your address for the record? We missed it at the beginning. Thank you. State just the address for your record. Thank you.
State my address on the record.
You can use your office address if you'd like.
Yeah, okay, thanks. 1951 Northwest 7th.
Thank you. We have also Mr. Luis Lalinde. Mr. Luis Lalinde for public comments? No? And then we also have Mr. Jacques Rico Don, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your last name. Mr. Jacques Rico Don. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is all that I have of public comments in person. Now I'm going to proceed to the public comments via Zoom. I have Mr. Armando Varona.
Yes. Hello. Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, Mr. Varona. We hear you.
Okay. My name is Armando Varona. I'm a resident homeowner at 8773 Northwest 142nd Lane. And the reason that I am here today is because at my street, 142nd Lane, there is a storm drain next to my house that is not working properly. And this situation has been getting worse over the last year. Last year in November, there was a major flood and several houses got water in the garages and porches. I have been sending photos and emails to the Public Works Department requesting to send a vacuum truck with a jet to clean the drain. And as of today, nothing happens. We received an inspector for Public Works back in November, and that person said that the drain was fine. I was just the water table. And this is not a correct statement. Yesterday at 7:30, it was a minor rain, and I took photos and I sent it to the town clerk showing the drain and the street in this area was flooded. And I drove all the area, and this is the only drain that was flooding the area. No other drains get floods. So I know the city is working on some drainage improvements, and there is a plan to purchase another vacuum truck. However, we need your help, guys, cleaning this drain properly before the rain season starts this year. We don't want another flood getting damaging the houses, and I really appreciate if you guys can help with that. I'm willing to send videos, photos, and even meet in person to the proper person. I'm a civil engineer, and I know that the drains are not working properly, and I'm willing to help in this area and any other area of Miami Lane. But together we can do it, but one person itself, like me, trying to push, is not the only way. I need help with all of you. Thank you so much for your help.
Thank you, Armando. And we'll be discussing that item later this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay.
Okay, I've been notified to call Ms. Alex Avellanet and Ms. Erica Hema, who I believe are in person. Please state your name and address for the record. And welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Manici, thank you for having us here this evening, and to all the town councilmen. Hi, Tony. I'm here. My name is Alex Avellanet, for the record. I'm a resident of Miami Lakes for 21 years. Beautifully grown here. I even have my children, and next to me is Erica Gemma, who is the founder of the Bitcoin Center Miami, the first one ever created here, and also the Blockchain Center in downtown. And I'm here today, this evening, to talk a little bit about, the inclusion of digital currency within our government. And so thank you for the opportunity. I want to commend Mayor Francis Suarez for taking the lead in the South Florida area to push any and all of the initiatives within the digital currency world. And I don't know if you have, we're going to have a presentation as well. And I don't know if you have a word, Erica?
Awesome. Thanks, Alex. Hi, guys. Thank you for having this today and being open to hearing about digital currency. It's super important, super innovative, and we're definitely on the cusp of that. A little bit of a background about me, if you guys want to look at the slides. Let's go back. Okay, so my name's Erica Gemma. I'm currently a venture director at a digital asset hedge fund. We mostly just have Bitcoin. I write a Bitcoin column for an offshore magazine. I'm formerly the CEO of BlockchainCenter.com, and I co-founded a Bitcoin Center in Miami in 2019. What was great about that, if you see this top picture, was we were able to educate so many people about Bitcoin. And at that picture, at the bottom left, we lobbied in Tallahassee for 2 blockchain bills to be passed unanimously. It allowed for a fintech working group, a blockchain working group, and a fintech soundbox at the state level. Also, that's a picture of Mayor Francis Suarez, myself, and my 2 business partners at a ribbon cutting ceremony of the opening of the Blockchain Center. I think Bitcoin was like $9,000, $10,000 then. We're at $46,000 today, which is crazy. I'm super excited. So, now, to get to the education portion, Bitcoin versus blockchain versus cryptocurrency. Sorry.
And by the way, we're here just so that the residents know, those that are listening to us, is to, in support of the town, to be inclusive of Bitcoin as a way of, going to the right direction and supporting the future initiatives of it. And obviously I will want my town to be the first one in the entire country that pushes this. So Eric, and Erica here will give you guys a little bit more of information and detail as to why we should be inclusive of it.
Thanks, Alex. Sorry, I'm taller than you. So this is just the education portion. I mean, it's a really hot topic right now, and I would love to be able to present this to you guys. So Bitcoin versus blockchain versus cryptocurrency. Oftentimes you see these words used interchangeably. They are not the same thing. People use them and they mix them up, but they're not the same thing. So let's explain, right? So first, let's talk about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the invention. It was created it's the invention of this open source, Bitcoin is the invention. It was created as open source code. So what open source code means, it's code, software code, that is posted in a public place for anybody to be able to read. So from that, you saw like some of the best technologies in the world are open source because anybody can commit improvements to the blockchain, to that code. Now, software developers from all over the world, they saw this code, they said, wow, this is revolutionary. How can we use this for our business use cases? And they named it blockchain, okay? So One of the first use cases for blockchain is cryptocurrency, being Bitcoin. Also, blockchain is referred to as distributed ledger technology. It has smart contracts, which is a very interesting feature that will probably eliminate a lot of need for lawyers, not law. It will disrupt record keeping, banking, supply chain, energy management, real estate, healthcare. These are all industries that are going to be disrupted by the blockchain, but they're not the same thing, so let's be clear with that. Okay? So a couple more things to make clear. You don't need to own a full Bitcoin. Bitcoin is divisible to 8 decimal places. As much as a penny is 2 decimal places, the smallest unit of a Bitcoin is 8 decimal places. They call it a Satoshi. And what this brings is it brings fractional ownership. Another really interesting characteristic about Bitcoin is that there's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoin in existence. There is a cap, there is a limited supply, much like gold. This is where you see this value from. This is the genesis block of the Bitcoin blockchain, but we'll skip over that. Now, we have to think of Bitcoin as digital gold, okay? So this is a gold 2.0 for the internet. And it's really separation of money and state, because just like gold, it cannot be issued by individual governments. And it's a free market in global money because it cannot be manipulated by certain stakeholders. It's really, though, what it is, it's an option. And we have to remember that because people will pay for options. So to get rid of any taboo that's happening on Bitcoin, we have to see that these major companies all have cryptocurrencies. We talk about the NASDAQ, we talk about TD Ameritrade, we talk about Fidelity. Fidelity's been mining Bitcoin since 2013, and just this year, they put out a white paper called the Bitcoin Investment Thesis, and it projects Bitcoin to go north of $500,000. This is Fidelity. You know, they manage $2.2 trillion, and they're putting their weight behind this. And there's a couple endowments and pension funds like Harvard, like Yale, that have allocated a portion of their funds to Bitcoin. They've done very well, by the way, with their decision. Some of the publicly traded companies that have the most blockchain patents: Bank of America, Visa, MasterCard, IBM. These are the companies that have the most patents on blockchain technology. Now let's talk a little bit about the technology. First thing, don't worry if some of this stuff goes over your head because, sorry. Yeah, don't worry if some of this stuff goes over your head because, you know, everyone here uses the internet and we use our phone, but we don't know that there's 7 layers to the internet for us to be able to see what we have today. And that doesn't matter, we still widely use the internet. And that's what's gonna happen with blockchain technology. So a couple of characteristics about the Bitcoin blockchain. I'm gonna leave this up here, but really I'm just gonna describe it. This is how the Bitcoin blockchain works. It is essentially it's an online ledger that everyone can view in chronological order. I'll just read the slide. Sorry, you guys are making me nervous. So this transactions are time-stamped. It updates every 10 minutes. It's immutable, meaning it cannot be changed. Some other characteristics of the Bitcoin blockchain is there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin in existence. It has a very cool consensus mechanism. It's decentralized, meaning that no one person or entity has enough control over the network. And then it's censorship resistant, meaning you can't exclude participants. Right now you're seeing a lot of people get shut out of the financial system, and that's kind of impossible with Bitcoin. What we really need to understand, though, is that money on the top portion, money has changed over time, right? We used to use coins, and then we use gold, and then we use cash, and now we use like electronic bank ledgers to say that we have money. And that's how money has changed, but payment channels, the way that we pay each other, the checkbooks, the debit cards, now Cash App and Venmo, that has evolved over time. But what's interesting about Bitcoin is both the unit of currency and it's also the payment channels by which you can transact with people.
And to add one thing, since the inception of the internet, different entities have been trying to create a digital currency, which has been unsuccessful until 2008 when it was created, and then launched in 2009. So this dates to back 30 years ago. They have been trying to implement a digital currency, but it never really worked until they were able to, this person, Satoshi, which nobody knows really who he is yet, created the code with the limited cap, as Erica mentioned earlier, of 21 million possibilities with 21 million coins. So therefore, it has a unique code that allows it to keep on growing in value throughout time. And also because it's peer-to-peer, you're allowed to see where your digital currency goes at all times. You can literally track it throughout the pipeline, just to add to that.
Thanks, Alex. So what's kind of revolutionary about this is like now with just a cell phone and a Wi-Fi signal, people in third world countries can participate in a global economy, whereas they wouldn't have been able to before because they don't have access to banks. I think there's a statistic that says about 70% of the world's population doesn't have access to banks. And we look at this, and this is the Venezuelan bolivar. This is not far from what can happen in any country. No country is immune from hyperinflation. So you see this stack of cash that's worth $71,000 in 2001. Any guesses on how much this is worth now? Any? You guys cheated. $3. And we'll go to the next slide, because gold versus Bitcoin. Gold has always been seen as a store of value, and it very much is. Gold is a very good asset to hold, especially in times like this, and we'll go over those slides. But you know, we used to be based on the gold standard. If we were still based on the gold standard, I probably wouldn't care that much about Bitcoin. But since 1913, we have slowly been getting off the gold standard, and now the purchasing power of a dollar has significantly decreased, and it's continuing to decrease. We look at the different traits of money, what makes money good money. Across the board, crypto, Bitcoin, is high. Gold does pretty well, but in reality, we used to use boats made out of wood. Now we use boats made out of, I think, aluminum. I don't know what they're made out of, but there we go, fiberglass. They evolve over time. So we have to think of gold as a good way to stay rich because it keeps its purchasing power. And Bitcoin is a good way to get rich because it gains in purchasing power. So many people think that they've missed the boat, right? They're like, oh, wow, Bitcoin's $47,000. It's too late for me to get in. I'm going to show you the math. Let's run some numbers as to why that's not true. So the numbers show that you're still early. Let's talk about yesterday. So yesterday, the Bitcoin price was $46,000. The Bitcoin market cap was $864 billion. So just doing some math, if the Bitcoin price goes to $100,000, seems like a lot, right? Then the Bitcoin market cap at that point becomes $2 trillion. Now, that's a 2 times increase and only 1/4 of the gold market cap. Gold market cap is about $8 trillion. This $2 trillion seems like a lot, but Fidelity manages more than that. And we'll talk about some other things. So for example, just yesterday, Bitcoin passed Tesla in terms of its market cap. And we see that Apple is one single company. Their market cap is still bigger than Bitcoin. Microsoft, Amazon, Google, those market caps are still bigger than Bitcoin. So for Bitcoin to go, for Bitcoin to go to $100,000 and have a $2 trillion market cap, it's easily achievable. So go ahead.
Just to add to that, and then as she mentioned, Tesla, it's currently in the news. Elon Musk yesterday purchased $1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin as a way of showing that he's supporting the currency.
Yeah, and Elon Musk has been buying Bitcoin independently for a while, but just yesterday he took Tesla's balance sheet and moved $1.5 billion of it over into Bitcoin. And it's, like I said, every major company has some type of stake in this. The NASDAQ, the NYSE, so many different things. I had to cut this presentation down because I could definitely talk a lot. But just to take it to the grand scope of things, I wish that I had a pointer, but all money in circulation is about 86 trillion, right? Bitcoin is still less than 1 trillion. We have so much room to grow. And this is, and why though, right? Why is this important? Let's continue to run the numbers because it's the perfect storm for Bitcoin. So this is just a great picture of the performance of Bitcoin over the past 10 years versus gold and versus the S&P 500. It's unquestionable that Bitcoin has significantly outperformed gold and the S&P 500 and other asset classes. But why now? Why now do we see it back in the news? Obviously, just to do a disclaimer, Bitcoin doesn't go straight up. It goes up and down. It's a market. There's highs and lows. But this is why. So this is a really important slide. This is the total assets on the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, right? And if you look at that last section highlighted in yellow, what you see is that the Federal Reserve added $3 trillion to our balance sheet within the past 9 months, right, since coronavirus. What does that do for the purchasing power of our dollar, right? If you have real estate, your real estate may go up, but if it's denominated in a fiat dollar and they're printing more of it and you don't have any control over that, what does that do for your generational wealth if you want to pass anything on to your children, right? So this is why you're seeing companies like MicroStrategy, companies like Tesla say, it's safer for me to put the cash reserves of my business in Bitcoin than it is to put in cash, right? People think cash is safe. It's really not right now because the Federal Reserve Chairman comes up on stage and he says, we're just going to print more money. That's going to turn us into a Venezuela. And what I love about Miami and just what happens here is people understand that, right? So we'll continue. Obviously, some key market stuff, looking at the S&P 500, looking at these other stores of value, looking at their ROI over the past 2 years. Look how Bitcoin has significantly outperformed each of them. It's a liquid market, 24/7 open, completely pure market, cannot be manipulated by people behind the scenes. And one of my favorite websites is the USDebtClock.org, and this 27 trillion in the top left. In 2020, we started the year off and we were $22 trillion in debt, okay? I pulled this yesterday. We are now $27.8 trillion in debt. Who's gonna pay that? Like, what are my children supposed to do? If I wanna have kids, or you guys have kids, what are they supposed to do? And how does that affect their life and their quality of life, right? So we'll keep going. Also, one more interesting thing, and I'll wrap it up, is that Federal Reserve rate requirements for banks, they used to be required to hold 10% of your cash on deposit in the bank, right? So $100 you put in, they're required to hold $10. As of March 26, 2020, they're required to hold $0. So a run on the banks can happen. I remember growing up and I remember seeing, first of all, my parents lost their house in the financial crisis, right? Second of all, I remember seeing Greece fell and people were only allowed to take out $30 a day from their bank account. That could very much happen here because of the different laws that are being imposed by the federal government. And obviously, like I said earlier, Bakkt is the parent company, the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ. They are creating a third exchange called Bakkt, which is just for Bitcoin options and futures. Fidelity managed $2.2 trillion, one of the largest asset managers in the world. They've been mining Bitcoin since 2013. They also, in July of 2020, they put out a Bitcoin investment thesis. In this thesis, they reference a model. Sorry, finish? Okay, sorry. They reference a model that says Bitcoin's going to 1 million. Not saying it's true, but Fidelity is saying it is, right? Not me. This is Fidelity. All right. And, most people in the world don't see Bitcoin as digital gold. As soon as they start to see it that way, the price will adjust. Bitcoin is digital gold. And owning Bitcoin, there's a couple ways. This is super easy. We can talk about it. Seriously, if you guys want my help, absolutely down to help. I've onboarded so many people onto this. And investing at scale definitely has its advantages. Rolling 401ks, rolling IRAs over into Bitcoin. If your IRA is doing nothing for you, it's a non-taxable event. You don't have to put that you own Bitcoin on your taxes because technically you don't. You're invested in a fund. But rolling IRAs over, non-taxable event. Really easy. And some notable points about Bitcoin, my favorite aspects: lower cost, borderless, censorship resistance, financial control, greater security. I mean, the way right now, like for example, if you were to send money to Venezuela via the regular payment channels, between both governments, they would take 56%, right? And that's not fair because the people in Venezuela need that money. And so if you send them via Bitcoin, the #1 city in the world right now that is adopting Bitcoin is Caracas, Venezuela, because they need it. For us, it's like we want to get rich, but for them, they don't want to get poor. And this is my email if you guys want to contact me, Alex's email if you want to contact her, and that is at the opening of the Blockchain Center in Miami when the mayor gave us a declaration. He's very forward-thinking and been super helpful in raising the price of Bitcoin, and thank you guys for listening.
One more thing, just to add and to close this, as to why our city should be more inclusive of Bitcoin. First of all, because the younger generations, like myself and yourselves, they're forward thinking as to creating this digital world where like there's this currency that is being accepted either from here to Japan to anywhere in the world, where JP Morgan, Fidelity, Morgan Stanley, the NASDAQ, and financial institutions, tech institutions, retails, even endowments, they're all betting on it. And because the citizens of the world, they're betting on these currencies, and let's say I'm holding on them and they're creating a value, I think our town should be inclusive of it to accept payments and other, in other instances, accept it. But at the same time, then this will take another conversation. There's something called tokenizing things, and in the future, I feel the Miami Lakes could be the pioneer on tokenizing public assets as a way of generating different verticals of income that can be applied to bettering our parks, bettering our infrastructures, our roads, and so much more that I think is really important to consider there. So thank you so much to all of you. Mayor Sid, I commend you for pushing this. Luis Collazo too, Ms. Rodriguez, Fernandez, Ms. Ruano as well, and Mrs. Dieguez. Thank you. So yes.
About Bitcoin at all?
So,
Anything?
thanks.
Give us unlimited time. Anything pressing?
Any questions?
I have enough questions to probably really have another conversation, and I think that's really what's happening here. You're just hitting the tip of the iceberg. The same thing that I shared with Silvio, and this could not be a more polarizing issue, especially in our backyard. There's people that have already verbalized to us, we're not ready, right? Yeah. But I think the way that you go about getting people ready, and exactly how I've been going about getting ready, is listening, right? I don't think what you have done is really opened up, again, more questions, the same thing that Silvio's doing. And I think what the mayor's forward-thinking approach has been by bringing you guys here. I'm assuming, somehow you got invited to this meeting, and I know the mayor has an item moving forward, is really giving you the platform or giving you the opportunity to maybe start sharing that with a few more people, right? So I mean, and I don't know where this is going to go today, but I can tell you that we're just hitting the tip of the iceberg, and I'm continuing intrigued, and I want to continue the dialogue. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate, Erica, your enthusiasm, and Alex, I've known for many, many, many years. And really just thank you for sharing that little bit, but again, opening up the conversation, opening up the dialogue. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Any more questions?
No, definitely stick around. We'll have more dialogue a little bit later tonight.
Awesome.
So if
Thank
you don't
you so
mind,
much.
stick around. Yeah, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Erica. Really appreciate it. Got it. Awesome.
The next public comment is from Mr. Juan Alfonso. I have him as Carolina and Juan Alfonso. This is a public comment via Zoom.
Yes, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we hear you, sir. Name and address for the record, and welcome.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Juan Alfonso, 2 Alhambra Plaza. I am a resident of Miami Lakes, and I have a bit of a different approach today and a bit more of a personal story. But before doing that, I'd like to thank the members of the council. I'd like to thank Mayor Sid and town staff for the opportunity to come to you tonight and address you all with my personal recount. Last Friday, after having dinner with my wife, we stopped for a visit at a friend's house, and as we were approaching the driveway, getting out of our vehicle, we exited the car, and 5 masked gunmen exit their vehicle parked in front of the house, and with guns and firearms drawn and pointed at us, they requested that we hand over the keys and to our vehicle that was parked in that driveway. We quickly did that and handed the keys, and the assailants sped away with our vehicle. They also asked for the vehicles that were parked in that property at the time. Needless to say, it was a terrifying experience for the 2 of us. And I'd like to say that we are first and foremost, really deeply thankful that I can stand here tonight in this forum and tell you our story. We recognize that the outcome and the consequences could have been significantly different, vastly different than what they are or what they were. So we're deeply thankful for that. And with that as a backdrop to what I'm about to say, I'm really reaching out to urge this council as leaders of this great town to seriously consider additional measures that are going to improve the safety, security of the residents. It really is my opinion that we could do more, additional lighting throughout the town, perhaps reduce the angle and the height given, the vast, large amount of trees that we have, LED lighting. We've talked about additional LPRs, and I think we really need to do that. They truly do help. After my discussions with the detectives after this event, additional patrolling could also benefit, as we can probably all imagine. And I think these are all things that ultimately may have prevented the event that took place last Friday, but more importantly, could probably prevent future similar events from taking place. I think that, in my opinion, and I think we've heard this before in different forums, this town has a great safety record, but we could do more. We could probably do better. And once again, I'm really urging this council to continue to push, these different initiatives that Mayor Sid and others have brought forth for the well-being of the Miami Lakes residents, I being one of them, and of course the many families that we work with on a day-to-day basis. I really would be remiss if I did not point out, that there's a great job that gets done by the police officers. And that night, the town officers did an incredible job despite the incident and the terrifying nature of the incident. Specifically, Officer Santa Maria of the town did an incredible job working with all the families, all the folks that were there, and that were inherently affected by this event. So again, I want to urge you to consider these additional measures so that these events don't take place. And I'd like to just close and just quickly say that, there's many topics that will be discussed in this forum. We talk about infrastructure, environmental concerns, and innovations, and so forth. However, really, my thought is that without a safe town, none of these topics and initiatives, frankly, are relevant. And in my opinion, can they prosper in the way that we all want it to be? So, again, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity of speaking to you tonight. And I hope that we can continue to push these initiatives along for the betterment of this town that we all love. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan, and we're definitely sorry what happened to you and your family and your neighbors this past week. Know that I know our police major, lieutenant, the staff, everybody has been working on it, and we really appreciate the kind words that you had for our police officers that do a great job every single day. So just know that we're here for you, and we appreciate you sharing your story. So the council knows. I think it's really important that not only do we see the reports, but hear directly from residents like you. So thank you, Juan, and all the best, and know that we're here to help.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker that I have via Zoom, I don't have the last name, but it's called Mary. Germán, if you have any more information, I see as a participant waiting to speak under the name of Mary.
Hi, yes, this is Maria. My name is Maria Abdel, and I live at 8762 Northwest 150 Street.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening to all. I'm calling in reference to two items that are dear to me. One of them is, and this is more of a hazard, and my opinion, is on 87th Avenue as you're driving from Hialeah into the Miami Lakes area, and you're trying to make a left into the Hidden Lakes area. Those hedges are so high, that you have to poke your car through little by little and trying not to get hit by any incoming cars. And we all know the situation on 87th Avenue with the speeding. So I don't know who to address this to, but to see if possibly they can lower those hedges that are in the middle of the road. And then my second comment, and this is the one that's truly dear to me. Currently in my property, I have two elderly neighbors to my left and to my right, which here in the community, we all go out and we help them on occasion when we can. Apparently someone had complained because they have their garbage can, their trash bin, in front of their garage. Well, these two elderly neighbors, they could barely even walk to the sidewalk. We as neighbors, we go, we help, we pull out so that we don't go into their yards. They got a citation. I don't know at what point in time can the town assist these elderly people that live by themselves, but if a citation is going to be issued, at least have some compassion to understand, you know, they live by themselves. It's not like they can haul this in and out all the time. And that's about it.
Hey, Mang, if you can get Mary's contact information, if you can via the Zoom chat, so we can share with staff, so we can Mary, so we can call you tomorrow, so staff can call you tomorrow and work on those two issues with you, specifically also the hedge that you mentioned earlier. So, Mang, if you can via the Zoom chat, if you can just get all her information, so we can share with staff and start working on these concerns.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, will do.
The next speaker that I see here is a participant. I don't have a first name, but I have the last name of Vanler. Vanler, V-A-N-L-E-R. I also see Mr. Rodolfo M. Blanco. I have him as a participant. I'm not aware if he wants to participate in public comments or he's just listening. Mr. Rodolfo M. Blanco, I'm going through the list that I have in my screen.
I am just listening. I'm just listening. Thank you, Clarissa.
Thank you, and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you all, by the way.
Again,
Thank you, Rodolfo.
I'm calling.
You're welcome. You're welcome, guys. You're doing a great job, guys. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Going through the list, again, I'm calling Vanler. If not, I'm going to call Mr. William Porro, who I believe is in person. Welcome.
So I know William was going to be part of an item that I have later on the agenda, but since public comments, we kind of just opened it up. I think it was important. We don't want him for him to wait here all night. I know right after him, we're taking the kids from Miami Lakes Middle. So we really appreciate it. I know you're Miami Lakes resident, but doing great work in the city of Miami.
Thank you so much. My name is William Porro. I'm Assistant Director of the Department of Human Services for the city of Miami. I'm here more as a resident. I live at 15185 Montrose Road here in Miami Lakes. I'm very pleased with living in the city. And my intention tonight is really not to sell you anything, but is really just to talk about your kindergartners and something. You went from Bitcoin. We're going to talk about something low-tech like children's savings accounts. So I had a presentation, but it doesn't matter. You probably get copies of it anyway. Thank you. You actually spoke to my boss just a few minutes ago, Francis Suarez, who years back when he was a commissioner as well. I've been with the city again 17 years, and now he is our mayor in his second term. And so he's done some amazing things, very forward-thinking, and he's talking about Bitcoin, but he was also forward-thinking in terms of child savings accounts. We were the first municipality in the state of Florida that has now a child savings account. I found this quote, which I thought was actually amazing, but it sets the precedent of why to do this type of work. Children are likely to live up to what you believe in them, by Lady Bird Johnson. So having just the savings account, and there's many studies that talk about just having the savings account, increases their chances of graduating, but also 4 times as much to actually graduate from post-secondary education. Future Bound Miami is built on a consortium basis, so there's not one entity that is running the show. If it's something that Miami Lakes deems applicable and appropriate to your mission, it is done on a consortium basis. So you have Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and by the way, everything that I'm showing you has been vetted by Miami-Dade County Public Schools. We're actually celebrating with Superintendent Cavallo and our Mayor Olivia Cava, who's a dear friend, and actually talked about this when she was the creator and director of Human Service Coalition back in the day. So I know Daniela for many, many years, and she actually talked about savings accounts back in the day. The Children's Trust Miami Foundation, who actually holds our endowment, so whenever, every year, the city invests, it's put at the Miami Foundation. The Children's Trust actually pays a lot of the overhead for Catalyst Miami to actually do the program management. And then you have other groups like the Children's Movement of South Florida and the Haitian Saint-La, which is a wonderful Haitian organization as well. And Miami-Dade, United Way of Miami-Dade County as well. So what is Future Bound Miami? Future Bound Miami basically is a long-term savings account for kindergartners. So as soon as the student goes into kindergarten, they automatically have they have a savings account set up for them, similar in structure as like a trust account, if any there are attorneys in the room. So you have a main account and you have sub-accounts, and the sub-accounts are where the children have their accounts. Nobody can touch that money, especially the incentive. The city actually puts in $25 or $50, depending. If it's free and reduced lunch, they get $50. If it's, again, this is a universal account, you get $25 if it's not on free and reduced lunch. So the city has already invested $360,000, so we have 3 years worth in the program. I was around where I'm part of a larger coalition called the Cities for Financial Empowerment, and Jose Cisneros from San Francisco actually created this. It's now kindergarten to college. So they're the ones that are most advanced. They've been in this for 10, 12 years. Currently, there's about 54 programs nationally, of which we hopefully we're going to be the largest one because we're the first in the state of Florida, and if we do all of Miami-Dade County, and I hope that the town of Miami Lakes will be part of it, we'll be the largest child savings account program in the United States. They activate the account as soon as they hit kindergarten. The parents, all they need to do is to go on to the parent portal, register their kids, the account's set up, the amount is invested, it's gold. And then over the time, there's going to be incentives and other things to assist the parents and families and friends to also invest. And so there's going to be incentives along the way. So we're very excited about it. And please stop me, council members, if there's anything that gets your fancy. So again, the first program of its kind in the state of Florida. We're the first municipality. The amazing research is this. It's actually mind-boggling. Just having the account, going back to Lady Bird's quote, changes the conversation in the house. All of a sudden, the child has a savings account to go to college, post-secondary education, tech school, certification program, whatever. They don't all have to go to college. So it just changes the dynamic. It's even shown that it's mental health improvements for even the parents, just having the savings account. So, wonderful. That's it. I just want to tell you that it's an incredible program. It's very low tech. We'd love you to consider it. It's a small investment. I was calculating, talking with one of your committee members. You're looking at 300 new kindergartners come in on an annual basis. We have to fund 2,400 on an annual basis for the city of Miami. And you're looking at $7,500 if you did all of them at $25. You probably spend that on stickums in a month. So it's an incredible investment. You'll see it down the road. You're not going to see it here. You're going to see it down the road. It is a long-term investment, but it is an amazing program. So didn't want to take more of your time, just if there's any comments, questions, things that...
First, William, I do want to say, because as a resident, I know you've been talking to me about this program for a while and the successes, and, what really always struck out to me is, you're a believer. You're a believer in what you do. It's just not a 9 to 5, you leave it to the city of Miami, you wear it on your sleeve. So to me, that's something that means a lot. That's why I said, we got to put this on the agenda. We got to talk about it. I know the chair of our education board, I think you talked to Mario over there, right?
Yes.
So Mario, I was on the phone with him today talking about it. I know that's something the committee is going to be revisiting now on their next agenda. So hopefully it's something that the council can endorse and move forward. But I did want to thank you because, you're here as a resident because you love what you do. You want to see this in your town. And I just wanted to thank you for that enthusiasm.
All I can say, I'll leave you with this again, all of the hard work, all of the heavy lifting, everything in terms of due diligence. South Florida Educational Credit Union is the one that actually has the funds. It's an amazing program. It's not a heavy lift, $50, $25, and then the rest is just investing it in the kids, in your own kids. So thank you.
So like you were saying about a $7,500 investment on a yearly basis from,
On a yearly,
just
that's
say
what we're talking.
from our
At
Education
$25,
Advisory Board.
yes.
Got it.
Because you probably don't have many free and reduced lunch. Unfortunately for us, it's 90% of our kids at the city of Miami. So we don't have many on the 25. We have more on the 50. So
I have a quick question.
yes, ma'am.
The savings account is open with a contribution from the municipality,
Yes.
and then once that happens, is it open for parents to continue to?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, we're going to have even incentives and things like that. Remember, this started, maybe I didn't mention, in 2019, 2020. We already have about 260 plus accounts already open City of Miami wide. COVID came in 2020, and that shut everything down, so we couldn't have any other normal events for registration of the parents. We're now going to have an open one. We're going to have our kickoff February 25th, February 25th at 2 p.m. We just had our first training today with the teachers, and there was 40 plus teachers there, kindergarten teachers. We're going to have incentives for them. I'm working with my mayor. Maybe we're going to have a surprise with the school that has the most activations. We'll get a little something. So it's a real low tech.
And once the account is open, you said that there's a restriction on withdrawing the funds?
Yes, this is a long term. When the restriction is not really a restriction, if that student leaves Miami-Dade County Public Schools for whatever reason, they can leave whenever they want, obviously. The monies that they've invested, they keep. The incentive funds stay with us.
Okay.
Because the incentive funds they will get plus their savings at the end when they graduate.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Great questions.
Any
Anybody
other
else?
questions, guys, of William? No, thank you, and I'm going to push it hard tonight. Hopefully it gets some approval.
Hopefully you don't have to push it too much. man.
I know.
It's
You did a great job. But I really appreciate everything you do, because you didn't have to be here tonight, right? So, but you're doing it
No,
because
but
you're a
this is-
resident and you
this
love
is
what you
really
do.
good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jim.
Really appreciate that. And Mario, make sure you connect with Will, so I know you're going to be presenting that at your next EAB meeting.
Okay, for public comments, I don't see anyone else, but I'm just going to make sure. If you are in Zoom and you're waiting for public comments, please let us know now. State your name and address. Again, if you're for public comments, please let us know. Just state your name and address. And I believe that is it for public comments in person. So what I'm going to proceed is to read for the record the names of the individuals that sent me yesterday and today an email, consider public comments. The first one is from Ms. Hope Reynolds. She sent an email which was distributed to all of you, and also you have a copy for your convenience placed on the dais. We have a written public comment from Ms. Georgina Lucis, as well distributed and placed on the dais. Written public comment from Mr. Alexander Ariano, distributed and placed on the dais. Public comments, written public comments from Mr. Boris Foster, distributed and placed on the dais. We have a written public comment from Ms. Rosa Prieto, which was distributed via email and placed on the dais. And of course, Mr. Angelo Garcia Cuadra, who came, but he had also requested for me to distribute his email, which I did, and I placed it with the pictures that he requested on the dais. Again, last time, if you're in Zoom and you want to speak, please let us know, state your name and address. I see a list of participants, but I believe they are for committee reports and for appointments. Thank you.
Are you done with public comments?
We have, what I've been notified is that we have, of course, the students that are going to be presenting with item 13F that are waiting outside, and that's it. I don't have anyone. I don't see a list here of individuals for public comments. That is it.
All right, thank you. Public comments is closed. We're moving on to our first item that we had pulled up. It's 13F, Councilman Fernandez.
All right, Mr. Mayor, and I would like to call up the members of the Miami Lakes Middle Legal Studies Academy. All right, you guys may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sid and members of the Miami Lakes Town Council. My name is Jocelyn Hernandez, and today I am here with my classmates, Lucia Bring, Gabriela Vega, Maurice Acosta, and Stephanie Rodriguez. Today we would like you to consider our flooding prevention plan for the town of Miami Lakes. We have prepared a presentation for you, and we hope you enjoy.
Yeah, I think Heman, they want to be able to control the slide. Yeah?
What do I click?
All ideas have a starting point. The motivation for our project were the impacts of Tropical Storm Eta. Our school auditorium was flooded, and many parts of the town were as well, as you will see in pictures later on. Because of flooding, 2 schools within our town also had to close.
As just mentioned, a part of our inspiration to do this project was that our school auditorium was flooded after Tropical Storm Eta. If you were to direct your attention to the video, you will see that there are electric cords in the water. This is a highly potential electric shock and fire hazard. Our head custodian needed to use a special machine to remove the water out of the auditorium. However, there are still water lingering under the auditorium's floorboards.
These pictures were taken this past November after we witnessed the effects of Tropical Storm Eta in our community. If you will look at the picture on the bottom left of the screen, it's hard to see, but our school is in the background, and right in front of it is Optimist Park, and there's supposed to be a sidewalk and a road. However, neither the grass or the sidewalk are visible due to the flooding that occurred that day. On the next slide, these pictures I took yesterday morning. After just 2 hours of rainfall, we saw that our sidewalk in front of the school and the grass to the left and right of our school were covered with water.
As displayed in this pie chart, this is the amount of schools that had to close for one day after Tropical Storm Eta. In the portion that is blue, it insinuates the schools in Miami Lakes that are a part of this number, which is more than 10%. If you were to direct your attention to the graph on the left, it is the amount of school in Miami Lakes that had to close for more than 1 day after Tropical Storm Eta. If you direct your attention to the graph on the right, it shows the amount of schools in all of Miami-Dade County that needed to close for more than 1 day. As seen in the blue portion, this is only 3%. However, Miami Lakes schools are included in that number.
We made a survey to gather public opinions. If you can direct your attention to the survey on the left, you can see that majority of participants had suffered floods in the past 5 years. In the chart next to it, we can also see that they favorably looked upon government action. More questions showed that different struggles were seen during floods. More common ones were power outages and fear of or experience of property damage. Under this bar graph, we can also see that from a frequency of 1 through 5, most people believed that floods had a frequency of 3 to 5, 5 being most frequent.
We wanted to conduct a little hands-on research. Here you see me conducting a small experiment in the drainage system in front of our school. This was several days after rainfall had occurred, and we found that there were 2 feet of water in our 6-foot drainage system several days without rain occurring.
Now, we would like to present to you our proposal. Section 1 is all about water retention. This section calls for an implementation of a non-permeable material ban, which would include concrete and asphalt. This would only be for residents who live in flood zone AE as designated by FEMA. This would also only encompass new establishments such as decks, patios, or driveways. Existing establishments do not have to comply to these rules unless 51% of their value is renovated. A pro of this policy is that it allows for a more natural filtration of water, meaning that the water can go down into the ground without being stopped by the concrete or the asphalt, which would prevent runoff, which does lead to flooding. A con, however, is that it could inconvenience the residents, but if they do not do more than 51% renovations, it does not apply. Earlier, I mentioned that this would be in FEMA flood zones AE. If you direct your attention to the map on screen, Miami Lakes is outlined by yellow. The areas shaded in blue are flood zone AE, meaning that there is a moderate to severe risk of flooding. The areas that are unshaded or beige are flood zone A, meaning that there is not enough information to conclude that there is a severe flooding risk in these areas.
Section 2 of our plan is all about dealing with water discharge. We propose that the town install backflow preventers in most, if not all, water outfalls in the town of Miami Lakes. This solution is pretty common. It is seen everywhere from the Netherlands to Virginia. Even the city of Miami has installed 103 one-way tidal valves as of November 8th, 2020. One-way tidal valves are very similar to backflow preventers. The installation of backflow preventers has many cons, one of them being the prevention of water contamination, as well as blockage of the drainage systems. What we are seeing is that when the water level on the other side of the water outfall is higher than the outfall itself, the water goes back into the system. Backflow preventers would prevent this from happening.
The third section of our plan is that we want to go from standardized to pressurized pipes and all mainline pipes that lead to water outfalls in Miami Lakes. The pros of this is that it will smoothen the water flow, which prevent pipe combustion and overfill, which is one of the leading causes of flooding.
In order to pay for this plan, we asked the town to consider raising the storm utility fee. This would allow ideas previously discussed to be enacted, and you will also hear more about funding later on.
In the course of our project, we have met with several experts, which has helped us reach the conclusions that we have discussed to you. One of these experts was Ms. Esther van Geloven. She's a senior policy officer for the Consulate General of the Netherlands in Miami. She is the one in charge of dealing with Dutch flood experts who come to conduct business in the United States. She mentioned that several of the solutions we talked about, including the installation of backflow preventers, have been used in the Netherlands, which is the world leader when it comes to flood management.
Dr. Ove Sekera, a member of the Sea Level Solutions Center at FIU, and also very knowledgeable and has contributed to several flooding solutions, have spoken with us on various occasions. He has gone over our plan and has stated that the plan is feasible and would be beneficial to the town of Miami Lakes.
We spoke to Dr. Carolina Moran. She is a South Florida Water Management District Resiliency Officer. She agreed with us about having to smoothen out water flow with pressurized pipes and backflow preventers, and also looked agreeably upon storing water.
We also spoke to Mr. Kester Peters, who is a teacher at Miami Lakes Middle School. He is a national board certified educator, as well as a National Geographic researcher and explorer. We spoke to him about flooding and possible policy ideas. He mentioned that with flooding, sea level rise contributes to it because it raises the water table. He also suggested a water retention site.
One of the other experts we spoke to was Mr. Edgar van Westerhof. He is Associate Vice President and the National Director for Flood Risk Resiliency for Arcadis. Arcadis is a Dutch engineering company which conducts business worldwide with over 30,000 employees around the globe, 5,000 of them being in the United States. I could tell you everything that we discussed with Mr. Westerhof, but I'd much rather show you yourself.
Thank you so much. My name is Edgar Westerhof. I'm with a big engineering firm called Arcadis. What Arcadis is doing is water management, and I got approached through the Dutch consulate by a couple of really smart students from your school. We have Lucia here, we have Gabriella, we have Jocelyn, and we have Maurits. And they came to me with a proposal, an amendment, on how to deal with stormwater. And I was really intrigued because in that amendment, it's talking about all the right topics. And we call them sometimes no regret measures because we know that Miami is in trouble when it comes to water management. We know that Miami needs to act. And we also know that this is very much what we would say like a grassroots need. So it's not just the county, Miami-Dade County, it's not just the city of Miami, it's not just Miami Lakes, it's what residents can do themselves. And that very much relates to, say, new developments or maybe retrofits. How can you stimulate people to take action themselves? Maybe have rain barrels. So, the challenge when it's raining is not contributing to the challenge of water in the streets. And when we started our conversation with this group of students, everyone explained their challenge that they're having with flood waters. So it's very visible. It's visible already. And we all know that through sea level rise, climate change, this will only get worse. So I think this proposal from this group of students is spot on. Good work. Congratulations.
We were also given the opportunity to reach out to the public by El Nuevo Herald. An interview took place January 28th in which a Spanish article with a video was published. This allowed us to reach out to the community, more so the Spanish-speaking part of it.
Another way that we have made it possible to get media coverage is that we were interviewed by Dr. Strakova. This interview will be published in the upcoming weeks. However, it will be published on Impact Edition magazine.
Next, we would like to present the CEO of Logos Capitals, Mr. Silvio Pupo Casco, who will speak on funding options.
impressive bunch, right? These 7th and 8th graders. Hi, so me, Silvio, again. So this is a perfect example, I think, of one of the options. How do we click here? Just here? Of some of the options that we've been debating. University of Miami has been working with us, along with a number of other engineers, like the director of Miami-Dade Water and Sewer, different scientists from NASA, Oceana, data scientists, AI, robotics experts, etc., to work in what's called the Blue Bond Club and a Blue Economy Club. Now, with this Blue Economy Club, we're effectively working to create a more focus on how we can focus on resilient ocean designs, water designs. So today I want to talk about something that I think could actually be, that could be a potential option for funding for town of Miami Lakes that that could be done a lot faster than implementing taxes, and that could be crowdfunded if people opt in. And that is this new concept paper I'm going to be presenting at the symposium in April, hosted by University of Miami, something called Digital Impact Bonds. And so I'll get into that a little bit now with this idea of sort of what we can do. And essentially, it's a digital municipal bond. It could be the municipality, in this case, to issue the bond, but you don't have to go out and necessarily rate the bond. You don't have to necessarily go out and place it with Goldman Sachs in New York, unless absolutely no one wants to invest locally. And so you're able to really align with these digital bonds the local community, the stakeholders that are most affected, to they themselves have the first option to invest in and crowdfund a solution like this, should they want to participate in that and be able to have assets that they own as a result of it. As you know, most municipal bonds are tax-free, right? So if you put your money into a municipal bond, the money you make back essentially is tax-free income. This usually reserved only for the ultra-wealthy or institutions. This would actually propose a new way if done the right way, even create universal basic income to be able to lower the access and democratize the access to be involved and invest in our own communities by our own citizens and take advantage of this tax-free solution. The first major bond in 1930, $35 million to build Golden Gate Bridge. In this case, we might need to be building bridges in Miami as well, just to be able to get by and above the water. I'll pass through the history of the bonds and talk a little bit about green bonds, blue bonds, and social impact bonds, as they are traditionally known and understood. All these bonds, for example, usually mean that they're geared towards something that tends to have a social or environmental benefit. What makes a green bond? A green bond, for example, are really main four criteria. Use of proceeds, right, to make sure that the use of proceeds are going to go towards something that's green. Proceeds for a project, the evaluation. Now, this same thing can hold true for blue bonds, right? You basically can set the criteria for what the allocation and use of proceeds will go to. So what are you going to use the proceeds for? How are you going to evaluate and select the projects that you're going to be investing in this case, local municipal projects that can keep us above the water? How are you going to manage the proceeds and report on what you did with the investment and the bonds? And these things make it particularly helpful. I mean, if you look at the Miami Forever bond, for example, a lot of effort was gone into that bond to be able to organize all of it. But then, at the same time, there's no selection criteria. So what's most critical for the residents isn't necessarily what the capital and the tax money is being deployed into. In this case, you actually have a new way to actively participate in things that your community and your residents feel are most important in a way that's never been possible before here in Florida. Like I mentioned, blue bonds. For example, the first major blue bond was in 2008. It was issued in Seychelles, a small island nation in the other side of the world, and was funded by the World Bank. But this idea of blue bonds, I think, continues to exist. We're working with the Blue Bond and the Blue Economy Club to build enough of a critical mass in different towns across Miami, so like that we can do maybe even a county-wide bond emission, if need be. But we need to have real, solid, bankable projects that make this possible. And I think that your students today are proposing something that does fit that criteria. So a little bit about maybe what makes the bond digital, right? In this case, it would be a blockchain-enabled bond. And this would essentially allow more transparency to be added to who owns the bond. It'll make it easier to manage the bond. It'll be easier to track the ownership of who owns the bond and who they're transferring that ownership status to. It'll also make it a lot easier to service, maintain, register, et cetera. So rendering this option more cost-effective than a traditional option might otherwise be. In different examples, looks really tiny. I hope you guys have monitors in front of you. But here you can see that there's actually a major cost savings in going a digital route, almost 50% cost savings in issuing something with a digital bond over time. And obviously, this wouldn't even be possible if you can't write small tickets to make these investments. In terms of maintaining, right, just being able to maintain somebody putting in $1,000 or $500, the paperwork in that would make it even cost prohibitive to approach. But in this case, it's actually possible, and it has been done yet before with the City of Berkeley. City of Berkeley, for example, which is also, by the way, the vice mayor that passed this is a member of the Government Blockchain Association. They passed this mini municipal bond because they needed to buy fire trucks and they didn't have the money on hand to buy the fire trucks. So what they did is they issued a bond offering between 3 to 4, right? And this bond offering went out to the residents in a range of $25 to $1,000 a pop, right? People can actually participate, right, in owning a piece of that fire truck, right, and being able to contribute to their community without them necessarily having to raise taxes either. So I think this is worth noting. It's also worth noting that investors, for example, should have the first option and the first option to invest, right? You shouldn't necessarily say, hey, look, we're going to create something that's going to be to the benefit of our community, but it's only going to be to the financial benefit of an institution or an ultra-high net worth individual that already makes a lot of money and is just trying to shield their income, right? In this case, we can actually add that same benefit, that same level of engagement and involvement for people to care about local politics and capital expenditures in a way that's maybe never really been possible, because now they can actively engage with the assets and actively propose the solutions that they want to invest in. So something like this, I think, is very key, right, to consider this as an option. In the example of crowdfunding, also has been done in Denver. They did a $12 million bond with a $500 million minimum. The bond terms were $6 million at 4.38%, maturing in 9 years. There was just a transfer on that the bonds were offered solely to Colorado residents, limit of 40 bonds per resident, which means no more than $20,000 per owner. And there was just a recreational funding. These $500 mini bonds sold out in the first hour. $12 million are raised. Okay, let me repeat that one more time. They had to solve an issue. They only let the residents invest. They raised $12 million in an hour. So this is just an example of, I think, one more of these sort of regular operations that could be improved with blockchain, and what becomes possible when you're a little bit innovative with what's happening. Cambridge won 2017 Deal of the Year award for their mini bond program. Again, I don't want to go on and on about this. I think that this is what's next here in South Florida, in Miami. We can use this same instrument in all kinds of things, for education, for green purposes, for solar power, for water flooding, I think is the best case, and it's urgently needed. So if you propose this, right, we're able to really just have a domino effect, to have other cities jump on board, and maybe the county, maybe even the state, to go along and co-invest with the residents to actively be more engaged in being part of the solution and supporting the future that can be part of the solution. You shouldn't be limited to your age. You shouldn't be limited to how much money you have. You shouldn't be limited to where you went to school, or you have a degree, or you have a public appointment or not, to have a voice. These students today have a voice. They have beyond a voice. They have great attention and great focus on a real world solution that we all need, not just town of Miami Lakes, but all of Florida really needs, and 100 other cities around the world that are part of the 100 Resilient Program initiative. And personally, I stand with these students today to be able to support them, to vouch our ability, both as an individual, as an organization, as an institution, even just as a collaborator, as leading the blue economy, to provide any intellectual property that may be needed, any technical ability, or any financial ability. This could be just, I think, one of those potential solutions to solve. So I'm Silvio again with Logos Capital this time, and thanks for your time and your attention. I really hope you guys can consider this. I think that this will really get the kind of attention, thought leadership, and application even that I was trying to allude to earlier in terms of what's possible with the adoption, a little bit of innovation, and a little bit of collaborating with all your stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to speak here. We will now be taking any questions or comments.
Before we get into questions, comments, any motions on the table to get into discussion?
All right, so we have a kind of overlapping item that we're gonna talk about in what seems to be an hour or two. So, but there is the first part, section 1 of your presentation, which involves banning concrete and non-permeable material in flood zone AE. I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to draft an ordinance to that effect.
I'll second that for discussion.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion, council, and Councilwoman Ramos, and she seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, congratulations on a phenomenal presentation. This school and these children from the legal studies class, they impress us year after year after year. Your presentation is incredibly thorough. This is a definitely adult level topic, and you guys have just hit it out of the park. These are all of the problems that we have. We have been made aware by our Public Works Department and some of the professional staff members that we have here, but you guys have hit every single topic of interest in this proposal, and I'm incredibly proud of all of you. For the record, I've been discussing these things. I discussed them about, I would say, maybe a year ago with Susana and with Mr. Mesa regarding some areas in the town where there is excessive use of concrete, and those tend to be the areas that flood more than other areas. So this is definitely a problem that we have, and it's something that has gone on for many years. And sometimes these problems are difficult to tackle once they're already implemented, right? Once someone has already paved their entire property in solid concrete, it is difficult for us to go in and tell them, you have to remove some of it, you have to install some grass or some more permeable material. But that is definitely one of the problems that we have, particularly in the West Lakes area, where you guys were discussing that some of the flooding is. So we've been talking about it. I think it's a wonderful idea to move forward with this proposal. It's something that we have to tackle. And it's definitely one of the key components that creates flooding, right? If there's nowhere for the water to seep into, then it's just concrete jungle, and the water will stay on the concrete. There's no place for it to go. So big topics for you guys to tackle. I'm proud of you every single year. When you bring a presentation, you never disappoint. So thank you so much, and I'm fully in favor of having staff look into this and find a resolution. Thank you.
Anyone else, just on this item, discussion? Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, to applaud you guys for these presentations that you put together every year. It's just impressive to see the work that you put in and how much time and effort you put into addressing these issues and bring them to us. Obviously, we've been discussing flooding in this town for a long time, and it's a good thing that you guys put together something that's tangible. We can actually look at it and make sure that we follow through on what our residents are asking for. So I'm in full support. Thank you.
Just on this first motion, because I'm sure Councilman Fernandez has more. Anyone else? I'll just end it. I'm 100% in support. I know I've talked to you guys a bunch of times throughout the process. We shared ideas, all that, and really proud of everything you guys worked on. I think this one in particular is common sense, right? I mean, moving forward like that, you're delivering now a solution, and just like Councilman Ronald said, I mean, we have to move forward. You know, allowing major concrete in a flood zone just escalates that issue, and we saw it just, a couple months ago, right? So I think this is a great way to deliver. I know we talked about it, but I'm really proud of you guys pushing this forward and just doing the research. I mean, I'm so impressed that you guys got in front of the world experts. I mean, that's what folks need to understand, the world experts on flooding. And this solution, the first one, is phenomenal. We'll talk about the other ones now. So I'm in full favor. On the first one, council, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So the permeable pavers in that ban, first part passes. Good job. Councilman Fernandez.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I think, since it's also germane to item 12A, and I think we're gonna have a comprehensive, conversation on stormwater, there, I'd like to wait until we get to 12A to make the remainder of my motions.
Which one is that?
Adjustments to the stormwater fee.
Oh, because I think they had other sections, but like section 2, you want to take each section at a time?
Right, so section 2 deals with backflow preventers. That's also, so backflow preventers, which is section 2, and pressurized pipes, which is in section 3, as well as section 4, which is proposal to increase the stormwater utility fee, I think are all overlapping with that discussion.
Yes, Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Fernandez, if you let me, I just wanted to ask the students a question. You guys had mentioned something that I've been researching, which is water catch basins and water retention. Do you guys have any concepts or ideas of what we could do? One of my thoughts was we can maybe incentivize commercial property owners when they develop property in the town to build these water retention basins, and you can catch rainwater and you can use it for irrigation, and it actually assists with the environment. So in your research, did you find any information that would be helpful to us?
Earlier this week, we spoke with Edgar Westerhoff, and he did talk about incentivizing. He did speak about it in residence, as in they take away some of their concrete and then they would get rain barrels. So I think that's a little bit similar to what you're doing, because that's something they did in the Netherlands. So incentivizing builders that are making commercial lots and things like that to include these rain things for irrigation purposes. We only came across that with Edgar Westerhoff, who was the expert from Arcadis.
Perfect. All right, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, if we can, to direct town staff to do some research on the water catch basins and incentives that we can give to residential residents and commercial business property owners in order to install these types of water catch basins and water retention sites.
I will second the motion.
Discussion just on this. Councilman Dieguez.
Just very briefly wanted to point out to the councilman that I definitely encourage you to get with Susanna when you get a chance. The green building ordinance, you may remember we passed last year, but just hasn't come back to us, is coming in April. And some of the requirements that we're looking at involve incentivizing water management techniques and processes. So I think she'll have a lot of good information for you that can help you with the research.
Good, if we can add that to.
Got it. Any further discussion, Councilman Fernandez?
Yes. Also, the students were kind enough to invite me on a Zoom chat that they had with one of their experts, with Miss Esther Van Geloven, and one of the things that she mentioned was also, and it goes along with your green building code of, government should be that example when taking on those projects. So she mentioned innovative uses both in public parks and public facilities for kind of being the first to market with some of these concepts, and then the private sector catching on afterwards.
Got it. Just on this, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Councilman Fernandez, this is your item. I know we moved up 12A. I just don't want them to be held in limbo. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
What do we have on the agenda between now and 12A?
Several items, but I'm okay with taking it out of order if nobody has an objection. Just so, if everybody's okay, just so.
I'll move to reopen the order of business.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes to move up 12A to immediately be discussed right now.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Any further motions on the order of business? Seeing none, order of business is closed. We're moving on to 12A. Councilman Fernandez, should they stay standing up, sitting down?
They can sit. I believe Mr. Acosta has a presentation on 12A. should.
I also imagine that this will be a lengthy discussion.
Can they just find any open seat in the room so that they can? Yeah. Just so you don't get tired.
Mr. Attorney, 12A, you want to read the resolution? Mayor, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, so the floor is yours.
A resolution of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, authorizing an adjustment in the stormwater utility fee, providing for instructions to the town clerk, providing directions to the town clerk, providing direction to town manager, providing for incorporation of recitals, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager?
Yes. On this item, as you know, stormwater control, drainage, it's one of the most important things for our residents today. It's an issue that we've had severe flooding in many areas of our town, primarily west of the Palmetto, but we have had areas in the entire town. Some of those we've mitigated over the last few years, especially north and south of Miami Lakeway, between 67th Avenue and the Palmetto. As you know, in 2003, the town passed an ordinance that created the stormwater utility ordinance. Earlier in early 2018, the town passed we issued a work order to complete the third update of the stormwater master plan. That stormwater master plan was presented to this council in May of 2019. Later in 2019, we incorporated the findings of that stormwater master plan into the strategic plan. Then in September of 2019, we went ahead at the direction of the council. We moved forward with issuing a work order for Wood Environmental Infrastructure Solutions to do a stormwater rate study. When the stormwater fee was created in 2003, it was set at $4.50, and since its establishment has never been adjusted. Obviously, $4.50 per unit in 2003 does not buy you the same thing as it does today. In 2020, we had a workshop to present to the council the results of the stormwater rate study. In that study, the consultant presented to the council 4 different options. The stormwater master plan update number 3 consisted of approximately $11 million, plus with a handful of projects that are key identified projects that were of concern to this council, totaled $15 million. That $15 million was only for a limited number of projects in the town. Through complaints, through field inspections, through the stormwater master plan, there was a complete list of all identified flooding problems in the town, and the total amount of capital improvement that would be required to mitigate that totals $54 million. This council asked the administration to go and come back to you with a recommendation on which of the 4 options we recommend to you. What you have before you is a recommendation to adopt option number 4, which what it does, it would accomplish, calls for the increase of the stormwater fee to $13.50 per household. So what that represents is a $9 increase per month for every home. The way the stormwater fee is structured, whether you have a little two-bedroom condo or you have a huge mansion in Loch Lomond, the fee is a flat fee. It's not like the millage rate where it's ad valorem based. It is a fee per household. So what this would represent is a $9 per month increase to $13.50. With that, this option calls for the issuance of $28 million in stormwater bonds. The debt for that, to retire the debt, it would be paid from the stormwater fee. It would not be a new tax, debt service. It would not be a new tax. It would be an increase in the stormwater fee to $13.50. That would accomplish about half of the community-wide projects. In approximately year number 4 or 5, we would issue a second round of bonds totaling $32 million, and that would complete the rest of the $54 million worth of projects. In addition, the increase in the stormwater fee would also allow us to improve and enhance our operational capabilities, including the addition of a second vac truck. We haven't done the assessment yet. Until we get direction from this council, if we get approval for this option, we would then make an assessment and see whether it makes more sense to buy a second vac truck and hire a second crew, or to contract out the second vac truck. But the operational enhancements call for the addition of a second vac truck. So with this option, it would increase the fee, as I stated, immediately to $13.50. And then once we make the second issuance of bonds in approximately year number 4 or 5, the fee would increase to $21.50 a month. And that would include the operational enhancements plus the retiring of the debt that's caused by the bonds. These are special revenue bonds that would be before you. In the memo, we put for discussion the idea of floating it out or putting it before the voters for them to have a non-binding referendum on whether they want to have the bonds issued. You have the power before you to go ahead and issue them because it is a special revenue bond. It's different than a general obligation bond. And also, I want to make it clear, any revenue derived from these bonds are exclusive use only for stormwater. They can't be diverted for MLOP, they can't be diverted for other operations, they can't be diverted for the linear park, they cannot be diverted for anything else. It is exclusively for stormwater, and the stormwater fee would be used to pay off the debt on those bonds. And in a 9-year capital improvement program, we would accomplish the capital improvement of that $54 million worth of projects. And within 9 years, we can look at every Miami Laker in the face and say, if you had a flooding problem when we initiated this program, your flooding problem has been mitigated. There will be nobody left out on the outside looking in and say, what about my flooding? The $54 million is all encompassing. All of the identified flooding issues in the town would be mitigated with this program.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. This is a public hearing. So anyone from the public wishing to speak on item 12A, anyone from the public wishing to speak on item 12A, you can come right up. Is there anyone online, Madam Clerk, that wants to speak on 12A?
No, I don't see anyone. But if
Got it.
someone is in Zoom that wishes to speak, please do so now.
Going once, going twice. One more time, anyone wishing to speak on item 12A, this is a public hearing. Seeing none, the public hearing portion of this item is closed. Are any motions on the table to start the discussion?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the new stormwater fee and accept staff's recommendation of option 4. Option one, I'm sorry.
Are there any seconds on the table?
I'll second it for discussion, Mayor.
Seconded for discussion. Councilman Rodriguez wants to break the ice because he seconded for discussion.
Thank you. Obviously, when this item was presented to us, there was a lot of questions that come up. But one thing cannot be questioned is the need. We absolutely have a need to address flooding in our town. We just got a presentation from the students in the middle school. This is something that has been ongoing, and it's only going to get worse over the years. You know, when we sat in that workshop presentation, I think all of our jaws dropped when the initial numbers came out. But we can't keep kicking this can down the road. We have to find a solution. Is this a solution? It may be, it may not. Has to be something done to address this issue. This is a start. I was very intrigued by the mini municipal bond program that the gentleman presented. I think that's something that is very interesting, and maybe we should look at as part of an omnibus, because this is not something that's going to happen overnight. You know, whether we just apply the increase in the fee and separate the concept of whether we get a bond or not get a bond, I think we have to do something to address this issue. So my thought process is, whether or not we approve a bond tonight or we approve a referendum to send to the residents, we need to address the issue. And that starts by looking at the stormwater fee.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Any further discussion on this motion? Councilman Dieguez, then Councilman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm with Councilman Rodriguez that I actually like the idea of looking at the mini bond program. I had the same thought as a way of offsetting some of the cost. I'm not crazy about option one, but I think some combination of still pursuing state grants and other grants that we can get, perhaps developing a mini bond program, and then a smaller, bond program that is based on a slightly higher fee. You know, if that's what the residents want, I think that's the way to go. But yeah, I'm just not on board at this time with option one. So I just want to put my opposition to option one out on the record.
Got it. Councilman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, I don't remember in our agenda briefing discussing a referendum. Can you walk me through what the thought process is behind? I don't know if that came up maybe after I had my agenda briefing or.
No, it's actually in the memo.
It's in the, right, when
Yeah,
we spoke, it wasn't.
What it is, we basically put that verbiage in there for discussion. You do not have to go out to referendum. It's different than a general obligation bond. A general obligation bond, it has to be put out to the voters have to ratify. This would be a special revenue bond, similar to the bonds that were issued when this building was constructed. There's a dedicated funding source that already exists. When this building was constructed, I think it was gas tax that was dedicated for the retirement of the bonds. In this case, the funding source, the dedicated funding source, is the stormwater fee. So you do not have to put it out to the voters. If this council chooses to, then that is, it actually would then be, in reality, non-binding. A general obligation bond would be binding, yes or no. In this case, you would be putting it out to the voters to get a feel for what the voters think, and you can do that. You do not have to do that. And obviously, I'll repeat something that I said a few minutes ago. If we do anything short of the $54 million, there will be some people, and we're talking about a decade, maybe 2 decades. So there are some Miami Lakes residents that we would have to look and stare in the face and say, we do not have a solution for the flooding in your street. Could be 10 years, it could be 20 years. And I don't want to I don't want it to seem like I'm boxing you. I just want reality to hit us all in the face. And the reality is that there are people in Miami Lakes that have existing long-term, have existed before. It's going to continue to exist every time it rains. We've seen the pictures. You all get the phone calls, then you give me the phone calls. There are people we're gonna have to stare in the face and say, we do not have a solution for you for decades to come.
Absolutely, and I completely understand that. And one of the things that concerns me is that if we're going to go with any of these options, it has to be worked in conjunction with a code enforcement program where we educate our residents and we have them comply with what the children brought up, which is the concrete installations in the homes. If it doesn't work in conjunction, we're going to continue to invest money in drainage projects that are not going to benefit us the way they should, because you're improving the drainage over here, but then you're solidifying the concrete over here. It just doesn't work together. And right now, for many, many, many years, we've been turning a blind eye to a problem that we know that exists. We just have been choosing, because it's a big problem and because it would be a code enforcement nightmare, we've chosen, and I don't mean we by me, I mean councils years past, and our own staff members sometimes have chosen to, not address this. We address it on a case-by-case basis. If there's a case that's brought to our attention, it gets addressed. But if the neighbor has the same problem, it doesn't get addressed. So this is going to impact financially some of our residents, all of our residents, whichever way we go, because the storm fee will be raised. But we have to make a commitment that we're going to work on the other side of this problem too, because it's a flooding issue that at this storm that we had, that was, Storm Eta, a once in 100-year flood that they called it. It was outside of the ordinary. That's not the norm. But there are many areas that flood with just a couple of hours of rain. And a lot of those areas are flooding because of the concrete that has been paving front yards, backyards, neighbor to neighbor. It's just solid concrete. So if we don't address that, none of this will really make the impact that it's supposed to make. So when we had the workshop, we looked at all of these things and we had, open dialogue. All of us, kind of spoke about what we wanted to see. I don't think that at that point we agreed upon going the route of funding the entire $54 million need. I thought, at least the impression when I walked out of that workshop was we were looking at the more important projects, that we were going to do this in pieces so that we wouldn't impact the residents as much.
Yeah, the last direction we got was to come back to you with the recommendation.
Correct.
And that's what you have before you. We are recommending to solve the problems that we have, because then nobody's going to be left out.
Correct. And the consultant that spoke to us that day also told us that 10, 15 years from now, when we finish the $54 million in projects, we're going to have another list of projects that we're going to need, because the need continues. It doesn't just stop in time. And so she made it clear to us that this was the need, these were the needs that they had identified as of this moment. But there will be other needs. So we're kind of never going to play catch up in that sense. I'm not comfortable with option number one right now. I definitely don't like the option of jumping to $21 a month in stormwater fee. At least when I left that workshop, I was thinking of duplicating the fee in my mind, from $4.50 to $9, duplicating it, getting some of our more important projects done. And I'm just putting my thought process out there that that's what I was comfortable with at that moment. I don't, with discussing, these new bonds that the gentleman was referring to today, and I think that needs a lot more discussion. I don't know enough about it to even consider tackling it, because I don't understand it. So it's not something that, it's something that we can look into for sure. I think it's a great option to look into, but it's not something that we're going to be thinking about today, right? Today we're going to be looking at what we have in front of us, and option number one, at least for me, is not something that I'm ready to approve tonight.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to commend once again the students from the middle school. I think you could not have come up with a better topic and be at a better time to pitch this for our councils. You can see this is something that we have been working on and having workshops and meetings. And the reason I motioned to Joseph and told you to come back in. Can you identify who Stephanie is in the group? Stephanie, I want to thank you for sending out your email to the entire council. You and I had a conversation, right? And I said this was the most important part to me, that you guys be in the room when we start talking about funding these solutions. And I wanted you guys to have the opportunity to really listen to how your recommendations get discussed and how they get implemented. So I want to thank you for your email, and thank you for being here, and thank you for taking the time to be part of this discussion, because this is where the rubber meets the road, right? No matter what you recommend, if it doesn't get funded, it doesn't happen. So to that point, I want to know from our town staff, how many of the recommendations that the middle schoolers put forward are funded through the $54 million grant? Is there any backflow preventers? Are there any pressurized systems? In particular, just to their presentation, is that being funded with the $54 million?
Carlos, speak to that. I don't believe that any of those improvements are currently budgeted in our stormwater program.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Carlos Acosta, Director of Public Works. The answer is no. Those are not considered. I want to talk to one of them in particular is the backflow preventers. Great idea. Personally, I've seen those applications done. I know the city of Fort Lauderdale has done them. They're very effective in coastal communities where you have a lot of the tidal flow, the king tides, and you have those sunny day floodings. That's where these backflow preventers are very effective, because when the king tide comes up, you don't want that water to back up your system and flood your streets when it's not raining. A lot of the systems in the towns are connected to outfalls to the lakes, and you want to have that connection because the lake helps mitigate and equalize the sort of like the system. But the pressurized, we looked at that subject probably, I know, been over more a year ago, probably like 2 years ago, and that option
I remember
wasn't.
clearly you talking about that, and I think it was at the insistence of the mayor.
Yes,
and
correct.
it was cost prohibitive at the time.
It was very cost prohibitive.
And I think it was to the tune of $2 million or upward of $2 million for each pressurized system, but I know you have a better grasp of that than I do.
Yeah, but it's not considered, Vice Mayor, in this 54 million.
Thank you.
Yep.
So absent of the backflow preventers, right, and I think this is really the reason I wanted to have this opportunity to have this discussion. I think this was the other points in the discussion that you wanted to merge this topic in, right? Without that funding, without those resources, it's just not doable, right? And that's what I'm hearing from our town staff. What I also remember from the workshop is if we don't have anywhere for this water to go, it's going to be a continuous issue, right? Without the capacity within the system. So I'm assuming that the $54 million that we're talking about in this bond is to build more capacity within the system. And I do remember some of the comments that Councilwoman Rano brought forward. It was part of the ongoing issue, right? Because no system that we design can deal with what we faced a few months ago. That was another sentiment that I also heard from our own Public Works Department. There is no system in this community that can handle a 100-year rain event. They're just not designed for that. So you design for a certain amount of years, and please correct me if I'm wrong. This is all I have learned through you, Mr. Acosta. I have learned that these systems are designed for a certain type of storm. The $54 million investment, what type of storm are we planning for? Currently, and I'm sorry I keep on asking you to come back, but maybe you should take a seat by the podium because this is a big item for you.
Okay. The 54 million will address the design storms that we had adopted in the Stormwater Master Plan. For example, a 5-year storm. We want the 5-year storm to be, the water in the street to be 1 foot below the crown. For a 10-year storm, the water reaches the crown of the road, and so forth. So those 4 performance measures for the 5, 10, 25, and 100-year storm are adopted in the Stormwater Master Plan. So when we look at the basins on those streets, and we run the design storms, that's what we're shooting for. So at a 100-year storm, yes, like Eta, yeah, your road will be flooded because, you know, the underground system is not designed for a 100-year storm.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you for the refresher. You know, I sit kind of along the lines of where Councilman Dieguez and where Councilwoman Morano sit, and I know that might not be shocking to a lot of people because many times there's different ways of thinking up here, but I also do recall when we talked about this issue, the sticker shock, right? I think that's kind of the thing that really is most impactful. And it's impactful to us because we've always been a community where we've been very sensitive to raising any type of tax or fee. For God's sakes, we pride ourselves on having some of the lowest fees in the community, some of the lowest tax rates, you know, the fact that we don't have a high franchise fee, you know, these are things that have kind of been at the core. So increasing any fee by 300%, you know, 500%, just to play catch up, to me doesn't necessarily sit well, but it's something that we have to do, right? It's something that's been neglected for many, many years. I'd like to see a much more conservative approach. I'd like to see something that Silvio brought forward. I think, you know, looking outside of the box, looking at these crowdfunding solutions that may be able to chip away at this a little bit at a time. I know if some type of bond like that were to be offered where I can actually buy and pay forward into the solution, I would be an investor. You know, I know immediately I would jump at that opportunity to help my community out. I don't know what's possible, you know, and again, I've said this on a couple times to Silvio, and I know I mentioned it to Alex and Erica when they're giving their presentation. I'm very intrigued with the power of the blockchain technology. I'm very intrigued on its application. I just need more information. So I don't necessarily like the option that's being presented. I'd like to go with a more moderate option, but I'd also like to know what that gets me and what that doesn't get me. And I don't know if somehow this item can be kind of tailed in or pulled in to the March workshop that we're doing with infrastructure and maybe come up. Again, I don't know. You know, I know maybe some people are ready to vote on this now, but I'd like to see a little bit more of the buying power that we can get with a more modest increase, and maybe look at maybe applying some of these new concepts or innovations in bonds to get us more buying power and get it at a better rate than a traditional bond. But let's see where the discussion goes tonight.
Thank you, Carlos. So yeah, I have some comments. Obviously, option one is not gonna pass tonight. But there was a very wise man this summer who said, you know, it's hard for me to tell Miami Lakes residents I'm gonna save you $16 while water gets into my garage. Funny enough, months later, when water started getting into the people's garages everywhere, they were like, you know, and that was Tony Fernandez. They were like, Tony was right. You know, a $16 savings. And I remember it was a hot topic. Everybody's like, oh, let's save $16, just do it. And how ironic it was, we ended up using those $16 on one street to fix the flooding on one street of the town. Where I got a lot of residents complaining to me, they were saying, hey, why am I paying $16 and I'm seeing no benefit of those $16, yet it's only happening on one street of the town? And that's not democratic, right? So obviously the option one's not going to pass tonight, but what I'm going to be making a motion after this item is to go forward with the crowdfunding muni bonds. That is a democratic way to move forward and to actually show action and deliver something. I mean, I'm not a fan of, we've had 20 workshops on this, we've looked at this, we're going to have another workshop, we're going to have more and more workshops, but I think we have to start delivering in a democratic fashion some of these things. And I think this is the muni bond, crowdfunding a muni bond where we empower our residents, we empower, maybe Miami Lakes in itself is too small to get enough people, but maybe it's offered to our residents first, then they get first dibs, then we can offer it to the rest of the county. But I think this is a democratic fashion, but not to do it. What I will say this, I am not going to vote on something that we will do 2 years from now. I'm not going to vote on something we're going to do 5 years from now. Because you know what's going to happen? The next rainy season, when people's water is going again into their garages, where do we deliver? Well, we're working on a plan. We're going to look at this later on. No. I want to see how fast we can move forward on crowdfunding this muni bond, empowering our residents to make the decision, not 20 years from now, but tomorrow, today, next month, however fast staff can work. But I want to empower our residents via this. I mean, I'm blown away when I saw how we can crowdfund this, how it's possible, how give first dibs to Miami Lakes residents to participate in this. I just think it's a no-brainer, and it's a way to deliver on the vac truck issue, because I know it was in there. I'm going to propose something a little bit later when Councilman Fernandez brings up his item to fund that this year. I think I found some money in the budget to do that. So although option one's not going to pass, I will be making a motion right after to move forward on crowdfunding some of these solutions immediately and going with the recommendations that the kids put, a democratic process to empower people. Because I could tell you there were a lot of people in our town that had a bad taste in their mouth when it came to that $16. They were like, look, I am okay with keeping the rate flat. I paid the extra $16, but all of it, I don't know if you guys remember, all of it went ironically just to one block, which they deserved it, they needed, we needed to fix that street, but we got to create a process more where people feel more empowered in the decision-making process, and that's something that I just heard from residents, that they want to be empowered. I don't think they're especially when it comes to big-ticket items, and I think this is a great way to do it. Just on this item right now, Councilman Fernandez.
Yeah, just before we vote, I wanted to kind of share a little bit of my own thought process on this item. So, I think the need is undeniable. I mean, we saw the presentation from the students a while back. I think the need is undeniable. I think the scope, for me, right, kind of becomes an absolute. The reason that I say that is, right, so if we take on half of these projects, we're going to raise everybody's fee. Every resident is going to be impacted. Some are going to be benefited by it, some are not. I don't think that's fair. I think if we're going to go down the road of a long-term debt obligation, it should benefit everybody that's paying into it. So that's one of my processes. Number two, every day that goes past, these projects become more and more expensive. So choosing to do it now, when the cost of the project is less, and B, we have historically low interest rates, right? To me, is a wiser, more conservative approach to taxing the taxpayers, right? I think if we wait 15 years and then we do as many projects as we can do 5 years at a time, to Councilwoman Rano's point, we'll not only never catch up, but we'll continue growing the snowball of unfunded projects. And I think, we really need to, it's tough. I think, nobody likes raising taxes. Nobody likes paying taxes. I don't. But at the end of the day, for our community to continue growing beautifully, we can't have our residents rowing beautifully down the middle of the street. And so we have an opportunity now, and I'm not saying now this council meeting, but now, March, whenever, to make a generational investment in our community. And I just want to make sure that we don't pass the buck on to latter generations and point back to this moment where we could have and should have done more. Those are my comments.
Got it. Thank you for closing. Councilman Fernandez, you want to add something on this? I know we're going to take a quick vote.
Mayor, I just want to add something real quick to consider, and I know we touched on this in the previous, when we did the workshop, but I wanted to reemphasize it again, that capital projects are a big chunk of the stormwater program. No doubt about it, the numbers are there, capital projects. But the options that we have laid out, the fee structure that is there, considers the entire stormwater utility program. That means that we have looked at street sweeping, when contracts expires, escalation factors, canal maintenance, minor repairs, and all the other things that get funded through the stormwater program. Projects that eventually, existing infrastructure, that those French drain systems that were built 20 years ago that are losing its effectiveness, at some point down the road, we're gonna have to address that. So while while the capital projects are a big chunk of it, that fee is structured to handle those capital needs, but also the operation and maintenance side of it that continues to be an issue that we have to address no matter what. So I just want to put that out there so that you, as you consider this option or whatever option it is, that it's not just capital needs, it's just the entire stormwater program, and operations and maintenance is a big portion of it.
Thank you, Carlos. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this first item.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Alvarez. Okay, he's absent from the vote. Vice Mayor Collazo.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion fails.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to immediately move forward on crowdfunding a mini muni bond to pay for all these improvements.
I'll second the motion.
Seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Fernandez, was there anything else from the students that you wanted to add, or anything else on this item that we need to discuss?
No, I just I wanted to take a moment to thank the students for coming out, for putting, I know firsthand the amount of work that you guys put into this project. You guys did a phenomenal job, not only coming forward with the statement of need, but also bringing solutions forward, which is an enviable task. So I wanted to thank you guys. You guys did an amazing job. You made Miami Lakes proud, and hope we'll see you back soon. Thank you.
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I just wanted to have it clarified that as far as the vote that we just took, that was to move forward with creating this program, but again, we have not set a funding target as of yet, correct?
I don't know. I don't know if it's the entire program or not, but at least moving forward.
Yeah, no, of course, but I think we need to give staff as the manager would like to say, bogey, his favorite term. So at least for me, just to kind of get the discussion rolling, I'd like to move that as part of with staff's recommendation when they come back with a report, that they do it based on a funding level of either option 2 or 3. That is my motion.
So Councilman Dieguez moved that as part of what we voted for a little bit ago, that it would be to fund option 2 or 3. Option 2 or 3, right?
Yeah, 2 or 3, they would come back with those two. Well, the 2 funding targets that they would be tailoring the program for would be based on those funding targets.
Mr. Mayor.
You follow?
Yes, Mr. Attorney.
I'm sorry, but staff is a little confused as to what's going on.
Staff got to get up to speed.
We're trying.
We just moved to.
All of us are trying. I'm not sure what the motion is on the table.
To move, the first one already passed. So now the second one is we're setting the funding target.
The first vote that we just did on the mini bond was in essence to have staff go ahead and create a program of that nature, of a mini bond similar to what Mr. Pupo Casco.
Similar
had
to what
mentioned.
happened in Cambridge, what happened in Denver, what happened in
All right.
in a bunch of cities throughout the United
And
States.
what I'm trying to figure out is what to design it for. Like, what would be the funding number that we're trying to hit, or plan for? I think we all just rejected option one, which plans for, what was it, $54 million? So that's why I'm saying that for the staff recommendation, as far as what they know, how to design the program, to, try and hit a target of two, something in line with option 2 or 3 in terms of the total amount, to add more clarification.
All right, in other words, you guys are giving us direction to come back to you with something inside of these parameters, which will later on be voted on by the council with more
That is
more
correct.
specific. All right.
And just to be clear,
If I may,
I'm far from being an expert with the crowdfunding, muni bonds. But at some point, these bonds have to be retired. You have to pay for it. It's not free money. So the stormwater fee would still have to be modified. And we'll come back with that report. I just need direction on whether you want it at the $54 million mark or the 15. The mayor's motion was all of these projects is what I
That's what
heard.
I'm trying to get for
Right.
you, which
So
is...
Councilman Dieguez made a motion now to clarify that. So that's where he said option 2 or 3, right? Yep. To come back with us, to show us what that'll look like with option 2 or 3.
Yeah,
So that we
then
can
it
move
would
forward.
be option number 2, because that's the one that's bond funded. Option 3 is just having enough cash there to be able to use as matches for grants and state legislative appropriations and things of that nature. So if we're going to go and fund this through a bond appropriation, then for the lower amount, for $15 million, it'd be option 2. It's just the nature of what this bond is going to be. Is it going to be a traditional special revenue bond or something that has a different focus as far as the mechanism or who you target for selling them? I think is really the main thing. But ultimately, you have to pay for the debt service on the bonds, regardless of what kind of bond it is.
You got time to do the research, so no worries. You got a month.
Just a point of clarification, through the chair to the manager. If Councilman Dieguez is proposing option 3 or 2, and again, maybe I'm reading too much into what he's proposing, but $8.75 would be an increase in the stormwater fee of $4.25 per ERU right now. And $10.50 would be, I think more or less, help me out with the math, Councilwoman Morano, $6.25 or $6.50, so to speak, $6. So in that increase, right, or in that range, how could you leverage that increase in the stormwater fee? How could you leverage that buying power with the muni bond? That's what I understood his item to be. So if we're comfortable with an increase in the stormwater fee between $8.75 and $10.50, if you're adding a novel way of utilizing or mobilizing those dollars, could you do other capital improvement projects? What could you get out of that? What's your buying power with that?
We'll find out.
Yeah, no, but that's what I understood his motion to be, which is kind of looking at that increase from $8.75 to $10.50.
Right, but and again, I'll repeat, I'm not a municipal bond expert. We will get municipal bond experts to advise us. But there's a principal amount, and that principal amount, it is what it is. Now, and the interest rate, there are fixed things in this type of financing. There's a principal, there's an interest rate, there's a term, and then all you have to worry about crowdfunding, I suspect, is how are you going to sell it? Do you just go out to the markets and sell it like we would normally in a normal bond issuance? Or is there some of the crowdfunding, are we targeting certain people like town residents or Dade County residents? That, I think, is the unique feature of the crowdfunding muni bond, unless I'm not understanding it. But otherwise, it's not really like a panacea. It is still, there's a principal, there's an interest rate, there's a term, and you got payments. You got a debt service, you got to retire. So it's if we use this kind of mechanism to actually sell the bonds, great. And we'll come back, we'll do the due diligence, and we'll come back to you with a recommendation. But that's really the only quirk in this whole thing, other than a normal municipal issuance.
right, and if I may, and again, the reason why I voted no on this is because I don't understand what crowdfunding is. So I'm not prepared to vote on something that I don't know what it is. How does using this different type of bond accelerate the process for us or facilitate it for us. I was under the impression that what the mayor was proposing was to do the entire $54 million projects. Now we're going back to option 2 or 3, which is what we are more comfortable with, at least some of us that put that on the dais. What is the difference? What are we doing different?
Well, it would be option, and I'll go back to
Option 2.
Option 2, because option 3 is a lower amount. It's not, you're not issuing bonds. There's a certain amount of money you get from the stormwater utility fee, and then you just use that to leverage, to use as matches when you get grants or state appropriations, et cetera.
Correct.
So option 2 is the one that you're going to issue bonds. It's going to cover the 15 point whatever million dollars. It's going to be the projects in the next phase of the stormwater master plan, as well as a couple, 2 or 3 other key projects that have been important to this council. So it would be total of 15.4, I think it is the total amount.
Correct.
Right.
So basically, the motion that just passed a little bit ago was to direct staff to look into the possibility of crowdfunding versus a regular bond.
No, I think that, and I don't want to speak for the mayor, but I believe my understanding of it is go, find out, bring us back information, and that's what we plan to do.
Right, with this new bond source versus the one that you were proposing in your
Right.
option number 2.
And to provide you, because I think that's part of our job, we want to provide you as much information as possible. So we're going to do the due diligence, line up a traditional bond issuance versus a crowdfunding muni bond, and we're going to show you what are the differences, the key points.
Okay.
We're going to get advice from key financial experts in the municipal bond markets.
Okay, and you're going to tell us what the benefits are of one versus the other.
Absolutely. We're going to show you the differences, and then we'll tell you what the
Okay,
pros and
and-
cons of each would be.
And
Mayor, I'm sorry, you want to go ahead?
Councilman Rodriguez and Fernandez,
Okay.
then I think.
So
Dieguez
I
wants to
think,
talk. Okay, and everybody just jump in.
I think if I'm getting what you're saying is, we're going to have to raise this. Even if we do this mini municipal bond, there's going to have to be an increase to the stormwater fee. Because whether we pay it through the regular bond process or a mini municipal bond, it's got to get paid back. It's not free money. Municipal bond, it's not a donation. This is not a crowdfunding like you would for a donation. This is crowdfunding to pay off a bond where people are putting in money to expect interest in return.
Yeah.
Right? So I completely understand that.
No matter whether it's the regular capital markets out there.
Institutional financed or crowd financed.
Right. Either way, you got to pay people back.
Agreed.
Whether it's an institution or town residents who decide they want to invest, either way, it's going to be, you got to pay people back. So under option 2, the estimated by the consultant, and obviously when she prepared the report, it was hyper conservative. She was estimating, I think, a 3.5% interest rate. As the council member Fernandez stated today, today is a great time, great rates. We'll probably do better than the 1050. So and we do a new analysis. In order to accomplish the operational things that are recommended, as well as pay the debt service on $15.4 million of bonds, it appears to me, just on the surface, before doing the intricate analysis, that the 1050 a month would probably be a little less because of interest rates.
So I just want to say, look, 100% I understand that staff does not know all the answers to what we just put on the table, right? But I think you guys are going to have the opportunity to look at it, educate yourselves, educate us, educate our residents. So this is not, we're not telling you to implement this tomorrow. And this is my message to staff. Go out, research it, get comfortable, because I see, look, I know it's something new. I saw you guys get up, we want to make sure you guys are comfortable with it, and you know what I mean? So I just want to reiterate that, you know what I mean? We'll take some steps there, but this is not something that tomorrow you guys are going to be putting something online and we're going to get millions of dollars in crowdfunding,
Yeah.
and just that. So but I get it.
I just want to make sure everybody's aware
No,
that the municipal crowdfunding money bonds is not a fantasy land. It's not a magic pill that all of a sudden it doesn't cost us anything. All these things still have to be repaid.
But going back to the motion on the table, I still want to see all the options. Right? I understand that you don't like the idea of $54 million, but that's that's a real number that we got from an expert that we hired to give us that real number.
I'll go ahead and amend the motion then to include all of the four.
Yeah, let's see what comes back.
I'll second that, and that it does not tie anybody's hands.
Yeah.
Does not tie anybody's hands to anything, and we come back and look at all the options.
All right, then I'll just outright withdraw it. But what I would imagine that what I like about the mini bond option, in particular for me, is that it gives people an opportunity to go ahead and make an investment that they themselves can make a return on versus just the financial institutions. That's what I find alluring about it from my perspective.
And I'm sorry to cut, but what's fascinating too is that maybe even that resident's like, hey, I helped fund that catch basin right there in front of my house. Hey, that vac truck right there, I was part of that, and I think that's pretty fascinating. So
And by the way, they're not doing it for free. They're expecting to get interest back, and it's an investment. So
And Mayor, just to be clear, on part of our analysis, we will definitely also, there may be a difference in issuance costs, right? Because we have a financial advisor, we have legal bond counsel. There may be a difference on the different types of instruments. So we will come back and we'll have as complete an analysis as possible to provide you as much information as we can so you can make the most informed decision as possible.
Councilman Fernandez.
No, I think Councilman Rodriguez stole my thunder there. That's what I was gonna propose. The big thing with me is Councilman Dieguez, if you're marinating around the $10.50 option, right? Maybe when we look at crowdfunding, maybe we get the whole thing for $10.50 a month, right? Optimistically speaking, if that streamlines the process. So I think it's important for us to look at all of the options. Options, Vice Mayor, options.
We're all Vice Mayor Collazo today.
So I think staff has enough direction. You're gonna have time to research it, I think, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys bring back to us very soon, hopefully by the March council meeting. That time is always of the essence, right? I think it's important for our residents to see that we're moving forward, delivering research, you know what I mean? At least some of the stuff. So if you could bring it back by March, it would be greatly appreciated.
We'll hustle, we'll bring it back.
Thank you. Any further discussion on item 12A, council? Seeing none, I think that concludes, right, Councilman Fernandez, that concludes item 12A?
Yes, sir.
Got it. We had moved up 11A as well. I'll just make it's an ordinance of second reading, Mr. Attorney.
11A?
Yep, 11A, then I'll go to 13A right after.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending ordinance number 20-269 and amended by ordinance number 20-270, amending the town's fiscal year 2020-2021 budget, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for conflicts, authorizing the town manager to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager, on item 11A, which is a public hearing, and we'll open it up now.
All right, this is an item, an ordinance, a budget amendment that you saw last month, and I'll describe what the key changes are. Number one is as we told you last month, that the amount that was in this item last month was an estimate for the road pavement markings, that our public works staff was still completing the assessment of what the needs are with regard to road pavement markings. Once they completed that assessment, it turned out to be more as far as road pavement markings, and that number is reflected in this item. And we also added into here the result of two new business items from last month, which was the money for the pedestrian crosswalk and the money for the sidewalk repairs as directed by this council.
This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak? Is there anyone online that wishes to speak on item 11A? This is an ordinance in second reading. Is there anyone online wishing to speak on item 11A? Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item 11A? Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item 11A? If you would like to speak on item 11A at this moment, you can come on up. You can unmute yourself online. Going once, going twice. Public hearing is officially closed on item 11A. Council, are there any motions on the table?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on item 11A? Council, discussion by Vice Mayor Cuellar.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, town staff, for diligently working on these projects. And I want to thank my colleagues, especially those that proposed some of these projects, right? And I know Councilman Alvarez was a big advocate of the crosswalks and the sidewalks and you know, the street signage and the pavement markings and everything. We want it all, right? I think that's a term that Councilwoman Ruano coined. But I've also seen how this has crept up. You know, what started off as maybe $14,000 has been revisited, and a little bit grows here, a little bit grows there, and now we have a pretty big, sizable chunk coming out, leaving us with only 15.18% in reserves. So, you know, again, that's the sticker shock effect that sometimes catches me by surprise, that, you know, what starts off at maybe 15, 20,000, 70,000 kind of balloons. So what I wanted to do was to strike the road pavement markings at this time and put that back in the reserves and take a little bit more cautious approach to how we allocate these resources. Not because they're not needed, it's just because we're getting very, very close to going under that 15% reserve rate, which I know is something that we strive to maintain. So I'd like to recommend the adoption of everything except the road pavement markings at this time.
I second the amendment.
Discussion, I'll break the ice. I won't be supporting the amendment. I think it's pretty important. It's an aesthetic thing. A lot of residents have been asking for it. I do agree that we're getting close to that number, but I just see it as an opportunity to keep improving and beautifying. I do understand the position, yours and Councilman Dieguez, but at the moment, I can't support the amendment. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And while I understand that there are those residents that would like to see this done, I don't see the urgency to get it done today, at least at the level that is being proposed. I think that we're getting dangerously close to that 15% mark. And as we heard from the town attorney speaking earlier today in our executive session, we're going to have some cases that are going to go a little bit longer than we expected. And our litigation reserve is already pretty low, as I brought up at the last meeting. So my concern is that we're depleting our ability to be able to defend ourselves in these lawsuits without having to make cuts from other areas, as well as also just going ahead and just backing ourselves into a corner as well if other major or more pressing infrastructure items come up. If I'm not mistaken, when we meet in March 18th for the workshop, we're going to be considering some additional infrastructure projects, some of which were temporarily deferred, such as the cul-de-sac item by Councilman Rodriguez. So I would like to make sure that we at least have some money to even have that discussion. So that is why I'm supporting the amendment at this time, and that's why I urge my colleagues as well to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Councilman Rodriguez.
Carlos, if I can have you come up. I asked this question to the manager during my briefing. Of the 379,000, how much of them are in the condition of the pictures that we saw initially that prompted this item being brought up in the first place? Do you remember there were some there that were barely, you can barely see them, the street sign?
Of the street signs or the striping you're talking about?
I'm sorry, the road pavement markings.
The road pavement markings. The road pavement markings are, of course, the pavement markings for all around town. Granted, there are some that, you know, they're faded, but you could still see them. There's other streets, like I think like Eagle Nest is one. There's no striping at all.
Right.
So it's one of those.
I guess what I'm trying to gauge is to try to find a happy medium between doing all of it and doing none of it, which is what are the two proposals that we have right now on the table, right? We have either we do all 379, which is the entire town, right? Is that the entire
Yeah, it's a
town?
townwide number.
Right?
Right, so
Or the other. the
if you give us a
proposed-
dollar number, we'd work backwards, right? This
Right.
number reflects.
And that's what I would like to do. I'd like to come up where we all can agree on, okay, we feel comfortable giving this much. Get as much as you can get done with that much, and then we'll consider doing the next round. Because realistically, how long would it take to redo the entire town?
It'll be done this year. I
In
mean, it's
this
just,
year.
I mean, that's just striping. As soon as you got the contractor on board, just give him a map and he'll be striping roads for the next couple of weeks.
Okay. So I'd like to open the discussion with everybody to come up with a number between 90 and 379, because I'm not comfortable striking it completely, because I want to get something done for the residents, especially in the areas that are really, really bad. But I agree that maybe 379 was a lot higher than we were anticipating, and we do have other projects, like my cul-de-sac project that got pushed to March. If I would have known it would have been 379, I would have pushed my item to March. I would have asked for the money right there. So I want to make sure that we hold on to some of that money to be able to use for other projects. So I'd open it up to maybe 150,000 and get as much as you can get done with 150,000 and retain the rest. And I'd like to see what my colleagues have to think about that.
Second.
Oh yeah, that was a motion.
On the amendment to the main. Yep.
Yeah.
On the amendment to the main motion, on your motion, which is, yeah. If this passes, it'll make it 150.
Well, I believe it's an amendment to the
Walk
amendment.
me through what we're voting on, please.
All right, so the initial proposal, the initial recommendation was the increase of the road repavement markings had gone from 90 to 379. Councilman Dieguez, I think it was Dieguez or?
No, it was Councilman Collazo, or Vice Mayor Collazo.
Vice Mayor made a proposal to strike the item completely. And I'm not in, second by Josh, I'm not in favor of that because I think we need to get something done. I want to find a happy medium between 0 and 379 and get staff going on, working on the areas that are really, really bad. So my initial proposal, and again, this is just a number. If you have a better estimate of what you think would get us reasonably close to taking care of the really bad areas, I'm open to taking it, but I threw out 150 because it's sort of in the middle of what we're talking about. So that's my amendment was to make it 150 instead of 379.
So we're voting on the strike, on the,
No,
on the
so
amendment
it
to
was
strike
the
it.
initial item as amended to 0, as now amended to 150. So we're voting on the amendment to 150. Carlos, I'm curious to know your thoughts.
No, I mean, I don't have it with me. I have it in the files, so the locations, but whatever the amount is, if it's at 150, I mean, we'll prioritize it to the areas that are most needed. I mean, some of the streets, the stop bars, the crosswalks, definitely, we want to make sure crosswalks are restripes, and we'll work from that, from that number down.
All right.
what are the items, and that was one of the things that I wanted to ask you, what are the items that you're tackling? Like what are the things that we would see improvements with?
Councilmember, in this item for striping, we will be striping town-wide and also placing the pavement reflective markers, the ones that light up at night, all around town. Granted, some roads don't have at all. Others are, a little faded, need some refurbishment. And like I said to Councilmember Rodriguez, with whatever amount you all decide, if it's 150, I mean, we'll start going from those that need it the most. The ones that don't have it, the crosswalks, those types, the stop bars at the stop signs that are completely gone and things like that. But we'll work from there back. The rest of our items are signage, street name signs, and other signs around town that we need to replace.
Signage is on a separate line, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to
Go
add
ahead.
something to the discussion, and I appreciate Councilman Rodriguez. I really appreciate you trying to find that happy median, and I would be open to looking at something. Again, it's sticker shock. When we get told 90,000 and then it goes to 379, it's not like you know, it's a pretty big jump. And that's really, once we're out of this money, it's not replenishable. It's not coming back, right? It's gone. So when we have other things that we know are on the back burner, when we know that we have so many other things to do, I don't want to take us to that point where then we are at that point where we have no money. And there's a reason why I pulled the sinking fund item, because I think that's how we need to start looking at reserving and how to have buckets of money to fund these things so we're not scrambling. Once that money's gone, it's gone. I'm even to the point where I would even like to, let's start off with the original 90. And let's see let's see what we do. And if we need to, then we'll go up to that 150. But let's start off with the 90, move up to that 150 if we have to. As far as I know, there's 379, you know, that's the need. But my issue is that once that money's gone, it's not coming back in. And I think that's really the argument, or at least the thing that drives the manager crazy, at least in when him and I are debating these issues. These are temporary stopgap measures. The real issue that needs to be addressed is how do we address this on an ongoing basis and continue to fund for this so we're not going through this exercise all the time. This is easy. This is, as far as, you know, this is spending extra money for us. So what are we going to do after this money's gone? And because it's so finite, because there's only about $300,000 left in that bucket that takes us back to that 15%, that's why I said, look, let me take this money out altogether. But I'm with you. You know, I appreciate what you're trying to do, which is get us, and what the mayor's trying to do is get us something for the residents, a deliverable for the residents, a life safety issue, right? If you're telling me there's some areas that don't even have any markings, and you know, I think that's really why I'd be open to talking about some of those most critical needs first. You know, and I don't know, again, we're in discussion. I would almost take it back to the 90,000 that we originally proposed, and maybe walk it back up to 150 and see what other projects come up in that March workshop. That's my feedback. So thank you, Mr. Acosta. And again, I've been working with you for several years. The same issues. Your patience and your demeanor and your attention to detail and your patience with us does not go unnoticed. And I want to thank you because you do take the time. You sometimes explain things and take the time to explain it to us again. And I appreciate you for taking that time and working with us and helping us get through that finish line. I think a lot of this work wouldn't be possible without your guidance, so thank you.
Appreciate it, Vice Mayor. I'm here to serve, and whatever you decide, I'm going to work hard to get you to that goal. Thank you.
Got it. Any further discussion on Councilman Rodriguez's amendment? Seeing none, Councilman Dieguez.
The reason why I want to chime in one more time is just to clarify, since I went down to the well a second. Did you make a motion or no? Vice Mayor Corral?
I think we have we're maxed out on motions right now. So I think we have two motions to a main amendment, to a main item.
Is your motion still at 150?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you're making it an amendment to the amendment.
I was proposing 90, but I think, are we maxed out on the motions?
Yeah, I mean.
Because we had a motion of 0 and then a motion of 150.
Well, wait, no, you can have an amendment to the amendment.
I could make an amendment, but I'd like to see what
No,
everyone.
that's not what I mean. What I mean is that if I, like, going back, I thought we were already maxed out, but as I'm thinking about it now, the original motion was to move the item minus the striping, correct?
Yes.
So then you came up with an amendment, and
No,
you're
no,
allowed
no.
to
The
do an
original,
amendment to the
the
amendment.
original motion was to move the item as presented. There was an amendment to strike the item, was to strike the 379, and an amendment to change it to 150.
Who made the original motion?
Tony.
Okay.
I think.
So that's.
No, I made the original motion.
Oh, so that's what I meant. I mean, we have time for one more amendment. I mean, I personally would move, make an amendment to the amendment, you know, to go ahead at the 90,000. I'll explain why. As I mentioned earlier, when I was supporting the main item, I'm very concerned also about the fact that we are going to have to replenish the litigation reserve at some point. And that's on top of all the other discussions that we're going to be having. So I'm just saying that that's why I support the $90,000 number. I think that, you know, that makes sense to start from there. We can always go, you know, and increase it again later if we need to. But I would prefer to take a more cautious approach, knowing again that aside from all the other things that we want to do, and we're going to be discussing March 18th, we have that pending issue that I see, which is that the litigation reserve fund is going to get very low and it's going to need to be replenished. I mean, through the chair to the deputy or the town attorney, if I'm not mistaken, you're going to be asking us at some point to authorize an additional funds on one of the cases, no? That you will be asking us to authorize additional funds on one of the cases or more of the cases, right?
We have on the attorney's report, as far as the Northwest 170th matter is concerned, some additional funds, yes.
Okay, and then we have new litigation as well now, so.
Well, no. What their request is going to be is a transfer from legal reserves over.
But again, that would take, well, jumping ahead for a second, that would bring our legal reserve to what?
Less.
Well.
No, but you just know that we didn't do the executive session in the Pizzi matter, but the report that I'm going to give you is probably going to result in more expenditures. Not today, but just so you know.
Well, that's what I'm just asking us to be cognizant of, and just pump the brakes just a tad. That's all I'm saying. That's why I'm making my amendment to the amendment, which still needs a second.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, Councilman Dieguez, just to clarify.
The amendment to the amendment is instead to reduce the amount for striping to 90,000 from 150.
All right, any further discussion, council, on this one? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So we're going to, Councilmember Dieguez, you made the motion. Who seconded? Okay,
The
perfect.
Vice
We're
Mayor,
going to
Councilwoman Ron.
we're working with that amendment and then moving up.
Yes.
That is my understanding.
Yes, 90,000, 150, and 0. 90,000 first.
Correct. On Councilmember Dieguez's motion,
Clarification.
seconded by Vice Mayor Collazo. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez? Vice
Collazo.
Mayor Collazo?
Yes.
Sorry. Mayor Sid.
No.
So the motion fails. It was a tie. Now
All right,
we're
so
going.
now we're down to 150.
Right, now we're going to the second amendment, which is the motion by Councilmember Rodriguez, seconded by Councilmember Fernandez for 150. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion fails. It was a tie.
Now we're down
Now
to
we're
0.
going to the First Amendment
Got it.
by Vice Mayor Collazo, seconded by Councilmember Dieguez, to remove the road pavement markings, correct? Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 noes and 2 yes. The motion does not pass.
Got it. We're back
So
onto
now
the
we're
item
back
as,
to the main
as not-
motion.
as not amended. All right. There was already a motion and a second for this one originally, correct? All right.
Yes,
So
what
any
I
further
have-
discussion on this ordinance in second reading,
Right.
council?
Yeah, I have to bring it up. We are now back to $379,000 on the table. And if it fails, then the whole budget fails, the whole item fails.
No, and yeah.
We need to find a compromise, guys. There's got to be a way.
I will motion, well,
Let's do 120.
let's do it
then.
at 100.
120. 120 is in the middle.
120 is a good
120 is in the middle.
I'll second 120.
Now, who made the motion? Councilwoman Ruano?
No, I made a motion for 120.
Councilmember Rodriguez made the motion at 120.
And I second it.
And seconded
Look,
by
obviously, and I'm
Councilmember
going to discuss.
Fernandez.
Zero,
Obviously, there's zero's not going to happen. There's
Yeah.
4 of us that already said 0 is not the answer, right? So I think compromise is important. There's only, I don't want to see this item go down the whole ordinance go down, because there are items there that I think it's an injustice. As Councilman Alvarez, who couldn't be here, he has the crosswalk item they're working on for 2 years, all these things. So I hope, as a whole, this is a very good item. So we know it's not going to be zero. That is a guarantee. It won't be zero. So if it's not 120, if this goes down now, this is a perfect opportunity to compromise on something like this. You know what I mean? So I think there's...
And hear me out.
120 is
You
not
can-
meeting in the middle.
You can always.
105 is meeting in the middle.
You can always come back.
That's not bad.
Doing your math.
The reason is that once the money goes out, because the need is so great, it's 379, it's not gonna come back in. But if we start lower, we can always fund it back. We can probably fund it back to a majority of it after March. If after the cul-de-sacs are, if we go through the laundry list, so to speak, if we fund the legal reserve. But once the money goes out, we're not refunding this. So I don't mind looking at a more conservative approach. I agree with the mayor, zero is not an option. But let's take a more conservative approach, and then I don't mind revisiting the budget. This budget has come back to us in 1 year several times. It wouldn't be an anomaly for it to come back again. So
Yeah, but it would delay all the other items.
I think Councilman Moreno said
It would delay the
110.
sidewalks, it would delay the street signs. it would
No,
delay
no,
all
no, no,
that.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying we do budget amendments throughout the year.
Uh-huh.
We can do another budget amendment in a few months if we find out that
You're
in
saying
March,
if we start at
we're gonna
90.
have to come back in March anyway. After March, whatever happens is gonna have to come back again. We're gonna have an opportunity to take a second bite at the apple. No, I know that's a term you enjoy, right? But we take a second bite at the apple. So if it's not enough, and we have some surplus money after we address some of it, we start off with 90, we give an immediate jump on it, and then if we can put another 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, whatever we can put towards this after we have that workshop. And then I think it's just a more prudent approach, because then we'll have a more finite figure and we're not capping ourselves. Maybe there's more money to move to the paving. I'm sorry, not to the paving, to the striping. So that's why I'm more of on, let's start at 90, and then if we need to after the workshop in March, then we can go back up again. And that's why I kind of held my ground on that issue.
I'm hearing 110 might be the consensus number, so.
I was
I
thinking
can
the
do
same.
110, I can do 110. All right, so I amend my motion to 110?
You withdraw your original motion, and you're gonna make
Yeah, that's what I meant.
another motion on
I will second the revised item.
That means we're keeping 200, what's the exact number we're gonna? But it's 269 will go back. Okay, got it, okay. Got it. Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So the motion from Councilmember Rodriguez, seconded by Councilmember Fernandez,
No,
is
Dieguez.
now, Dieguez,
I
that is
seconded the
correct.
110.
That is
Yeah.
correct, it's for 110. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Mayor, point of personal privilege?
Yes.
So that I can explain my vote.
Councilman Fernandez.
We have, and we get caught in this conversation every single council meeting, we have $50-60 million worth of unmet need, and we're trying to rack our brains on how to use the 300 grand that we have, and it doesn't fit. We can cut this, we can cut that, we can spend 90 or 110 or 105 or 115 or 150. We still didn't stripe a third of what needed to get stripped. So that's why I voted against it, and I wanted to put that on the record.
I completely respect that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Fernandez.
Now we need to vote on the main motion.
Yes, the main motion is
as
amended. Is
four
there any
times.
further discussion on this, council? The main motion, the ordinance in second reading. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in second reading, item 11A. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in second reading passes.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I was on to my item on Bitcoin, on cryptocurrency. After we take this item, I am probably going to ask that we take up the committee reports because I think there's 2 committee chairs that are here and they
They're
want to get.
still
So
here.
we'll finish this item real quick. So my item on crypto, Bitcoin came up because what's happening around our nation, right? It's the ecosystem. It's kind of moving to Miami. I think what really excites me is not people moving here, is the homegrown folks, right? Who are here today, right? The folks from Miami, from the 305 that are pushing the ball forward. I think we have an opportunity tonight to be an early adopter, to show that we are a city that is friendly to Bitcoin, to cryptocurrency. I think it helps create that ecosystem. But I wanted to go through some different scenarios here, which are interesting. Erica actually brought up a good point, right? Even about the internet, right? We might not know the finite movement, not everybody, of the internet, but we all use it. We all log in, and even I'll give you guys. And Sylvia mentioned it the other day too. Why one of the real important reasons why to bring it up. It helps create that ecosystem here. Right now, businesses, for example, Papa John's was one of the first businesses in the nation to accept Bitcoin. Now it allows businesses like that, all these businesses that might accept it or transact in it now, if they want to pay the permit fee, if they want to rent a pavilion, if they want to do anything, it gives them that opportunity. It's not, and it helps create that ecosystem long term. We had our first tech company move here to the town last year. Picked up the entire second floor of that building right over there. They're bringing clients from all over the nation. Their clients actually stay in one of these buildings here, so it's pretty cool. But so it really gives us that opportunity to go forward. I know many of my colleagues will probably tonight be like, hey, let's workshop this. Let's look at this. I'm going to give you guys a perfect example. We transact here in the town of Miami Lakes with credit cards. $3 million every single year, just in the town of Miami Lakes. I can tell you this: if I start asking questions up here, I know how it works. I did my research, but if I ask staff right now, and it goes back to even the mini bond funding, they probably got no idea how credit cards get transacted. If I ask any of my colleagues, they probably have no idea how a credit card transaction works. For example, I am positive that my town manager doesn't know who the acquiring bank is for the town of Miami Lakes for our merchant service, right? I am positive that
PayPal.
I don't, huh?
PayPal.
Absolutely not. PayPal's a merchant, just so you know. The acquiring bank. Very few people know that, but the acquiring banks that PayPal uses, that fronts the money to us, is Tice and First Data. First Data and Tice, TSYS, who they use. There's only 7 acquiring banks in the world. But a lot of people don't know the intricacies of that, even though we use these services every single day here in the town of Miami Lakes. And it goes to the same thing. For example, a lot of folks don't even know what a card association is, right? And those are the folks that actually, it's like the Florida bar that governs every single transaction that happens. The same thing with issuing banks. But I wanted to give you guys that example because it's not our manager's duty to know who the acquiring bank is that fronts the town the money every day. But we all know the system works. PayPal works. Everybody works. What is really into an interesting thing for the town of Miami Lakes, because I'm sure if I made a motion tonight and I said, hey, let's go out, let's bid let's look for a third-party provider to accept Bitcoin on our behalf and convert it to U.S. dollar. I am positive most of my colleagues will be like, hey, we got to workshop this. I don't understand it. I wanted to give that example of the credit card transactions. I don't think anybody in this building knows. I know because, I did the research, but I got some good news. My first part of my item that has to do with us accepting Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is a moot point, completely moot point. Our merchant service, PayPal, is going to start accepting cryptocurrency and Bitcoin in the next month, the first quarter of 2021. We are one of 26 million merchants of PayPal in the world. So people who pick up permit fees here in the town of Miami Lakes or any type of fee, we use PayPal. They will be able to utilize that and PayPal will settle that with fiat, with U.S. dollars to the town of Miami Lakes. We'll never hold that. So my first part of the motion is a moot point. Our merchant, and I got to give kudos to Ismael Diaz, who had the foresight years ago to change merchant services here in our community. We used to use somebody else, and I think they charge us 7% a transaction. He changed it and lowered it to 3%, saving the town hundreds of thousands, probably over $100,000. And not only that, picking up PayPal kind of kept us ahead of the curve for those types of services. I don't think too many cities use it. So again, we are going to be the first city in the area to accept Bitcoin and crypto, just because we are a merchant of PayPal. We won't hold the crypto, we won't hold the Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all that. But all we have to know is that it'll be settled with fiat, with U.S. dollars at the end of the day. So that is a great step forward. So really, what my item I want to do today is educate. Right? Alex, Erica, Silvio, what they did today, they really educated us, and I want to see us create. My motion today is going to be to direct staff to have a tab on the town's website, kind of outlining what Bitcoin is, what cryptocurrency is, PayPal's, all PayPal's information, because now we are a merchant of PayPal, so we will be accepting via our merchant services Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. But I think that educational portion is important for our residents. And again, I get it. I don't know all the intricacies of crypto. I don't know the intricacies of Bitcoin, but I gave that example of our merchant service. Nobody knows who our acquiring bank is that deals with a town every single day for $3 million, yet I ended up doing my research and finding out. So congrats. We were going to be the first city, right? Yeah, thanks. I don't think not everybody's as excited of Bitcoin and crypto, but we will be the first city in South Florida to accept Bitcoin and cryptocurrency through our merchant service, which is PayPal. Huge news, and we don't have to do anything because they're doing it for us. And I got to thank Ismael Diaz really for his foresight in going with PayPal and making sure that we're ahead of the curve. So my motion tonight is to simply lay out what PayPal, all the information they have on Bitcoin and crypto, because those are our customers. That's our merchant company, and also information that was shared today by Alex and Erica and Silvio, to put that on a tab in our town website to educate our residents and whoever wants to read about it. So that's just my motion.
I'll second the motion, Mayor, because at the end of the day, the motion really gets to the core of really what we did here today, right? Which is just educate ourselves. And I think I had that opportunity with Silvio when we had our Sunshine meeting. What I was surprised, because I know you're somebody who does a lot of diligent research, what I was surprised when I saw your item and I started doing my research, I was surprised that you weren't aware that PayPal was going to crypto. And when I was doing the research on this issue, I did realize that the motion was moot, because at the end of the day, our merchant services was already in the crypto business, right? I went on and I logged into my PayPal wallet and I could get $500, right, of Bitcoin or Ethereum or any of the other. And with those dollars, I think within the very near future, I can also pay for town services. So it's coming, whether we want it or not, because we're a PayPal merchant, whether we did this motion today or not, it's coming. And it was coming by way of the vendor that we already had in place. Now, what I think is interesting, and I think it speaks more to the point that I keep on hearing, is the blockchain technology, because it's so much more than just the transactional currency part. And I think that's really the part that I'm most interested in. And I think it has a lot to do with because I know so little about it. And that's why someone who seeks to gain more knowledge, just like you, Mary, you're constantly researching and trying to grow intellectually and bring these things forward, I'm interested. But I'm not interested just in a tab on the town's website, because I think that type of passive information sometimes gets overlooked, and it can be easily. I'd really like to have this go back before economic development. I'd like to see Silvio maybe set up some type of public workshop or working with Erica to really educate, because I'm going to tell you one thing. This issue is polarizing. And maybe it's polarizing for the right reasons or for the wrong reasons, but I can tell you there's a lot of people that have an opinion, whether it be good or bad. And sometimes what we need to do, and what we've learned throughout the past few years in this nation's history, is when something's very polarizing like that, what we need to do is maybe understand a little bit more about it. I am not a believer. I'm not in 100%. I just started learning about this. This is relatively new, and that's why I had the opportunity to learn. And I just want to continue to have that opportunity. And I think if we put that out in front of our residents, it's something that they can learn along with us, because you're right, there is an implication. By our merchant vendor going and accepting Bitcoin, we're in the Bitcoin game whether we wanted to or not. Whether this motion existed or not, we're in the Bitcoin game because PayPal is there. So, you know, I'm with educating the public. I'm with, you know, having some type of workshop and having some type of opportunity to continue to move that information forward to our residents. So thank you so much for bringing the item forward.
Got it, thanks. Councilman Fernandez, which is our in-house technology expert.
All right, so I have to begin by thanking FIU, which I think at least two of my colleagues will appreciate. During my master's program at FIU, they extensively covered blockchain and by extension Bitcoin as an emerging technology. And my understanding is that in the program that I was enrolled in, they've now made it a permanent part of the curriculum. And so I think as part of that educating the public, perhaps we can reach out to FIU and get some academic backup as well.
Any further discussion? Councilwoman Verano?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have already stated on the record that I don't know anything about Bitcoin or blockchains or any of those things. I understand that our merchant is now going to be accepting Bitcoin, which is great. So if someone wants to pay us in that currency, they can. However, I don't think that it's a municipal function to promote any kind of currency usage. I don't think that that's something that we should be promoting on our website or promoting in any way, shape, or form. If the residents want to get educated about Bitcoin or about this new type of currency, and it's gonna be a trend, right? It'll reach us when it reaches us. If they want to learn about it, I'm sure that there's plenty of places where they can. I just don't think that it's something that we should be promoting. Heaven forbid something goes wrong, or they use the wrong company, or they're scammed by someone, and then they say, well, I read about it in the Miami Lakes website. Miami Lakes told me to do it. The mayor was promoting it. I feel like there's liability there. And I've mentioned this to the manager on different occasions with different things that we've been promoting. I don't think that it's our place to promote it. I'm all in favor of accepting cryptocurrency through PayPal if that's something that PayPal is going to be doing, and they're going to be moving in that direction. But I do not think that it's a municipal function to encourage any resident to transact in any kind of new kind of currency. I just think that it's murky water, and I don't feel comfortable having anything on our website or anything like that. Just my 2 cents.
Got any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, well, I know Alex, Silvio, and Erica have been sitting here, so if you guys wanted to chime in on anything like that, you're more than happy to, because you guys...
Actually, Mayor, before she makes it up here. Yeah, I think I understand Councilwoman Verano's point, and I think as with anything that we may or may not put on our website, we should stop short of, endorsing a particular product or, a particular thing. At the end of the day, we can educate the public. I think it's something that there is interest in, without necessarily endorsing it, right? So.
Sorry, it would have taken me forever. Actually, I know I spoke earlier, but I would like to add one more comment. As a Miami Lakes resident for 21 years, and not as the speaker that was earlier, I'm an admin at a trading group that there's over 105 of us that we day trade on Wall Street, and we also trade, digital currencies. And, earlier today we were sharing with them that we were here, and one of the, well, actually many questions raised from their end, and one of them was like, why should I pay with Bitcoin to the city, okay, if they believe that actually Bitcoin is an asset? So if it's an asset, why should I pay with Bitcoin, right? Let's say right now, you guys will use PayPal, right? Which that would translate into dollars. So therefore, the city actually will get dollars, not actually Bitcoin. But what if the city will actually held the Bitcoin, right, at the value that whatever it is, paid for? And what if, this is like for you guys to think about it, because earlier you guys were talking about, water storm issues that we're facing, etc. In the past 3 months, Bitcoin has increased in over $30,000 in value, right? Let's assume that JP Morgan, Fidelity, and all of them are right, and Bitcoin does raise in price, ultimately because there's a limited amount of them of $21 million. Let's say in the next 6 months, right, Bitcoin now increases to $100,000. So right now, the city has the capacity, first, of having an asset that will appreciate in value, and now you guys have another $60,000 that those funds can actually divert to other type of infrastructures or issues that the city is facing. So this is just food for thought as to...
It's a great thought, but what if it happens in reverse? Municipalities are stewards of taxpayer dollars. It's not like you're investing your own money.
No, I understand, but
there's a level of protection that we have to
it's
keep
the same
for
as
the
in
money
stock
that we
market.
hold. It's just, I'm answering your question, right? What
No,
if it happens in reverse? That's why we don't invest in the stock market or, different, it's a different concept, right? An individual investor versus a municipality. So I know that that's where the question is gonna go eventually. We're starting off now with receiving currency, but inevitably, right, the question will be at some point, why don't we transact in Bitcoin? Because it seems like, the latest and greatest. But as elected officials, we really have to be very careful what we do with taxpayer dollars. So that's one of the jobs that we have to do up here. And that's why these things don't sound that attractive to us. Maybe as individuals, it's attractive, but sitting up here, it's really not something that we should be toying with when it's uncertain. So that's why I wanted to answer your question, right? It could happen that way, but it could also happen in reverse.
Well, I will have to agree on you on that end, but also, market crashes happen all the time too, and then the economy goes down with it. But at the same time, it's just easy to fear to something that the person is not aware of or doesn't know well about the topic, and it's just easy to just say no because you don't know about it. So I will commend all of you for even bringing this forward or try to, educate our residents. And, I'll leave it here like 3 blocks from here. I gladly meet with our residents. Perhaps we create, some sort of monthly or weekly or whatever it is that we can do to educate our residents. So anyway, just food for thought on that as to generate additional verticals of income for the city. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, and Alex, that's exactly, when the mayor was proposing this, when we had our sunshine meeting, that's really where I saw the item going, was really an educational opportunity to bring people like you, Erica, Silvio, to individuals who were either skeptical, who didn't understand, because it's so new to a lot of people. You guys are immersed in it. To you, it makes sense because maybe you're heavily invested in it. There's other people that, for whatever reason, maybe look at this.
I don't own Bitcoin yet, but yeah.
I'm saying heavily invested, like you believe in the product and maybe you're financially invested as well, but there's other people that don't. So what I saw, the value that I saw, was the educational opportunity, and that's why when the mayor was proposing this as an educational opportunity, I really believe this in front of like an economic development committee to have some type of forum, right? So you can educate the public, whether it was good or bad. It was just putting information out there. I kind of agree with some of my colleagues mentioned it, we're not endorsing, look, go out and buy Bitcoin, but for those people, because of what's happening with the current times, they may have questions, and I found you guys is just such a valuable resource. I'm gonna tell you, every time that I talk to you guys, I end up having more questions because I'm constantly learning. So when the mayor was proposing that type of item, right, for education, for like to host maybe a forum or something, that's where I was going with it, and that's why I seconded it, and I said, well, I could see some value for our residents. As a community, you know, in the very near future, because of our current merchant services, we're going to be in that world anyway, right? So some people may opt to explore or dabble, and that's why I saw that as an educational opportunity. So when the mayor said that, that's where my mind led, and I would love to see you partner with, you know, our Economic Development Committee or some of our other citizen committees or citizen groups that kind of come out and put events, and see if that's something that they're willing to do or willing to put on, or because I do see an appetite, and I do see residents that are interested in it.
Thank you for that. It's like when the electric vehicle came out, nobody believed in the electric vehicle until the electric vehicle was there. So this is the same, you know, concept. It's already here, has been happening for many, many, many years, and I just think that the government slowly needs to start catching up. That's why I, you know, commend Mayor Sid and also Francis Suarez for being such a pioneer on this and seeing the bigger picture, and you know, and highlighting this. So thanks.
Yeah, and just to your point of like protecting the funds of the city, I feel like the current environment that we're in right now, the Federal Reserve is promising to print money. You know, they've depreciated your dollar by 25 to 35% this year already, and that's a promise, right? And so, I mean, that's already seen. It's already statistics that are happening. So I just think that while this may not, it's like, do you guys allocate any portion of the funds to gold? Or
no, we have a very strict, very hyper-conservative investment policy. It's all cash or cash equivalent and CDs. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's super interesting, but it's just like when you think about how maybe things should change, especially considering the facts, you can't ignore them. You can't ignore that the banks are saying we have this.
Do you have any other municipalities that you know that are investing in this?
So I know
using
that
it as an investment or as their common currency?
So for me, I don't really see it as a common currency. I see it more as a store of value. So something like gold that they should.
But do you have municipalities or other government entities that are using this? Because that's the difference, right? That we're not just individuals. So do you have any other municipality that's doing that?
The only person that's actually considering it is Francis Suarez. And so why that makes that interesting is because I think, to Manny's point earlier about attracting a tech hub, right? So you had that person buy out that entire second floor, and now they rent rooms at the hotel across the street all the time. What you're seeing is people who have Bitcoin are people who are generally super intelligent, bought Bitcoin when it was less than $1, right? And now they're ultra wealthy. They're sick of living in their San Franciscos, their New Yorks, and they're coming here. So why not attract those people here while you have the huge opportunity to do so? So while I'm saying, like, I'm not saying buy Bitcoin, even though I think that if you do, you'd be happy with it. I'm more saying that we are in a sinking ship right now with our financial system, and we need to be not so reactionary, right? It needs to be more proactive. And here's a solution that for some reason has blessed us with technology that's available now that wasn't available before, right? The only way that people would run to save their money was always gold. But now we have a technological solution that is backed by Fidelity, that is backed by Goldman Sachs, right? It's like,
no, and I totally understand. Has Francis Suarez started that in the city of Miami, or is
so
it something
I think
that he's
voting on it like this weekend, or
he's voting to invest in it, or to use it as current, or just accept it?
So the discussion that I had with him actually back when we opened the blockchain center was to allocate 1% of the pension funds into Bitcoin. And if he had done that when Bitcoin was $10,000, that would have been interesting, right? Because Bitcoin's now like $47,000. So 1% of pension funds. It never happened, obviously, but that would be interesting. And then you see things too, like, you know, the Miami Dolphins Stadium already has been accepting Bitcoin for probably like 2 or 3 years now. So I mean, I just think that it's an important thing for people to think about personally, but as people who represent like an entire town, it's interesting to see when you see the facts of how our dollar is just losing value. You know, you got to protect your people. So
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for your questions. Any other questions? Cool.
No, thank you, Erica. Thank you for being here with us.
Good evening. My name is Luis Lalinde. I'm a blockchain consultant. So I've been in the eco space for about 3-4 years. I was actually at the opening of the Blockchain Center in Miami. I work with Silvio Pupo. So basically, I want to differentiate, basically make a difference between cryptocurrencies and blockchain. So I agree with what you're saying, that we shouldn't promote cryptocurrency per se, Bitcoin. And I think it's very interesting that maybe the city could create their own cryptocurrency per se, and this cryptocurrency could be used basically to buy out municipal bonds, and the people themselves, the citizens, could invest in use cases for affordable housing and different things. So I think it's very interesting, the use cases, and I was actually speaking with FIU before actually blockchain was actually, and the use cases of it. Per se, we have it, it was first implemented in the fintech industry. It was also being implemented in the supply chain industry. So it's also being implemented in the healthcare industry with tracking of pharmaceuticals, payments. So there's so many use cases where blockchain actually comes into play and could help the cities create smart cities with IoT and different things. So I think that's the importance of blockchain besides cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies, there's over 200 cryptocurrencies. You know, we could pick a certain one and we could talk about it and we could see the value. But if the city itself creates its own cryptocurrency and is backed up by an asset, a city asset per se, maybe, you know, you allocate the value of the market, the housing market. So, you know, the city actually has incentive for its own citizens to invest in this cryptocurrency. So I think it's important to talk about different use cases, but I think you guys need more guidance also on how to properly use it. I've been part of since the start of Government Blockchain Foundation, so we actually focus on governments and how to properly implement use cases without incentivizing the use of one cryptocurrency per se. Like you said, there's that issue that, you know, what if tomorrow the hype is gone and maybe it's just thin air and all the people lose their money and it's backed by tax dollars. So I think that's very interesting and that's very important to bring up to the area. So I thank you for that. That being said, I think Sylvia, you would like to add some things also. We are also, we're talking with the mayor, basically, we're trying to, we want to guide him basically to implement proper solutions in this safeguarding basically, you know, the assets of the citizens and the taxpayers. So thank you for your time. Hopefully we could help you out more and educate you, because that's our purpose, basically educate you guys to make proper decisions. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is our last speaker on this item, and then we'll take a vote, and I know we got some folks waiting for us online.
Okay, so thank you for just talking about this and really just thinking about really the future. Like I mentioned, I'm not a Bitcoin maximalist, or I'm not, you know, I agree, maybe you should not be promoting one currency over another, right? Sure, but I think what is important to talk about is that things are changing, times are changing, we're digitizing, and if there was ever a time to think about structural change with legislation, with laws, with programs and innovation, it's now to talk about these things. So for the agenda item, I still think that, you know, the Government Blockchain Association can be a resource for all public employees and officials. You guys can become members for free. There are lots of resources that are available there. We work very, we have lots of implementation and solutions. Louis had a Raspberry Pi, this $100 machine, right? You can host your own node with this Raspberry Pi. Can you bring that up for a second, Louis? Right, this is $100. One solution, if you mind passing it, just so you can check it out. So, you know, with this, you can host your own node and become part of a validator network of data and systems and information change for all government information. Now, the issue is, just with hospitals, like with municipalities, like when you're searching for people that are out doing illegal activity that get reported and flagged, is that information is not shared and is not exchanged because information is siloed. The information that you have is siloed sometimes with the county information. The information that the Port of Miami has is siloed with the airport information, then with Everglades Airport. What I'm getting at is that there's a big opportunity to think about infrastructure change. And with this node that you're looking at right there, with this, you know, which is $100, right? You can host your own node, and you can have all your records that are public records that are saved sync with all the other states, municipalities' records, with the county's records, with your hospital records, with your medical records, with your taxpayer, even your own digital ID, right? Like your wallet, like, you know, and your ticket systems, whatever the case may be. So we've started what's called the Government Blockchain Business Platform, so that you have one integration. This platform will allow you and different businesses to, as well as residents, to take advantage of things like land titles, like we've mentioned, like your own digital IDs, as have been mentioned, like ways of registering your license plate in your car with your residences, right? So on and so forth in one seamless system. So we can really think about all the silos that have been shared, that have been created over time, and how we can rechange the infrastructure that exists within your city and our municipality and our county and our state, and start having that conversation, because you're already having that conversation now. Say, okay, well, if this is a moot point, right, but we're already having this agenda, what can we do to benefit and shave costs and expenses that don't need to be incurred anymore? And what could you do with those savings, right? Lots of it, as you guys already have ideas. For example, we're talking with the town manager. He says you can't, everything has to be cash or cash equivalents in terms of the strict rules of where you can put your cash. One of our partner organizations, just as an example, that's here in Miami, is a place called Impact Deposits Corp. Impact Deposits Corp in Maryland, your question, Commissioner, prompted this thought. Impact Deposits Corp hosts cash deposits, over $1 billion worth of it, for many municipalities across Florida, many foundations, even places, even Starbucks puts their thing. And what's special about them is that they'll give you a market rate return for your cash, but then you can put it into a donor advised fund, right, a nonprofit fund that creates grants that could go back to train your own officials on getting scholarships for people that do want to opt in and learn more about different options and innovation. So right there, we can just create a new revenue source with a cash equivalent that already fits your current parameters, to start thinking about new ways to be innovative, both from the infrastructure that exists, of the IT, of the backbone of the city, as well as new ways to engage with your citizenry, and ultimately to culminate those ideas and those possibilities that already exist within the community that are just locked out because of information silo, right? So I just lucked out. I was on Twitter one evening because, Louis was saying, hey, for example, man, I know you don't like being on social media, but you need to find out what's happening on Twitter. I had the opportunity to see Mayor Sid's comment. I said, hey, look, I'm going to opt in and sit in to see if we can contribute something. And here we are today, really thinking about how we can add more value. So more than anything, I think that I would encourage you to explore this a little bit further. Me, myself, for example, and Erica, her friends in the whole blockchain community, which has been quite small here for many years, have been doing a lot every single weekend, every single day, often with no pay for many years, just because we know that this is the right thing to do, right? And I'm not going to become rich out of doing this. I probably won't make any money from doing it, hopefully one day, but that's not the point. The point is that it's the right thing for our community, and that's really what I would really would like to convey to you today in your consideration of what's possible now that this conversation is already at the table, okay? Again, Silvio Pupo here at your service. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Silvio. Just on the item, for any further comments? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Mayor, I don't think I have a second. Or if somebody seconded, I missed it.
Second.
You did, Vice Mayor Goyazo?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Got it. One opposed. The motion passes. Silvio, Louis, Alex, Erica, thank you guys. I think this is a good baby step forward, right? Like we said, starting to transact in this, having the conversations, and it starts that ecosystem here. So thank you guys for believing in it so much that you stayed here this entire time. Looking forward to working together, and I appreciate our CFO having the foresight of partnering with a great merchant service like PayPal, who's forward thinking too. So it's a good step forward. So I think we'll be hopefully the first city. Looks like we'll be the first city to do that here locally. So, any claps? No. No. Yeah. All right. Thank you guys. Good job. No, it was more for you guys. I really appreciate you guys pushing it forward and creating that local ecosystem, right? So, it's not only about attracting the folks from around the nations, but creating it here, and you guys are the backbone of that. So thank you again, Alex, Erica, Louis, and Silvio. Thank you, guys. I'm going to take some items out of line here. I'm going to make some committee appointments real quick, and then we're going to go to the Blasting Committee and the Education Advisory Board. Rudy Oredo to the Lake District, Lake Patricia, appointed by me. Sam Budalong to the Lake District, Lake Patricia, Councilman Alvarez. Ruben Arguelles, Lake District, Lake Patricia, Vice Mayor Collazo. Patricia Morales, Lake District, Lake Patricia, Councilmember Jeffrey Rodriguez. Angel de la Fuente, Lake District, Lake Hilda, Councilmember Josh Diegues. Gisela Soberon, Lake District, Lake Hilda, Councilmember Tony Fernandez. Christian Garcia, Lake District, Lake Hilda, Councilmember Marilyn Jurano. And Juan Torres to the Public Safety Committee by Mayor Manny Sid. Is there a motion on the table?
I'll move the appointments.
Second.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are any of these members with us, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I see as a participant, Mr. Johnny Torres, Juan Torres.
Johnny, you with us there virtually?
And Rudy just walked in.
Mr. Torres, you're online?
Yes, I am. How are you guys?
Congratulations. Thank you for serving our community. We really appreciate you jumping in and joining the Public Safety Committee. Our town is great because of people like you who give back, and we really, really appreciate you doing that. Miami Lakes is Miami Lakes because of folks like you, so thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
No problem. Thank you for hanging out with us virtually there most of the night. We appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
All right, Johnny. Have a good
Have
night.
a good night.
Point of
You
order.
too.
So you need to come into town hall soon and get sworn in. Bye.
Oh.
We'll do.
All right, bye. And Rudy, I know Rudy Oredo's here with us too. Congratulations, you are on another committee now, so more work for you. But I do got to give you props because you're the one that started that special taxing district over there. So we really appreciate you being on there. We're moving on to the committee reports. We have the Blasting Advisory Board Chair Martinez.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Yeah, I took them out of order, and I said if nobody had an objection, I was going to take them out of order.
Oh, okay. Then I missed that part because I just wanted to make sure that we're following what I had, which was 13H next. So.
I just wanted to clarify that Chair Lloredo is here. He's going to be presenting the neighborhood improvement that previously would defer to March. He's here with us.
Got it.
Just wanted to make that clear.
Do we need a motion to reopen the order of business?
Yeah,
Hey, if you guys want to, I mean, I took it out of order. It's more ceremony than anything else. So.
Ceremony or not, there's a reason for process, and so I'm going to prefer to go ahead and second the motion.
The parliamentarian, you got to follow the parliamentarian, bro.
All in favor for reopening the agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. But see, now we have a conundrum. I took the appointments out of order too, because we were supposed to take some of the new business items. So what happens now?
All I'm saying is moving forward, let's stick within the parameters of what we're supposed to. It doesn't obviously kill the actions that we took. We still moved it, we seconded it, we voted on it.
We'll do it. But I did ask for the record. I did say, hey, if anybody has any objections,
I apologize.
please
I did
let me
not
know.
hear you.
Got it. No problem. So we're going to move it up. We're moving the committee reports up, and we moved up the appointments as well. Is there a motion on the table for that?
I'll move it.
Second.
Seeing all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. The order of business is now closed. Chair Martinez.
Thank you. Almost forgot what I was here for. Miguel Martinez, 17670 Northwest 78th Avenue. Obviously, we're here to have a few items from the Blasting Advisory Board. The first thing is to have your approval for the date of a town hall meeting where we could present to educate and inform the public of the findings of how the energy transmission works and the damages that occur to our structures. We've been given or recommended February 25th at 7 p.m. So with your consent, we'd like to have that date available. The next thing is to have the trip to Tallahassee. We're waiting on our state rep, Fabricio, to testify in committee. As mentioned before, it will be virtual and in person. That date it hasn't been placed on the agenda yet, so we don't know when the date will be. The final item is the recommendations that the blasting board, we would like for you guys to help lobby in Tallahassee, more than anything, to push for the bill that State Rep Fabricio has proposed. We feel that it's very specific in allowing to coexist with the mining industry. It does not take away or destroy the industry, but allows us to coexist. It levels the playing field, as you were. The recommendations are based on the past advisory board recommendations. They've been edited to bring up to date. It includes the Senator Manny Diaz's Rock Mining Task Force, and again, the bill from Rep. Fabricio. So the recommendations are as follows. Excuse me. The blast monitoring should be done by no less than 7 seismographic monitoring stations arranged in a nonlinear array to properly characterize the wave intensity properties. The station should be monitored by an independent entity, and it's outlined by the regional authority, as defined below. The raw data and resultant interpretation from the monitoring station shall be made public and posted in an easily accessible manner. All sites should be standardized. The locations of the certain monitoring stations, no less than 3, but no more than 4, shall not be made known to the public. These, having the ability to do this, we create control sites. So with 7 units, as the interpolation of each data being received, we can create a radius, and where the intersection of the radius is, we can confirm the location of the blast. Having the control sites, it assures that we don't have any funny business, as it were. The blast intensity, number 2, peak particle velocity should be reduced to no greater than 0.15 inches per second. This coincides with the State Representative Fabricio's bill. It is found that 0.15, at that limit, at that threshold, there should not be any new damages occurring from the blast. This allows the mining industry to continue, and in fact, they've been blasting recently on average at a 0.1. So in reality, there is no reason for them to negate this matter, or this number, as they're in compliance with that as we speak. The Blast Monitoring Authority should be transferred from the Fire Marshal's office to an entity or authority located in each of the 6 regions of the state, a regional authority, as it were, as specified in the RESPEC study. In the RESPEC study, if you recall, they identify 6 significant areas of the state, and it's based on the difference in strata. The state has these different makeup of different earth, if you will, and each earth type, the propagation of the energy wave differs throughout each one. So it makes no sense to have a unified law across the state to govern over this if each individual area varies. So each of these regions have a different substratum, and blast wave will propagate differently through each region, as I just explained, and affect the homeowners, business, and governmental structures differently. Each regional authority will be responsible for monitoring of the wave intensity and set standards as to how the regional wave is affecting the building. Understand that because each region is independent, we need to have a specific agency monitoring per region. You cannot have a statewide agency doing all of it. It is different. It's not fair to the people in the Panhandle to be regulated the same as us, and vice versa. So blast damage may not be readily apparent at the time of the blast, and therefore it's committee's recommendation that Section 55240 of the Florida statutes and Section 55242 of the Florida statutes be repealed in their entirety. This coincides exactly as State Rep. Fabricio's proposed bill. It allows the protections of the miners to be lifted in that of how it's regulated, of any claim against the mining and damage that we can sustain. Companies that carry out blasting operations must be required to carry proper liability insurance coverage and provide proof of bond that would be posted on an annual basis to each of the 6 regional authorities to cover incidental damage to area structures caused by their blasting operations. The committee recommends a bond or letter of credit requirement of no less than $100,000 in addition to the proper liability insurance coverage. This is to make sure that it's an outside body that they are funding, that if any claim that needs to be made can be made to this insurance body of theirs. So each regional authority will use independent adjusters to determine alleged damages from blasting operations. This is critical. each region of the state, region as in from Dade to Broward to West Palm to Orlando and all the other areas, the houses and structures are built differently. Up north, they depend more on wood structures. Down here, obviously masonry, and or a combination of each. The truth of the matter is, any wood structures takes flexure and allows the absorption of the energy wave and doesn't affect as much as a rigid structure, a reinforced masonry, what we have here. So the damages we're sustaining, it won't be seen up north. So again, it makes no sense to have a blanket statement on it. This must be carved out on each region. So each regional authority will use independent adjusters to determine the alleged damages from the blasting damage, as we explained before. So, and number 7, a specific surcharge determined for each of the 6 specific regional authorities be placed per ton aggregate removed. That would be used in each regional authority to assist in the repairing the incidental damages, as percentage costs are based on specific area for costs of construction attributed to blasting operations. Previously, Miami-Dade County had a surcharge per ton. And it was assigned an account to protect the aquifer. So any damages that were to happen to the aquifer, there was money set aside to be able to repair it. In that same light, we should do something to repair to correct our homes, any damage that we could have. And again, that is specific per area. So that concludes it.
Got it. I'll make a motion to accept the report.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
If I may, Mayor, I wanted to add, I have 2 items on the agenda today, a little further up. One is to adopt the recommendations of the Blasting Advisory Board, and another one is a resolution in support of House Bill 143, which is Tom Fabricio's bill in conjunction with Rizzo. So I don't know if we should, now that we're talking about that, if to expedite it, if we should just vote on those now? Can we do that?
Yeah, we open up the order of business. Either if Councilman Dieguez doesn't have any objections, we could just move it up, or we got to do it officially.
I'll make a motion to reopen the order of business to include those 2 items.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So I'm going to make a motion to move up item 13G and 13C.
And I'll second Councilwoman Morano on both of her items.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Councilwoman Hirano, 13C.
Thank you so much. To be very brief, the recommendations I think are wonderful. Thank you and the committee members for all of the hard work that you've put into both last year and this year and putting all of that together. I think that we should, as a council, support those recommendations moving forward. That is my motion.
Second, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Next one, Councilwoman Hirano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Resolution in support of House Bill number 143. It's very short resolution. Everyone has it in their agenda, so my motion is to adopt that resolution.
Is there a second? Second?
I second both of the items. Yes.
Yes, the Vice Mayor seconded. I do have an amendment, a friendly amendment I want to put. I want to amend this to direct the town manager to have Southern Strategies and Sun City work on this legislation specifically. That was a request made to me by State Representative Tom Fabricio. He said he needed help, and I think our legislative team in Tallahassee should be doing that. So if it's a friendly amendment, I'd like to offer that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second the friendly amendment.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the friendly amendment?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're back on to the main motion as
Mr.
amended.
Mayor,
Yes.
if the councilwoman would be open to it, I would like to co-sponsor.
Absolutely, Councilmember Fernandez.
Got
Thank
it. Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. All those
I'll
in favor?
jump in.
Aye.
I'll jump in as a co-sponsor too.
Got it.
That,
Why,
yes.
why don't we all
Ashley,
show
yes, can
show
you add the
solidarity?
entire council?
Everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yes. That would be faster.
fine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you for our hard work. Now you have 2 members of the Blasting Advisory Board here. You guys were here since early on, so really appreciate you guys and your dedication. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Ray. We're on-
hooray. Good job, guys.
Oh, Rudy Blanco. Oh, okay. We're on. All right, so we're Education Advisory Board, and the chair Pineda has to wake up early, so he wakes up early every day, and he's here hanging with us. So, thank you, Chairman. And
Mario Pinera, 8825 Northwest 151st Terrace. We met last meeting with the principals of the 6 schools within the town, actually the 6 Miami-Dade County schools, and we had allocated $100,000 to the 6 schools. You have the breakdown of each school. Each school principal met with us and met with their needs that they needed. As you can see, most of them are physical structures, furniture, laptops. Miami Lakes Middle is asking to upgrade their auditorium sound system. Bob Graham is asking for furniture for the media center. I'm sorry, Barbara Goldman. Bob Graham is asking for new desktops for their computer lab. They haven't been updated within the last couple years. Miami Lakes K-8 needs also laptops for their carts and tablets. Hialeah Miami Lakes is looking for computers or items to enhance their new digital media center. And Miami Lakes Educational Center is looking to upgrade their fitness equipment in the gym. We decided to just allocate $100,000 to this year, and the $200,000 that are left will be reevaluated for 2021 and 2022. As far as that, we also needed to move and reallocate the $6,400 that we originally gave the Miami Lakes Middle School for vocabulary classes to be allocated from the vocabulary classes from extra period supplement to hourly tutoring. They request this because they need tutoring for FCAD and testing that is much needed now with the COVID. So they ask us to relocate that money. Other than that, that's about it. Any questions?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just make a motion to accept your report.
I'll second.
Any discussion on the chair's report? Yes, Councilwoman Ron.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Pineda. Last month, we were addressed by Mr. Abad regarding the funding for the schools, and I put my thoughts on the record. I will continue to put them on the record. I had some discussions with the legal department regarding the $300,000 that we have from the development agreement, and I insist that this is not the intention of the funds. I don't think that this is what the funding was intended for. It was intended to make improvements to schools of impact. I think that piecemealing it this way is definitely not what was intended. I don't love the idea of just asking the schools what they need and giving this money away. To me, it just seems like a giveaway. I made it very clear last month. I don't know if any of your members were watching the meeting, but I made it very clear last month I was part of the group that secured the money initially, the $300,000, the group that lobbied for it. And this was definitely not the spirit of what this money was supposed to be used for. I think that we should hang on to it and find a project that's more impactful. We don't know what schools may need in the future. We don't know what may be coming down the pipeline. Children aren't really in school as much right now. So I said it last month, I'll reiterate it again. The money's not burning a hole in our pocket. The money has been sitting there waiting for it to be properly used, and to me, this is not the proper use of the funds. So I want to put my opinion back on the record. Lorenzo and Raul did some digging for us, and they gave us some of the original paperwork from the development agreement, and some just so that you can see what the language was. It was meant to mitigate the impact of the development, and I just don't feel that this is no disrespect to the committee members or to the work that you guys have put into it. I just don't think that this is in the spirit of what the monies were intended to be used for. So I think that we should find a better use for it. If not, every year we're just going to be giving away monies at random for various projects that may not be as impactful, right? As one particular project, we heard that the middle school floods I didn't know that the middle school flooded. I didn't know that their auditorium had flooded. Maybe a project of that magnitude would be more appropriate for funding like this. I don't love this. The way that we're distributing this money is just something that doesn't bode well with me. So I don't know if anybody else has had a chance to read through the agreements and read through the language. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to sit with the legal department and analyze what it is that the funding can be used for.
If I
I'm
may.
so sorry to interrupt. Mayor, I think you need to extend.
I'll make a motion to extend to 1 o'clock in the morning.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
If I may, we did get the new, actually just before we got to the meeting today, I got the new revised, I guess, ordinance or whatever you may call it. But if I may, some of these schools requested some items that are absolutely needed at the time. For instance, Miami Lakes Middle can't really use their auditorium. Their sound system is obsolete. So we asked them what they needed to get that auditorium to be used now. And their request was to upgrade the sound system in order for them to use it immediately.
Right, and I understand that, but the monies were originally intended to mitigate the impact of more children coming into, it's not meant for us to kind of put a Band-Aid on things that the school board hasn't managed to fund. That's what the EAB has done in the past, right? Because we recently helped with the sound system at Barbara Goldman. So the EAB has helped with some funding with that respect in other areas. But these particular funds were meant to mitigate the impact of overcrowding, the impact of more children, not just things that the school board should be paying for on their own. And I don't know if that makes sense to you. I don't know if I'm getting my point across.
The impact the Satori had on the local schools, it's not at this time, it's not an impact that you will notice within the schools.
Correct.
So the closest two schools are Barbara Goldman and Bob Graham, and they have not been affected tremendously, I would say, with what
I agree with you.
with the Satori population. We did decide to allocate $200,000 to the next coming up years to see the needs of the schools they may need, but as of now, no school has been impacted severely with Satori.
I agree 100%, and that's why I expressed to my colleagues that I didn't feel the need to spend this money now. I understand that the money is sitting there and that, you know, it might seem like something that's important to do, but the reality is that we don't know if there might be a bigger project that's worth funding in the future, rather doing these little things. Again, I spoke to legal about it today. We went through the language. The language specifically says improvements. It doesn't talk about, you know, computers or sound systems. You know, it talks about structural improvements, or at least that's how I interpret it, because that's what it was intended originally. So I disagree with the use of the funds. I just wanted to put it on the record again, and I appreciate the work that you guys have done and reaching out to all of the administrators. But just giving away $100,000 every year, which is the game plan, it doesn't make sense to me. It's really just giving money away, and I don't feel that that's.
We also met with the Miami-Dade Public Schools liaisons to the schools, and she advised us that any structural project that we would do with any of the Miami-Dade Public Schools would take tremendous red tape for us to get it done.
It does, absolutely.
So it would be something.
But what's the hurry? Like, what is the EAB's hurry to use these funds?
From what we met with the principals, there's certain needs that each school has that.
Always.
Correct.
You can meet with them every single year, and there will always be needs. But public schools are funded through our tax dollars. So there is a funding mechanism already in place. You'll never sit with an administrator and say, I have some money to give you, and they're never going to say, I don't need it.
In that sense, Bob Graham doesn't get a lot of funding because it's not a Title I school. So they're always looking for money, you know, to improve any needs that they have. So, I understand your point of view, that it's not burning, you know, a hole in our pocket, but the money has been sitting there for some time. you know, we did meet with the principals, and their needs could be met with allocating these $100,000 just this year.
Okay, I understand. I just wanted to put my opinion back on the record. I don't know the development agreement, if this is what the development agreement intended, if this is in violation of the development agreement, I don't know. To me, it's not the purpose or the spirit. So I just want to put it on the record so that my colleagues make their decisions, knowing what the intention was originally, both by the landowner and by the Education Advisory Board and the town. This was not the intent for these funds, but that's just my 2 cents. I won't be voting in favor of it. And thank you, Mario. It's nothing personal. It's just, it's just how I feel.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Council, Vice Mayor.
You know, when the issue was brought forward, let me go back. And I know Claudia Lucis brought it up in her public comments. I remember being the chair, being in the audience, and really, you know, at that time, seeing two advocates, you know, Marilyn and Claudia, you know, and now you're a councilwoman, but really pounding and really advocating on this issue. So, and I still see you passionate. I still see that same person. I still see that same passion. And when you dig your position in, what I also see is that, you know, it means a lot to you. But I also hear the fact that things have changed significantly, and what we thought was going to be an impact is no longer an impact. So, you know, and I also hear the term burning a hole, right? Burning a hole in the pocket. I don't see it so much as burning a hole, as just, then what's the purpose of it? You know, what is the money? What's the intent? If this is not the intent, then what is the intent? You know, what is the proper channel, or how should we go? Because if we don't give a clear path, what's going to happen is, what's happened for the past X years is that it's just going to sit there. No, yeah, that's why.
I mean, right, I'd rather have an open dialogue. The reality is that it's been sitting in our bank account for this long because the impact of Satori was waiting to happen, right? So it seems like the money's been there forever, when in reality it hasn't. There's still homes at Satori that haven't been sold. So it's not like we've been sitting on it. We were waiting for the exercise to end. The impact that we expected never arrived. But that does not mean that the proper use of this money is to just tell each school, I'll give you 10 grand, I'll give you 20 grand, I'll give you 30 grand. That might not be the best use of the money. If the original intent of the development agreement cannot be fulfilled at this purpose, or the impact that we expected didn't arrive, is this really the best use of $300,000? Or would it be better put to use finding a real project that would significantly impact versus you buy 12 computers this year, and next year they're obsolete. That's the reality. Because when I was on the PTA, I funded computers for Bob Graham 3 times. We funded smart boards. Every 2 or 3 years, everything is obsolete. To me, a more tangible, more, you know, capital-like improvement was the intent of this money. Just giving it away, or just, you know, kind of, you know, I'm going to give you 100 grand this year, I'm going to give you 100 grand. That was not the intent of this agreement. That was not what this money was supposed to be used for. It wasn't supposed to be given to every single school. That just wasn't the original intent. And so if we're going to deviate from the original intent, which I think at this point we have to, right? Because the impact that we were expecting to maybe have to redo a cafeteria, to maybe have to create an outdoor courtyard into an eating area because the children didn't fit in the cafeteria. Because those were the things that we were facing in Bob Graham. When this development agreement was created, the new building at Bob Graham didn't exist. That was something else that we lobbied for. And that came into the picture in between the development agreement and the development itself. So in that middle time, we were able to get that building in there, which alleviated the overcrowding significantly. Bob Graham was at 147% capacity, and we were looking at this development coming online, and it was a nightmare waiting to happen. So we were looking to mitigate the impact of another 100 students or of another 60 students. How would we do that? That was what the money was intended for, not to be distributed kind of at random to all these schools, just, you know, I'll give you speakers, I'll give you curtains, I'll give you computers. That's not the spirit of this money. It wasn't the spirit when we put it together. I'm sure the developer didn't intend on this either. It wasn't a holiday gift. It wasn't a shopping spree. It was intended to make an impact in one school that was faced with a specific need because of overcrowding. Now that we have to deviate, I agree that the impact is not here, but I disagree with this being the way for us to spend this money. There has to be a better way for us to spend this money. We don't know if there's a school that might need a new auditorium or might need new flooring because something flooded, versus just, little bits and pieces. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth because I worked very hard to secure these funds many, many years ago. And everybody that worked with me, all the parents that worked with me that really, really put our heart and soul into this, did not have, a Christmas list as the intention, or to have the EAB give away money like, okay, come and meet with me and tell me what you need. That was not the intent. So I want to make it very clear, because you were the only one that was here at that time. Vice Mayor was the only one that was here at that time. No one else was here sitting on the council. No one participated in any of this. You participated in some of the meetings with us. Right, but so the new council members don't understand what the spirit of this item is, and that's why I'm super passionate about it, because this is not at all. If I was to go back in time and I was to think that this is what the money was going to be used for, I wouldn't have fought 1 minute for this money, because this doesn't really make an impact, at least not the way that I see it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Morano. I see Councilman Fernandez.
All right, so this is kind of where I'm at in my head, right? And I think I'm somewhat along the lines of the Vice Mayor. If not for this, then what, right? Because at this point, I mean, I can tell you $300,000 for a renovation in a Miami-Dade County public school is the renovation of a unisex bathroom. Of a unisex bathroom. That's what the yield of $300,000 in a capital improvement in a Miami-Dade County public school is, right? That doesn't make an impact. We're not going to build any structure that doesn't already exist. It's not enough money to do that. Some of the scenarios that we talked about, the school board, the auditorium floor flooding. I think to the councilwoman's point, that's a maintenance issue that the school board gets funded for, and they should take care of their own maintenance. So I understand that perspective, but then I come back to, well, if not for that, then what, right? At what point, do we find a use for this money? And I thinking along the lines of, where, at the end of the day, the professionals that, in my opinion, the professionals that can make the best decision about where money goes in the school are the administrators, are the principals. That's what their job is. And if those are the recommendations that the principals have asked for, their expertise, regarding their needs is what I'm going to favor, unless there's some other thing I'm missing in the puzzle. I don't see why, if there are needs in our schools that can be met with this money, and we don't have some project or something that that we know, it's not a magic unicorn in the future. It's something specific that we know we want to hold out for. Then why are we holding on to the money? So that's kind of where I'm stuck.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Got it, and I'll say some comments after you speak, Councilman Diego.
Thank you. I actually have more of a question through the chair to the attorneys who seem a bit preoccupied at the moment. Raul Lorenzo. Hold on. Councilman Rodriguez is asking them a question off the record.
You've been preempted.
So once again, through the chair to the town attorneys.
Sorry, guys.
Can somebody explain to me what your legal opinion is as to the proposed expenditures?
All right. It's a little convoluted. Do you guys have the memo that we circulated?
Yes.
You've got to look at the development agreement. And I'm going to read the paragraph and stress a couple of the words that I think are important. Contribution. The declaration of restrictions previously required a voluntary contribution of $300,000 toward the improvement of schools, toward the improvement of schools. That's one use of the word improvement. To serve the property, in addition to meeting the educational facilities, concurrency, and impact for fee requirements. Improvement of the schools to serve the property. They're talking about the schools that serve that property. At the time, that's what they were talking about. That's not necessarily apt right now because I think one of the schools has changed from what I understand. Owner and town agree that the voluntary contribution of $300,000 shall be contributed to the town's general fund for educational purposes, which shall be spent for improvements to impacted schools in the town of Miami Lakes as directed by the town council to offset the future impact of the development provided herein. The first time they use the word improvement, I think it's just betterment of the school. You know, to get a better educational experience, however you want to phrase it. But the second time they use improvements, that I think it goes more to the facility of the schools and things like that. I think it includes auditorium. I think it includes a unisex bathroom. You know, I think it includes those types of things, but I also think it's a little bit more broad. But I don't think it could be used, you know, for a teacher service aid or something like that. I don't think that's what they're talking about here. So then, when I look at the list, or the ask, first of all, and Lorenzo's right, part of it has to be that it's, right, part of there's also a reference, where is it? Isn't there a reference for purposes specifically serving the children of the town?
In the motion that was passed by Michael.
Right. So when you look at what they're asking for, I really believe, you know, I would really have a concern about spending money on Hialeah Miami Lakes Senior High School. That concerns me. It's not even within the town's borders.
So just to make sure to kind of distill everything that you've just gone through, basically what I'm understanding is, and based on what you just brought up, you're saying basically the East Side schools would be ineligible because they don't serve the property, which would be around 87th Avenue, you know, the Lennar area.
Not necessarily, but you have to look at it originally, and you know, to serve. The development of restrictions previously required a voluntary contribution of $300,000 to the improvement of schools to serve the property.
If I might interject, there's really only one school that doesn't serve the property, because all of the
Right.
other schools are schools of choice.
Right.
So you can have children from Satori going to Goldman or to Miami Lakes Educational or to HML
Right.
or to Miami Lakes Middle. It's really, I think,
I
only
have a
Miami
pro-
Lakes K-8
I'll
that
be
would-
honest with you.
And if I may, the feeder pattern for that area is actually HML.
is
now.
HML, right. The feeder
Right.
pattern has changed to HML.
I understand that, but I have a fundamental concern about taking these dollars and putting them in a school outside of the town's boundaries. That's a fundamental concern to me. It's your decision in the end, and it's always your decision. But that is a concern to me.
What about the expenditures on computers and laptops based
Now
on
let's
the improvement
go to
language that you
those.
were talking about?
Let's go to those. Is there any way to fix this? All right. All right. When we see things like, for example, the Barbara Goldman furniture for the media center, I can see that. I can see that. The new desktops, those aren't movable. You know, desktops aren't supposed to be moved around and anything like that. I could see those. The upgrade to the auditorium, I could see that. The new laptops, I have a problem with those. Those are too portable for me. It just doesn't seem like it's an improvement to the school itself. I don't know what's meant for computers or items to enhance digital media,
They have a digital media center that they just,
and that's for HML.
yeah.
And that's for HML. The fitness equipment in the gym, is that an educational purpose? I mean, it's obviously an improvement to the property if we're talking, you know. I mean, if it's dumbbells and things like that, that's one thing, but if we're talking, you know, what are those gym machines or whatever, multifunction machines, I might be able to see that. But, you know, if it's just dumbbells and things like that, you have to decide on whether that's an educational purpose. I don't know that it necessarily is, unless you're conducting a class on how to teach kids to teach working out. I don't know.
Do you and the chair want a sidebar for while we move on to some other items and go through this list? And because I know it's getting late and we still have a lot more items to go through. I don't know if.
Sure.
By the way, this money sat in an account for how long? Did it incur any interest?
It's in our general fund, no?
By the way, you know that if we would have, here's where we're slipping. If we would have used the $300,000 in 2011 and bought Bitcoin, it would be worth $13 billion today.
$13.7 billion.
$13.7 billion today. We would have solved all of the problems now and for 20 generations down the line. Just putting it on the record. $13 billion. We got zero interest from $300,000. We could have been at $13 billion. Just want to put that on the record.
All right, I can certainly talk to the gentleman if that's what you prefer.
Do you guys want to do that?
I'll
just
step outside and
because
talk to him, and then you guys move on to the next item.
Is that okay, council?
I think, I think the item's either gonna move forward or it's not. It doesn't really matter, like, even if we piecemeal this, it's either gonna be approved or not. I don't really think that going through item by item.
No, I think it matters in the sense that some of these items, they're saying they can't do it. I'm in favor of promoting and giving this money to the schools for things that they can use, as long as it's not a violation of the agreement. And if the attorneys are saying that they're concerned that some of these items may be a violation to the agreement, then that's why I have some concerns, right? I don't want to get sued for violating the agreement. Although I think it's very unlikely, by the way, in my opinion, that something would happen. But
and the other point that I think Councilwoman Morano brought up that I was interested in getting legal's opinion on is that Satori is not fully developed. So the full impact, whatever that may be, is it premature to spend that money if the full impact or the impact of that community isn't necessarily there, right? So every home is not filled. We still don't know, because the distribution of this money was based on who are the residents that are there now and how they've trickled out, right? But if the community isn't full, and I don't know, does anybody know what the occupancy is of Satori right now?
It's full enough that the developer already handed over the HOA, I believe, from when I talked to the HOA, handed over the HOA to the residents.
Yeah, but do we know how many homes are occupied?
Are we obligated in any way in the agreement to wait for the development to be finished, or that's not written anywhere?
No.
So the only reason that to me it's important is if, let's say you only needed 51% of the development to be full to hand over the turn over the project, right? Once you get to 100% occupancy, that distribution can look dynamically different. So it could alter that formula that you use, the basis for the distribution of the money. And I think that's why I have a little bit of trepidation, because you're basically distributing the money based on what the impact is right now, whether it's filled or not, we don't know, or what that distribution is going to look like. So I got the legal answer, which I was concerned about, which is, do we have to wait till the development is full? But that was my concern, because the distribution would then be impacted.
I had a question for Mario. Mario, what prompted the discussion of this item on your advisory board?
Well, we knew that the money had been there for a while, and then we always meet with the principals, and their needs. They always ask for needs. The first time we met with them, I'm not sure when, we didn't give them a budget, and let's just say their requests were astronomical. So we gave them a budget this time, and that's how they came with the request. But we always meet with the principals, and there's always a need for improvement. So that's
right,
what.
But there wasn't anything that prompted you to discuss this item. It wasn't.
It was, well, as I got onto the EAB, it was already in discussion.
It was already in discussion.
Correct.
So do we move forward and just let the attorney work with, I mean, do we pass it and let the attorney just work with the AB on what he believes it's, what were you saying, Councilman Rodriguez?
My suggestion would be to have them come up, to have legal come up with parameters as to what can be used, and then take it back to the principals. Some of these items may fall within those parameters, some of them may not. And then that way we decide, you know, what it can or can't be used for. So if we wanted to vote on the allocation or the mechanics of it, but I think we already did that, right? We already voted on, this is how this is the budget that we're proposing to the schools. What we're voting on now is the actual specific items, but we're being told that some of these items don't comply. So I think we need to go back and adjust.
If I may, can we, if it does pass, can we discuss the ones that have an issue for, say, the tablets, HML, and Miami Lakes Education Center, but if it does pass, go ahead and approve Barbara Goldman, Bob Graham, and Miami Lakes Middle? Only ask because Miami Lakes Middle is urging to get that auditorium going.
What numbers are those?
That would be 1, 2, and 3.
If the attorney thinks that those items are not in violation of the agreement, I would have no problem
in
approving
violation,
them.
yeah.
You said 1, 2, and 3, right?
Correct. And then we discuss 4, 5, and 6. We get back to the principals if it's an issue, and then.
Legally, I don't have a problem with 1, 2, and 3, for what it's worth.
Wait, 2 is new desktops. What's the difference between 2 and 4?
Desktops are not movable. The other ones are on a let's say on a cart, and they get distributed through the classes on a cart. Let's say it's a media cart.
But when they say desktops, they're talking about computer desktops.
Correct. It's for the computer labs.
Man, honestly, I don't see how we're gonna get sued for violation of an agreement because we gave desktops versus laptops. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's just my opinion.
Well, to me, look, to me, the desktops stay on the desk. It's something that's there. It's an improvement to the school. The laptops, you walk around with them, you walk in and out with them.
But they're in the
That's the only
school.
distinction I see between the two.
But they're in the school.
Yeah, I think it goes to the core of what Councilwoman Morano is arguing, that it's an improvement to the physical plant. And I think that's where Raul is trying to draw the distinction, that it's really even a stretch to consider a computer an improvement to the physical plant. But
I would be more inclined to say that 2 is also a violation. If you're going to say that a laptop is a violation than a desktop, because you're not going to tell me you're going to bolt the desktop down to
I understand you, and I could see an argument with someone saying that the desktop is not, but I feel more comfortable with it. I'm telling you that it's close on the desktop. Look, they stay. It's a betterment for the school, you know, that whole thing, but
it seems like the issue here really revolves around the physical plant improvement, right? That the opinions of the attorney are that the intention of this agreement, I think it goes back to what you've always been saying, Councilwoman Morano, that it needs to be some type of physical plant improvement that advances the educational purposes. So, you know, hearing their feedback, hearing what the attorneys, I say you guys have to work together to get to that point. And as it is right now, he's kind of stretching it by saying, hey, look, I'm considering a desktop a physical plant improvement, but it's not really a physical plant improvement. But then back to Councilman Fernandez, I don't know what you can buy in a public school as way of a physical plant improvement.
Well, I mean, they've got stuff on here, you know, the upgrade to the sound system.
I got an idea, man.
There's things that they can do.
I got an idea. Why don't we reach out to the Duns and ask them for a waiver of this issue?
I think
they're going to sue us over $10,000 laptops that we gave to a school?
No. I don't. I will
Lenore
certainly. I don't mind
paid the
reaching out.
$300,000.
I'm sorry?
To them.
That Lenore paid the $300,000.
Okay.
Look,
So
but-
reach out to
but
Lenore.
No, hold on. But the development agreement, the Duns still own part of it, part of the land. And they signed they signed the development agreement, then I would imagine they assigned
Well-
it. But I still think they have an interest, because my understanding is they still own the land east of 87th, where the lake is, where the trees are, the hammock.
I'm inclined to move to defer this to the next meeting so that the chair can have an opportunity to speak with legal. Because the other complication that I'm running into now is not only splitting the hairs with respect to what's a laptop and a desktop, whether it's an improvement or not, but also if the furniture is okay, why isn't the fitness equipment? They have similar traits, in my opinion. They stay in a particular room. People do use them. They sit in them in the case of the furniture, or they use them to hold books, whatever the case is. And the other one, they work out. I'm just saying that I would like to figure out what our legal department feels is an appropriate definition for improvement, for the committee to then come back with a recommendation that fits with that. I want to move this forward as much as you do. I just think that there's some questions here that we're not going to figure out tonight. So I would move to defer the item to the March meeting.
Look, if you wanted me to feel comfortable with it, it's got to be attached to the real estate, to be honest with you. If you wanted me to really feel comfortable with it 100%.
That was the intention.
I would tell
That
you
was the
that it's
intended
got to be
purpose.
attached to the real estate. If it's going to be furniture, it's got to be fixtures. For example, the dais, you can consider it furniture, but it's also a fixture. I mean, you got to break the floor, you got to do things to move it out of there. And I think the lawyers here at least know what a fixture is. I would feel comfortable with that. Now, would I feel comfortable necessarily with this desk? That becomes a problem.
Yeah, that's where you get into the shake test, right? If you pick the facility up and shake it, if it falls off, it's not part of the real property, right? It's no.
Well, either way, again, I'm moving to defer it just because I think, if anything, gives them more time to go back to the principals and say, hey, do you have anything with respect to the physical condition of the property that needs help? I agree that the auditorium upgrade actually does seem like more like a fixture, right? It's like a light. Yeah. So that one, I think, if we're going to move any of them tonight, I think that would be one that makes sense. It seems to fit within the definition that the town attorney is proposing for improvement, and it comes closer to because it comes closer to what we think of as fixtures in the law. So I mean, I have a motion, but I'm open to even an amendment or whatever as far as to advance at least the middle school one.
Got it. There's no second, so the motion fails. Any further discussion? I've seen none. I guess we'll take a motion on accepting the chair's report. We'll make a...
I'll make a
we'll
motion.
vote.
Make a motion for you to go speak to the attorney to figure this out, because I'm not gonna leave here without having an answer.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So they're gonna sidebar, Councilman Rodriguez? That's...
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes, Mayor. And
Okay,
we can move
we're
on.
moving on to the next item. We're done with committee report. Oh, we have another committee report. We have neighborhood improvement, Chair Lloredo. The meeting's gone for so long that he actually had a chance to show up, so.
Sure did, sir. Good evening. Is it? Wow. Well, Councilwoman Ruano, I think the item which is being discussed just left the building for now, so you can go back to your smiling. Awesome. Good. I don't want to see you guys sad and upset. Now, when I come up, I got happy stuff and happy thoughts to bring you. So, how are we doing tonight? Awesome. Yeah, it sounds you guys are very excited, right? All right. So, Rudy Lloredo, chairperson of the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. Basically, it's small. It's actually not a whole lot to report. Let me take that off. Not much to report. Actually, we're here. There was a meeting that took place November 24th, 2020, in which the Neighborhood Improvement Committee voted to allocate $500 to the Public Safety Committee to kind of help them and assist them with the drive safety project signs that you know, little red signs that you drive around. It says, drive like if your kids live here, something like that. So that's pretty much it. Not much to report. I did want to add just a couple of things. One, I want to say thank you to Lorenzo, the councilmen that were here today with regards to the rules and regulations of the committees. That meeting was exceptional, exceptional. I have nothing except positive feedback to provide with regards to that meeting. I know the council is always promoting more autonomy to these committees, and I'll tell you, you proved to me that day that that's your intention, and you came through. Not only did you have this meeting, and not only went behind doors, had it yourselves, and pretty much mandated what, with all due respect, some of you did it in the past, but don't currently doing it right now. We are, as members of the committee, are the ones that are standing in those meetings, and we appreciate that you heard us. I appreciate Lorenzo and his team working diligently to make sure that it's something that's very, very doable, let's just say it, you know, for everyone. So thank you for that. We appreciate it to keep us in mind, and I'm in full support of those new revised committee rules and regulations. So thank you for that. I also want to thank Danny Angel and his team for the fantastic job they've been doing in putting together these advisory committees. As you mentioned earlier, yes, I signed up for another one for the Special Taxing District. Again, putting autonomy in the hands of the residents when needed, right? We elect officials to do a certain job for us. We're not here to do it all, but I do appreciate it putting that responsibility on us and letting us pretty much have some kind of decision-making into what kind of services we want in our lakes, what kind of services we want in our guardhouse. So that's very important for me. And I really, personally, I appreciate you guys taking the time and making sure you push those things forward. Other than that, I have nothing else to report. Is there any questions?
Any questions of Chair Lloredo?
Good. Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Continue doing the fantastic job that you guys are doing. God bless you and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Have a good night.
You're very welcome.
Mayor, before the chairman moves away, was there a motion to approve the transfer of the $500 to the
I'll
public
motion
safety?
for the transfer.
Yeah.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Later, Rudy. Take care. We're back onto the items that we had originally pulled. You have a couple of my items that I had moved up. The folks that actually were going to speak on this are no longer around. I think one of them, I know one of them spoke earlier. I'll just make some quick motions. 13E. 13E, then we got 13H, then we have your two items that you pulled from consent. And then we're moving on. So I'll just make real quick motion. We have about, I think about $60,000 in our police impact fee account at the moment. We have a big amount that's coming in from different projects. We know that those are restricted funds. We know that the LPR program has been extremely successful. Before I make a motion, just wanted to call the major up. I know he had some info he wanted to share with you all before I make that motion, and I wanted to make sure that my colleagues had the same information before you guys make a decision.
Good evening. In terms of the LPR program, since its inception, we've recovered 14 stolen vehicles. We've arrested 7 individuals for stolen vehicles. We've recovered multiple stolen tags. We've made 3 arrest warrant arrests, recovered 2 firearms that were stolen, impounded some drugs, and we've utilized it for countless follow-up investigations that we do. Just as a reminder regarding the LPR program, obviously this allows us to be both reactive and proactive as a law enforcement agency. It allows us to be proactive by establishing a net in certain areas, and this would expand the net, obviously, to cover the whole town, whereas right now, to use the analogy of fishing, we're fishing in certain spots because we have nets in certain spots. And obviously, as people come into the town with stolen tags or bulletins have been issued regarding these vehicles that have been utilized in crimes, it allows us to identify them, radio that out to all, not only ourselves, but to nearby municipalities and districts. We are able to identify, move towards that vehicle, and take that vehicle into custody or stop them before they do something. It also allows us to be reactive in terms of our follow-up investigations. Hypothetically, if you have an armed robbery and a vehicle is utilized in it and the person is unable to get the tag, then hypothetically, as that vehicle leaves the scene, we can look at video and we can identify that vehicle and we can grab the tag off of it, even if the victim is unable to. So just a thought there in terms of how we utilize the LPR system in terms of follow-up investigations as well as for proactive law enforcement. And if you guys have any questions, I'll be here, and just let me know.
I'll make a motion. Thank you, Major. I'll make a motion. And obviously, we have about $60,000 in the account now. We're going to have another 300 plus coming into the account. I just want to make a motion to utilize those dollars, not only that we have now, but as they come in, to immediately install and it's based on the police recommendation, the LPRs on our two major thoroughfares that don't have them, 87th Avenue and 67th Avenue.
I'll second the motion, but I have some questions for the Major.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I think we've all seen either through anecdotally or through your reports, the effectiveness. We know that, even murders and very high-stake crimes can be solved with these and as they come into evidence. I think what the mayor's trying to do is really seal off the city, right, so
Absolutely.
to speak. So in realizing that we don't necessarily have all points sealed off yet, what are the points that would be left, or what are the, how much more do we need to invest in order to seal off the city?
To be strategic and tactical in terms of placement, as he indicated, the two areas of 87th Avenue are two high traffic areas. That's where we're getting most of our traffic that's coming in from Hialeah, from the south end, or from the PSN area from the north end. And a lot of people are traveling up and down. So hitting 138 and 87 Avenue and hitting 170 and 87 Avenue allows us to contain two major avenues where they're coming in. The other major avenues, one of them is already covered in terms of 154th Street and the Palmetto Expressway. Huge amount of traffic that comes in and out of the town through that intersection. We've got that covered with a stationary one and with use of the trailer, since we're able to plug it into that system and have it there, for an extended period of time. And then the three other major avenues, we really don't get as much from 154 and 57 as you might expect. We don't really see a lot of people coming in through there in terms of the people that commit crimes, or the people that steal a vehicle and leave that way. Most of them try and either go down 6-7, the Palmetto, or 8-7. So I wouldn't, I'd keep that one on the radar for the future. But when we prioritize, I would say that the one on 6-7 Avenue, obviously at the Palmetto Expressway, huge amount of traffic of people coming in and out, and of course, approximately 138th Street and 6-7 Avenue. So those four areas, those four key areas, would allow us to tighten that net completely to the point where we would have every major intersection in and out of the town covered.
Thank you, Major. And earlier we heard, we were in executive session and we heard, what may or may not happen with 170th, with the installation of the camera system on 170th Street and 87th. If anything were to happen in the future with that road, would that cover us as well on the 170th traffic coming through?
In terms of what occurring at 170?
Installing an LPR there.
Yeah, I don't see an issue with 17, that's one of the locations that we were talking about. Maybe I didn't understand the question.
What the Vice Mayor was saying is if we install one on 87th and 170th, if in the future, now if hypothetical, in the future the bridge were to open and we get an influx of cars coming in, would that cover that area?
Okay, so thank you. Yes, absolutely. Not only would it cover, it would actually, it actually becomes even more important to put an LPR at that intersection because you're going to get additional traffic that's coming in and out. And anybody that, for example, steals a car in the Royal Oaks area, it now has an extra avenue of escape through the 170 Street Bridge. So we'll be able to, capture them going through that intersection and direct our enforcement accordingly. Okay.
Councilman Fernandez.
Earlier tonight, we also heard a testimonial from a resident with the carjacking situation on 82nd Avenue. And 82nd Avenue is not currently protected. My understanding, by the way, is that happened in the area that's not inside the guard, the special taxing district, and not covered by the LPRs that are on there. I did some quick math and some division, and it seems like there would be enough left over in police impact fees to do one more. So I'd like to make a motion to consider adding 82nd Avenue to the 4 that are being discussed already.
At 170th?
170th and 82nd Avenue, correct. And that way that seals off the entire west side.
I'll second that. I'm good with it.
Hold on a second. And I'm with you 100%. But I just heard you say that the other area that you would contemplate first was 154 and 57.
Sure, and he brings up a good point. I actually, in terms of strategy, I would, due to the fact that most of the people try and drive through the residential area to commit the crimes, I would hit 170 and 82 before I hit 154 and 57.
Thank you.
Just on the amendment, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're back onto the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? Council, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Major. Hopefully we can get these up and give our law enforcement officers another tool to hopefully stop some of these issues from happening. So thank you. Thank you, Major. We're on to another item I had. I'll make it as fast as possible. We heard the presentation from William Porro. I don't want the council to take any action, just in theory, just I just want to make a motion to kind of endorse, so the council endorses this and passes this on to the, this initiative onto the Education Advisory Board. The chair of the Education Advisory Board has already indicated to me that this item will be going before the board at the next meeting. So I think it's a great program. It doesn't cost a lot. I would love to see it move forward. I think understanding, especially at a young age, I do with my kids, financial literacy, I think it's a great initiative that the board could take up. It doesn't mean that maybe there's no cost to it. Maybe they work it out with a local bank. You know, we have 2 huge banks headquartered here in the town. Maybe it's something that has to get procured, but maybe one of the banks says, hey, this is a great initiative. We'd love to get back to our town. You know, you never know, but that's at least in how it looks. I just want to make a motion where the council just endorses the idea. Doesn't mean, obviously, later on, if there's a cost to this, we would have to vote on it, but just endorses the idea so the committee knows that they can move forward and and work on it. And again, ultimately, if there's a cost to it or whatever, we would obviously are the last ones to vote on this. But my motion is just to endorse the concept and pass it on to the Education Advisory Board.
Second, and friendly amendment, if we do go down the path of funding or seeding these accounts in any way, I think we should do it in Bitcoin.
If you're serious, I'll second that. I'll second that.
I'm half serious.
I'll second it if we.
Since it's an item that's, you moved it and there's a second, I just want to address the elephant in the room. The committee doesn't have funds right now to make this a reality, right? The reality is that creating a child savings account, at least for the way that it was entertained here in the meeting, was that there was some type of contribution from the municipality, or in this case, the city of Miami, was contributing, I think, $25 or $50 for the startup. How do we contemplate that the committee entertain this if they don't have the funds to underwrite this?
So just, I think it backs them up. One of the things I talked with the chair before he just goes out and says, hey, I haven't talked to the council. No, so is to go out now armed saying, look, the council likes the idea, but I need to explore it further. I told him, look, one of the best things you could do is talk to the 2 bank presidents here locally, Banco Popular, who's a locally branched bank, and Bank United, and have that conversation. You don't know, we don't know. Maybe staff later on says we have to procure it, but you don't know if one of those 2 banks will say, hey, you know what, we want to work with a committee, we'll do it for free or whatever. You know, this is a great initiative. It's small enough that we'll work with you guys. If you look at the cost, $7,500 for one of those huge banks, that's really, you know, peanuts for their marketing dollars. So, but I just wanted to arm our chair before he makes those rounds. I don't want him to show up and then he's like, look, I don't know if the council likes this or not, but I wanted to arm him with the very least that we endorse the concept. And if he can work on that, you know, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, you know.
No, you just gave me enough explanation where I feel comfortable with it. I just didn't want there to be an expectation from the committee saying, yeah, we're endorsing this committee and we're going to fund it as well, right? So I have no problem if one of the local banks wants to step up and say, hey, look, here's the seed money, here's $7,500. We're in a partnership with your Education Advisory Board, and for every kindergarten student that opens up one of these child savings accounts, you know, we're a private institution. I just didn't want to get into the business of saying, hey, we're endorsing this idea, and then create a false sense or a false expectation in the committee that we're also going to fund it, because at least that's not where I was at. But I completely support the fact of them working with our private institutions, the private banks, and finding some type of partnership where they can say, hey, look, you know, we're going to create this child savings account, and we're going to, you know, like Chase does, like a lot of other banks, they create some type of, they give you $100 if you open up an account. You know, that concept I can completely support. So thank you for the clarification. Yes, and I can support the item.
Yeah, and it was talking to the committee, it was like kind of like a financial literacy campaign, you know, going forward. So that was it. Councilman Fernandez, we're still on your motion. Yeah.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Got it. I would have moved forward with it, but I don't know if you have the votes for that tonight. So, but on the main motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. You got more work, Chair. So, but at least you know we got your back, and I'll work with you on it, and hopefully we can make it a reality. I think it'll be a really nice thing. We're moving on to the 2 items that got pulled from consent, and then we'll go back to the Education Advisory Board. Item C and item E. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm really going to try to be brief, but I just wanted to just put something out for my colleagues, especially on this item. These are usually items that are on consent. They're no-brainers. They're items that usually pass through with little to no discussion, and it's something that typically I think we would entertain. But first, on the FDOT grant, where we're applying for the transportation alternatives. During my discussion with the town manager and in my briefing, the area of town that this is going to be adding a sidewalk to, I had the opportunity to visit. It's an area of town that's very, very, very lightly traveled by foot. I would say none. I was by there this weekend. While there is some commercial traffic and there is some vehicle traffic, it's not an area that really gets a lot of demand, right? Unlike some of the other installments that we've had and some of the other ways that we've applied these monies. But it is an area that's absent altogether of sidewalk. There's no sidewalk in that area. It's not pedestrian friendly at all. There's nowhere where you can safely cross. So I see some value in the grant. The challenge is that it's committing us to applying for $200,000 worth of our PTP dollars. These are the dollars, right, that we're trying to scrounge for. These are the dollars that are streetlights improvements. These are the dollars that we're looking for when we need to do sidewalks. These are the dollars that we're not funding on a recurring basis. So I wanted to pull the item from the agenda because I also learned through my discussion with the manager that a match is not necessarily required for this grant. It's not required for us to commit to $200,000. It does improve our grant much more. It does improve our position, I think, to the tune of 20 points was that improvement. If we continue to commit our dollars that we know could be better utilized in other areas, we're continuing to push this issue onto future councils. So what I wanted to do was make a very bold move, and I don't know if it's bold or cowardice, right? But to actually not commit the $200,000 and actually use those $200,000 in the future. Make sure that they're there to put those improvements where the residents need it most. It's not something that I would have typically done, but the fact that we're not funding this money and we're continuing to kick the can down the road, I wanted to make sure that at least we could have a discussion about leaving those dollars in place. Now, is that sacrificing the grant? I know that we're eroding the position of that grant significantly. I know that the sidewalk would be an improvement into that area, but at the same time, I think those $200,000 can be invested elsewhere. So I wanted to make that push. I wanted to make that ask. I wanted to have that discussion because based on what I found out through the questions that I had with the manager, I wouldn't be doing right by me. And if it fails, it fails. And
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, I got second for discussion, right? We could open it up. Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir.
Can we, based on what Vice Mayor Collazo just said, we can still apply for the grant without the match, right?
Yeah, it just makes our application less attractive and less likely to pass or to be approved, but yes, absolutely. And by the way, on this project, our staff took a second look at it, and we believe that with the original number of $1.2 million, we could do not only the L that goes around the perimeter, but the 3 intermediary avenues. Cutting this to only $1 million, we'd have to reassess that, but bottom line is we can do more than what we had originally estimated. But it is what it is. If you elect not to commit the PTP as a match, we'll submit it without a match, and then it is what it is.
Yeah, I agree with the Vice Mayor. I think there's much more pressing needs around town than those sidewalks in that area.
Again, I thank you for your support. I just want to move forward with the grant, move forward and just make sure that we're using that $200,000 at least on that year, and that I think the impact I won't be on this council in 2026, right? And if I am, I'm serving in a different capacity, but the point is that those monies be preserved for that year, right, where they be needed.
Any further discussion, council? Yes, Councilwoman Verano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the Vice Mayor makes a great point. I recall when we did the Safe Routes to School, there was a lot of pushback from residents that said that area wasn't trafficked enough by pedestrians, that we were sacrificing trees, and that there wasn't really a lot of movement of pedestrians in that area, and that's much more traffic than this area that we're talking about here. So yes, these are the things that residents will bring up to us in the future and say, why did you make this commitment when that area really didn't need sidewalks? So I think, yeah, this is a bold move, but I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. If the grant comes through without it, then so be it. But there are more pressing needs to use those PTP funds for sure.
Any further discussion, council? So I agree with the vice mayor. I probably won't be able to support it tonight. Although I do wholeheartedly understand his position. I know, unfortunately, the hand that we've been dealt historically here is that we are so dependent on grants. We really, I mean, we're artificially, for example, our millage rate for many years artificially low. We know that, and we're going to keep it that way. But the reason we've been able to keep it that way is that we constantly get grants, we constantly find money, we constantly do this. So I 100% understand the position. I agree with the position. But I also know, just from my position as mayor, every time I walk into a meeting with FDOT or I deal with Renee on a grant, that people love working with us, all the grant folks throughout the state, because we always put our money where our mouth is. We always step up. We always say, hey, we'll put at least a match, and I think that's what a lot of folks are looking for. And I would love to see this project come through. I know sidewalks overall in that area have been lacking for a long time, but I just know maybe after we have that workshop, the infrastructure workshop, maybe my tune changes, but I want to see how the discussion goes. But as of today, I think we're just too dependent on grants to start pivoting without me seeing how the future is going to unfold, because we can show up to that workshop in March and start talking about sidewalks and infrastructure and never come up with a solid plan to fund it, even long term. So we're back to stage one so until that point happens and I start seeing more of a long-term view, today we took a huge step, even discussing a muni bond to pay for our stormwater and getting our residents involved and stuff like that. Today that was humongous from this council, so forward-thinking, and I congratulate you all for doing that, but I also know that we're very starved and we're very dependent on grants. I mean, extremely dependent. So, but I wholeheartedly understand the position, and I think maybe after the workshop, understanding the dynamics, I'll probably change. Maybe my tune changes then. So that's just my 2 cents on that. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. I'm the only no. The motion passes. We're on to the next item, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. This is an item that I know I led the charge on, and I want to thank you all for continuing to support the sinking fund. This is the first time that we're transferring money out to do an improvement, and it's kind of very rewarding and at the same time a little concerning, because the reality is that the only way that we're going to be able to keep this is by continuing to fund the sinking fund, and theoretically, anytime that we have new things coming online, planning for its replacement in the long term has to be part of a sound financial fiscal strategy for us as a board. And I think those are the issues that I think we need to contemplate long term to make sure that we're not struggling to find the pennies, right, to then eventually reinvest into the town to replace things that are broken, replace signage, striping. So it just fundamentally, it's a conversation that I think needs to move forward. This particular item, which has to do with replacing of a surface, a parking lot surface, we voted last meeting to make sure that it wasn't a coal tar product. And I know, Mr. Manager, I asked that question, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but is there a way to make sure that the council?
Yeah, we verified that it is not.
It is not coal tar.
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Acosta, and thank you, Mr. Manager.
Is there a motion?
No motion. No, I got the clarity that I need. Thank you.
No,
motion to adopt it. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, motion to adopt the item.
Second.
So obviously I'm good with this item. The only thing I did see through my meetings with the manager, deputy manager, Danny Angel, and Carlos Acosta, is our sinking fund. We have to recalculate it and start including some different items. It's going to be a little bit bigger than, what is it, 150 a year right now? Yeah. It's 100% short. And look, we need money to repair. I'll give you a perfect example. The speed bumps are broken. Speed bumps are broken. We don't have money to fix them. There's benches that are completely rusted that have been removed years ago, and people are asking for them. There was a playground, that we went to. The resident asked, "Hey, it's been 3 years. Why haven't you replaced it?" And the response was, "There's no funds." So I think maybe between now and then, take a deep dive with staff, because there needs to be a recalculation of those funds, and that's something that staff told me. He goes, "It might be time to recalculate this." It's definitely a lot more than 150 a year, because I was like, wait a second, what do you mean there's no money to fix a speed bump? One of the I go, how does it go, Manny, there's $0 for that, so yeah, just wanted to put that. Definitely we'll keep working with staff. It's a great idea, but we definitely got to recalculate that. So any further discussion, council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. We're back onto the consent calendar. Are there any motions on the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to ordinances in first reading. Mr. Attorney.
Mayor.
No, Mayor, I think we needed to bring up the EAB again.
I believe the Education Advisory Board wants
Yeah.
to
Chair.
share their findings.
Chair, at what time do you wake up to go to MOP tomorrow?
Don't ask. So we're going to decide to table this item to our next meeting to get some more clarification with legal issues. So we're going to go back to the principals and adjust some of the terms that they have asked for. Legal has some concerns. I understand his concerns, and so we will table this, I guess, to the next meeting. But for future reference, do we, as the EAB, include HML from now on, or is this something that the council?
Personally, 100% include, me personally, 100% include HML, just because the zone for the entire town shifted, and our city, the entire town of Miami Lakes, is zoned for HML. Yeah, even,
Correct, it is our feeder pattern school.
And Goldman's a mega magnet, so it's not guaranteed that all the kids go there. So I 100% believe that HML should be included. I personally believe that. I don't know how you.
Not for say in this resolution, but in future.
1,020%. I even think in this. I mean, the boundaries changed. I mean, I think there's a legal argument there. The school boundaries changed from Goldman that became a mega magnet and got millions of dollars, and HML now the kids from our community are 100% zoned to go to HML. So I'm not a Trojan. I know the vice mayor is, but I have a soft spot for them. Actually, the football coach called me today. I have a conversation with him tomorrow, but I 100% think we have to include HML in everything that we do.
Thank you.
And definitely to expedite things, Lorenzo Raul, if you can be in the next AAB meeting, I mean, I with the principals, I think that's really important, just to kind of flush it out there. You know what I mean? So there's no back and forth. But Chair, I know you've been here for a long time, so many hours. So yeah.
Thank you.
Mario,
guys.
you
Good
have
night.
another item number 3, the 6,400. I'm not sure if you needed that approved.
Thank you. Could we actually get a motion on the
Yeah,
transfers?
I'll move to approve that.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Thank you.
opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Thank you. Good night.
Take care, Chairman. Thank you very much. We're on to the next item, ordinances in first reading. Item 10A, Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, relating to landscape regulations, amending Chapter 13 Land Development Code at Article 7, Alternative Energy Systems and Environmental Regulations, creating Section 13-1703, Artificial Turf, providing for findings of fact, intent, and purpose, providing for regulations, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Susanna?
Good evening, Mayor and Council, or is it good morning already? This is the artificial turf item that has gone to the board, to the planning board. Back last year, we've been beating it around for a few months already. It is a little bit different than what we have discussed in the past. In the past, we had discussed about adopting this ordinance together with the landscape ordinance. We're putting it before you right now, something that is only about artificial turf. So this ordinance right now only creates a section that discusses artificial turf exclusively. So we're not discussing any other landscape ordinances that we will be doing that in the near, very, very near future. The reason that we're doing that is that obviously the landscape ordinance, if we're going to be adopting a landscape ordinance, we're going to be looking into it a little more deeply and not just adopting 18A as it is. So we're going to do a little more of a deep dive into that. And for that reason right now, because we're not adapting the landscape ordinance itself, we need to remain within the 4 square corners of 18A with the artificial turf. To that effect, in the past we had discussed about allowing the artificial turf to go all the way to 3 feet from property lines. We have to scale it back to 5 feet so that we can remain within the confines of the landscape ordinance of Miami-Dade County. Does that make sense? So what you have in front of you right now is, yes, artificial turf, wherever right now we would be allowed to pave, which is how Miami-Dade County allows it or doesn't, because Miami-Dade County does not mention it at all, but wherever Miami-Dade County ordinance allows to pave, we are allowing artificial turf.
I personally still think it's semantics. I think and on the legal side, specifically on the setbacks, if it's drainable, I think it's still there's a way to do it, because I know initially I brought it up, and I know we've talked about it before. I brought it up because what the resident had complained. He goes, man, I just built. They're requiring me to have sod, yet they know that the sod is not going to survive because there's too much shade. But I got to pay the $700 to sod that whole area. Why can't I have?
Okay, so let me address that really quick. The landscape ordinance of Miami-Dade County today requires plant materials. It does never require sod. As a matter of fact, sod is a limited material. You're allowed to have only a certain percentage of sod in your property. So it's always a misnomer to discuss sod in this context because you're required to have plant material, but not necessarily in a ground cover. And a ground cover could be mulch, it could be a vine, it could be a number of grasses, ferns. There's a lot of plant materials that do very well in the shade. Again, just because one particular type of grass doesn't survive doesn't mean something else won't. Also, it has to be properly irrigated. You know, there's a lot of things that go into that. At the same time, artificial grass is not a natural plant material. So you cannot, it is not.
So plant-based artificial turf would not qualify? That exists. I read it earlier. Plant-based.
It has no roots.
It's plant material.
It is not a plant. It's not alive.
But if we allow, to me that's where the semantics come in. But if we allow mulch or other things, it's not.
But mulch is not. Okay, again, mulch is there just to cover the ground. It's not there. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not the same as it's allowed, but it's not a plant material that has roots either. So the code, Miami-Dade County Code is very clear. It doesn't say that you have to have permeable materials. It has to have plant materials.
So it could be plant-based. Okay. That's the way to, okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? And artificial grass is usually a polyurethane or some other polycarbonates. I mean, there's several materials that they use. They're all very artificial. They're not natural.
So if someone finds a natural, renewable, and recyclable turf to cover that, they're fine.
What do you call natural?
Plant-based. There's some that are, I just read it now. There's some that are plant-based. As long as it's plant-based.
But plant-based is not a plant material. So you're again going back into something that is not what it is. I mean.
I'm just trying to help out a lot of the residents that keep calling me about this issue, you know. So just want to put that on the record. Like, for example, if you look, I mean, this picture's different, but this resident just grabbed me outside when I was coming into the council meeting, and brought that picture to my attention. She was like, look, I know you guys are gonna be discussing this tonight, but if you could show the council look at my driveway. I ended up putting a little bit of a turf, even though she showed a certificate about the drainage. She goes, but I'm being required to remove that. And that's where I wanna be helpful to folks, you know, if they're doing something that I think aesthetically looks good, you know, I just don't think it's and it goes into even the ordinance that we talked about earlier. I think that's one of the maybe that's a home in West Lakes where we're talking about permeable materials and all that, but just giving you that example, like that resident is not allowed to have that. Like they're told that they can't have
So
that. Right?
that resident is allowed to have, technically, as per Miami-Dade County Code right now, 18A, which is what we enforce today, no, it's not allowed. None of that is allowed anywhere in Miami-Dade County because Miami-Dade County does not mention artificial turf anywhere on its code at all. Do you understand? We are injecting now a new section in our code so that we may allow artificial turf in some cases. But because we still have to work within the confines of 18A, which is still our landscape code as of right now, we can't make it up. We can make it we can make it more restrictive. We cannot make it more permissive.
Can I ask you a question? I'm sorry, because I was in the break room. I was taking a phone call. I thought we had agreed that the artificial turf would be in areas where you could not see it, in the backyard, in areas where it wasn't visible to others. This is a front yard, right?
Correct. So what you have in front of you right now is an ordinance that says that you can have artificial turf in places where you would otherwise be allowed to pave, in the rear yard and in side yards that are not facing a street. In other words, so wherever you're putting it around your pool or you're by commentary from the Neighborhood Impact Committee, Neighborhood Improvement Committee, they suggested also not to allow it anywhere near actually to reinforce the language so that it's not allowed near the water edge. So to stop at the top of the tie line or the top of the slope. Therefore, no, it wouldn't be as proposed right now. It would not be allowed in the front yards, and it would not be allowed in front yards facing the street. What would be allowed of what you see in front of you with the ordinance that I'm presenting today is the 2-inch.
That was my next question.
Right. In between the concrete, because really that's really decorative in an area that, yes, would be otherwise allowed to be paved, and we're just gonna call it even on that one as a decorative material.
That was my next question, because a lot of residents that choose this form of driveway, there's no way to get grass to survive. So in some areas, they're forced to put rocks.
Right, and again, that was one of the issues that the planning board contended with, and they all voted that would be a good addition that allowed that in the front yard. All other users are restricted only to the rear and side yards not facing streets.
So this particular resident wouldn't have to remove everything. They would just have to remove that bigger piece on the right.
Correct.
Okay.
And the piece on the other side, because they have another piece.
There's another piece on the other side that we can't see. Okay.
All right, it's first reading.
Can you explain why we're not doing the landscape ordinance now?
The first instinct I had was just to pick 18A as it's written right now, because we are sort of happy with it, and just adopt it as is. So basically just translate it onto our code, right? So take out everywhere where it says Miami-Dade County and put in, right? That exercise was done. It's passed through the planning board. The planning board was happy with it. It seems like there's some issues that maybe we want to look into a little deeper, and because we're doing the strategic retreat, and there's other things that we're going to be discussing, it may merit that we look into whether we want to keep up what Miami-Dade County has, or whether we want to be a little more restrictive in some things, maybe add an additional canopy, maybe, again, we can be more restrictive, we cannot be more lenient, so we cannot loosen up the strings at all. But in some cases, yes, we may choose to do things a little different. And it's worth looking at it and going one
So
line
we
at a
can
time
bring
and
this
going
back, or you can bring this back as
Yes.
part of a change to the landscape ordinance.
Correct. And when and if we look at the landscape code and we decide that we want to bring this back and add those 2 feet because it makes sense and because we're allowed by, again, legal is gonna have to look into whether Miami-Dade County would allow us to add those 2 feet, then we'll be happy to put it back in.
Thank you.
That's fine. It's first reading. I'm gonna do some more research on that. I'm gonna do more research on the plant-based turf. And yeah, we'll tackle that in second reading. So
All right.
I just want to be helpful. I a lot of times I see problems, residents bring problems, and if we can, amend the code to help people, I always try to do that while obviously keeping the town aesthetically pleasing. So yeah, we got time between now and then, and I'll do a little bit more due diligence. I'll share with you, Susanna, and with Ed, and we'll
Happy
go
to
from there.
look at
But I
it.
appreciate your hard work on this, and it's a good first step, and we'll go from there. So I'll make a motion to approve it.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this ordinance in first reading.
Ordinance in first reading, item 10A. Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to resolutions 12B. Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending the committee rules, regulations, and procedures, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. I think Chair Lloredo did the work for you already. Said it was a great thing, move forward, empowering the people.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. If you or Vice Mayor or the council have any questions on it, more than happy to answer it, but this was
I know it's
the
the Vice
product of
Mayor's
a-
item, so.
This was a product of a workshop, so.
No, I'd like to move the recommendations forward.
I'll second that.
It's open up for discussion now. Just want to thank you for taking the time. I know that we had every single committee chair participate in this process. I also know Claricel has invested a lot of time in reviewing. We've tried to capture everything. This is a work in progress. I know in a year from now we're going to revisit these rules and maybe have other tweaks. But that's the point, right? That we're listening to our committee chairs, we're listening to the committee process, and just want to thank you for your diligence and want to make sure that if anybody feels that we've left something out, that they know that they have the opportunity to maybe revisit it, because like I said, it's a work in progress, and it's something that we can definitely work on. But just thank you, and I think we've heard some feedback. Rudy Lloredo was very appreciative, and everybody that participated in that workshop is very grateful of the end product. So thank you for your time, and really appreciate all the liaisons and Mr. Cadena's work on this issue as well. So thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I'd like to give thanks to Mr. Cardenas and Gina, the clerk's office, and all the committees that really provided their input. And also you for chairing that meeting. I think it was very productive.
Sounds good. Any further discussion? There's a motion and a second.
Yes, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have 2 tweaks I would like to introduce. First of which is section 14, the proposed section C that's being added. I would like to eliminate it. And section 24, that allows for the 10 calendar days before 10 calendar days of notice essentially to the council when a committee presents an item. So that one I would like to add unless waived by the council. I would like to preserve the council's ability to waive that at any point, and make that clear. And I can give you an example as a former chair of the Youth Activities Task Force. One of the events that we brought forward was a vigil after the Parkland incident, right? And so that was something that, you know, for it to have the desired effect for the youth in our community needed to happen quickly after the event. And, you know, having to arrange for a committee meeting, give the council 10 days notice, have them approve it, and then proceed with the event would have completely missed the spirit of that event. And I'm sure there's other events like that. So I'd like to, you know, obviously not something to abuse, but I would like to have that ability expressly in there for us. So those are the two tweaks I would
Can you
introduce as a
repeat what
motion.
you changed in item 14?
Getting rid of the new section C. I don't really see the need for it. We've had members from the same household serve on our committees without any incident, as far as I know. So I don't see the need for it.
I don't have any issues with supporting the two recommendations, but can you give us back on 14C? Before striking it, I just want to know the background on the issue and seeing what...
I'll second the motion for discussion, so.
Mr. Vice Mayor, the reason for the change is it's really in an abundance of caution. In order to make sure, we've had some committees and incidences where we may have a mother or, well, I'm giving the committee away, with two members of the same family, and the concern is then there's a breach of sunshine, or there's a hint that sunshine is being breached, and sometimes that's enhanced when the actually committee members come, and this has been told to me by the liaisons, and they're pretty much voting, you know, hand in hand. They've already had the conversation, and it's just it's noticeable. So in order to protect the committee members from themselves, you know, and from breaching, you know, law, it's done in that. However, is it necessary? Is it required? No. You can have two members of two council members that are, you know, husband and wife, brother and sister, serving, and you can certainly have that on the committee as well.
I can definitely see, and I can tell you I've served on some committees where I've had husbands and wives and serving on the same, and, you know, does some of those conversations trickle on to the dining room, right? So I can see your concern. Would this impact anybody right now currently serving?
If I just may make something clear, during the workshop, we gave the committee chairs an opportunity to provide their feedback, and we made it a priority to input in these rules everything that they presented to us. So this was at a request from one of the chairs, and it would impact youth activities, education advisory board, and I believe there's I think there may elderly no. I do believe there's another one, but that it doesn't come to mind right now. But we did put in here all of the recommendations that the chairs provided to us during that workshop.
I don't know. If I may, Vice Mayor, I don't think it's an issue. Honestly, we've had George and Marie served on elderly affairs for years, you know, and it is never an issue. So I would agree to have it be stricken. They know the rules. They can't talk about it. They get caught talking about it, it's on them. They're not supposed to talk about these things.
Right.
So.
All right, sounds good. Hey, any further discussion?
So the recommendation is to strike the item?
Yes, sir.
And just for clarification, who was the chair that proposed this, or how did the recommendation come forward? Do we remember?
Claricel, I believe it was Chair Rodriguez, correct?
Yeah, council member, it was Chair Rodriguez, correct. And his committee is the one that would be most affected by this new rule, because he has currently 3 members that reside, that would be affected.
Can we split the baby? Can we keep the rule and maybe add a grandfather provision, so moving forward, it doesn't, I mean, the chairs are bringing it forward because there's an issue, right? They've identified an issue that for some reason, and legal's telling me there's a potential issue here, and I understand we haven't identified any cases, but I understand the reasonable concern, right? People go home after a meeting and say, hey, what'd you think about that? And, I'm going to vote this way next time it comes up. I mean, it's a reasonable concern. So, and I understand as well that there's people that might be impacted, right? Is splitting the baby an option?
I wouldn't be in agreement with it. I think it's an unnecessary rule. I think the sunshine rule says what it says, and they need to abide by it, irrespective of where they live.
I don't think that adding a grandfather provision would help, right? Because these are recommendations of chairs that have the problem now. So if we're not going to solve their problem now or help them with what they're struggling with in their committee, then it wouldn't make any sense to have it at all.
There's no rule against council members not living in the same house.
There's not.
So that would be even more egregious under your scenario. So
And
I don't.
Oh, sorry, not to cut you off, but as I painfully learned during my first new business item, committees don't make actual decisions. The emergency order says as much, right? So we're not, whatever decisions they make are kind of the recommendations that are not as important as something the council would do, or they don't have the same weight. Ultimately, it's on us to approve those decisions, so. Correct.
All right, sounds good. No further discussion on this. All those in favor?
Aye.
So
Aye.
I think you,
No, we gotta move.
I know, but you have to vote on the amendment and then just. vote
That
on
was the
rules.
amendment. Now we need to vote on that.
I know.
Sorry,
Yeah, he's got
so
it.
is the amendment removing, striking 14C and also amending
24.
24.
24?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're,
Understood.
no,
Right.
you're good?
Thank you.
You're good with that, Mr. Attorney?
Good.
We're back on to the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? Council, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the resolution. Item 12B.
Item 12B. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The resolution passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next item, which is 13B. Councilman Fernandez.
All right, so this item, so when I was reviewing the full budget, right, one of the things that stuck out to me is there's a chart on there that shows the productivity, the efficiency of the vac truck, month by month, right, and you see that the productivity of the vac truck is substantially different during what's identified in the budget as the dry season versus the wet season, right? So I did some introspection and some research and realized that why does that happen? It's the same vac truck, it's the same people. Well, obviously when they're vacuuming a catch basin and it's full of water because it's rained recently, they're only able to, vacuum 5 a day, right, before they need to go and dump, whatever wastewater they have, versus during the dry season, the well has less water in it and more leaves, and so production is more efficient. And so the spirit of this item is As it says in our stormwater master plan and in the budget, we're currently on an 18-month schedule, and 18 months is kind of optimistic because we've had maintenance issues with our in-house vac truck that's kind of pushed it closer to 24 months. So the spirit of the item is to augment our existing vac truck only during that dry season that dry season where we're gonna get the most bang for our buck. And so by doing that and having essentially 1.5 vac trucks, we cut our cycle down almost to a year, right? It also gives us flexibility and gives us a vac truck that's working during times that maybe our truck needs to be taken out for maintenance or whatnot. So that's the spirit of the item. I was kind of hoping we would have stormwater fee funds to pay for it. We don't have those identified right now, but I understand there might be some other funding sources, maybe some carryover or the such. I think the mayor had expressed he wanted to speak on the item.
Yeah, no, I definitely second this, and I'll tell you why. This is when I had the Sunshine meeting with Councilman Fernandez, is probably one of the best ideas I've heard in a long time is to double that output. That's probably one of the things that I think on our performance measures that is very transparent. If we add another one during the dry season, you double that output, and I think that improves the capacity in the drain. What I would recommend is that we obviously, I'm sure we'll hear if from the council, maybe some, hey, you know what, let's push it to March. Let's approve this. Let's move forward with directing staff to procure it, right? To go out to bid, see what the marketplace is at today with those parameters. Hey, we only want to, for that 3-6 month period, what was it, 6 months out of the year? Let's approve it, direct staff to procure it with those parameters. Hey, let's see 6 months at it. Let's see where the marketplace is at for this, and then we have that information, and we can say, hey, either we use carry forward, which should be coming up. We use some of the funds for a 1-year pilot program that we became available now because we didn't do the striping. Maybe that's something but that decision, that ultimate decision, can be made at the March meeting. But I would definitely move forward with at the very least procuring it and seeing where the marketplace is at, and because I think this is an item that we can deliver to our residents now and get this done, and have that double output, which is based on not just us thinking, hey, it's a good idea. No, it's based on real data. It's a data-driven approach to doing this, but I would definitely approve this, move forward with procuring it, and when it comes to the council, we could have that discussion in March or utilize carry forward, or what's left with that we discussed earlier from the striping program, from whatever it is. I think this is one that we can even showcase going forward. If we do a 1-year pilot program, we could see what that measure is year after year, but just doing it on a 1-year basis. So I think it's a fantastic item, and I think it's a deliverable that's based on data that we can showcase to the residents today in the next couple months, not 3 years from now. So I would definitely move forward with this item.
I have a quick question. This is going to be the procurement of subcontracting these services, right?
Yes, but right now we don't have identified funds. What I can recommend is, since we don't know yet, we don't have clarity yet on what, if any, there will be as far as a carry forward, you won't see that until next month. We're still closing out accounts, and you'll see it next month. But right now, we don't know what it's going to be. It could be $10. It could be, $10,000. So what I can recommend is, especially the spirit of it, is to do it during, quote unquote, the dry season. We really don't have a full dry season left, at least this year. So what we could do on a trial basis or a pilot program, we can do it for what would probably be about a half of a dry season, right? So let's say 3 months. 3 months, if you as the mayor stated, with some of the changes you made in the item 11A, you have a little bit more capacity with the fund balance. So what I would recommend is if you want to consider reopening that item, amending it to add $70,000, and then we can fund this program for 3 months, and then we can deal with it again next year as the dry season comes back around.
Yes, Councilman Rodriguez.
I think from what we heard earlier today, the reality is that the stormwater fee is going to get increased at some point to some level that's higher than what we're paying right now. Why couldn't we use those funds for this? Isn't that part of, wasn't that the idea? The idea was to use the increased stormwater funds to fund this type of project?
Yeah, but I mean, we do have stormwater funds already committed to our existing operational needs, so there is no funds in the excess funds in the stormwater fund
Right. No,
currently.
what I'm saying is, at some point in the very near future, we are going to increase that stormwater fund. It's going to happen. I mean, I think everybody up here today has acknowledged that it's going to go up to some number. It may be 8, it may be 10, it may be 13, whatever the number is, it's going to go up. So can't we? I don't want to say hold off on it, but if you're saying what we're going to start it in 3 months.
No, I think that the objective was to do it during the dry season. We're in the middle of dry season now.
So to start right now.
If we waited 2 or 3 months to implement it, we'd be right in the middle or the beginning of rainy season. So in order to maximize and use the whatever's left of dry season, I'm recommending the other option of funding it with fund balance as a pilot program for 3 months, and then we can do it with the excess fund balance capacity that exists with the moves that you made. So that's why I was recommending that you reopen 11A and fund it from there.
Okay, that's fine. So I move to reopen 11A.
Second.
On 11A, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the
No.
motion passed. Oh, there's one no.
All right, and I would like to make a motion to include moving $70,000 to what line item, Mr. Manager?
Yeah, it's $70,000 from fund balance to an operational line. I'll let the budget people figure out some expense line that we can use to fund a contract for a 3-month basis for a second vac truck.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on this amendment to item 11A, Councilwoman Ruano.
Mr. Manager, the $70,000, is that a number that, is that like an accurate number, or it's just a?
Yeah, we had
guesstimate?
estimated 140 for a 6-month
Okay.
dry season. So if we only have half a dry season left, I'm just cutting it in half. and
That's the
we'll-
number that's on the memo?
Correct.
Okay, got it, thank you.
I'm going to make a motion to extend till 1:30.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passed. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, our vac truck not working, right, is almost sometimes the norm and not the exception. And, I see that there's value in getting this up to speed. The other thing that gives me a little bit of comfort level is the fact that the manager's saying that we are going to have carry forward, right? So I know there might not necessarily be a desire to dip into that money, and I know that was my main push, but there may be carry forward coming in that might help subsidize what Councilman Dieguez was bringing forward, which is, ongoing litigation expenses or maybe these future needs that we may have. So there's a little bit of comfort level there that we are going to have carry forward coming back in. So I'm not necessarily in disagreement with supporting this.
Sounds good. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, this is an amendment to item 11A, correct?
That's an ordinance.
Got it. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The amendment passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any further discussion on this item since we amended this ordinance? Is there anything else required of your new business item, or pretty much done? Got it. All right, sounds good. So we're moving on to, we officially, this ordinance in second reading is anyone from the public wishing to speak? Because I know it's a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak? Online or here personally and in person? Going once, going twice. Public hearing is closed for the ordinance in second reading. We're moving on to the next new business item, which is item 13D. This item requires a waiver of item 7.2 of special rules of order.
I'll waive the special rules.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My item is very simple. It's simply directing the town staff to go ahead and add a new feature to the Miami Lakes Connect app so that businesses can pull licenses and permits through the app. That is a motion.
Second.
So what do you mean they can, I'm 100% fair, you were saying they could pull licenses and permits?
Yes.
Got it, go, that's fine. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, which is Councilwoman Ruano's item on item 13I.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item I've been discussing with the manager for some time now. HOAs cannot meet in person because there is still an emergency order in place that restricts the number of people in a public building. So I wanted to, as a council, I wanted to move forward with reopening our HOA meetings at the community centers. I get phone calls constantly from HOA members asking, when can we do this again? The pandemic has hit us. It's kind of, run its course, right? Everyone has managed to find a way to make things work. Everything is open, schools are open. This particular building is open. I know that there's exceptions. Town employees or government employees are exempt from the 10-person restriction rule, which makes absolutely no sense to me. There is no difference having this room full of people than having residents sitting in this room. There is absolutely no difference with COVID with regard to who gets sick and who does not. I feel that if our community centers are big enough and individuals wear their masks and social distance, there is no reason why they cannot continue to congregate. I wanted to discuss it with my colleagues. I wanted to move forward with it. The manager had a different idea, adopting a resolution to ask the county to lift that restriction. The item that I'm proposing is to, effective immediately, move forward with HOA meetings, definitely pursue with the county to have that order lifted, but I think that, enough is enough, and I hate to be at the mercy of the county with something that makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
I'll second the item for discussion.
Councilman, Vice Mayor Coelho, and then Councilman Rodriguez.
During my my briefing, I know that one of the things at least that we have here that we have town staff, right? And I saw town staff kind of working the room as we had people coming in. I think the mayor got some text or people were waiting outside. We used town staff to kind of orderly make sure that we were still abiding by that 6 foot requirement. And I think Mr. Manager, you said that we could work on some type of strategy where the staff could supervise or put parameters in place where the HOAs could congregate inside the community center, maybe offer some guidance so it's not a free-for-all, right? I participated in some HOA meetings and there's 20 or 30 people in there, and without proper guidance we can easily get into some type of violation of the county ordinance. And I understand that some people would just prefer to say, hey, look, let's just But you mitigated it by saying there could be some type of supervision, or there could be some type of parameters set forth that could help us do both, allow the HOAs to meet and also come into compliance with the order.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I cannot recommend that this advance, right? Because my responsibility is to obey the law. So I have to obey the emergency orders dictated by the mayor, by the governor, by the president. I can't, in all honesty, recommend that you approve this. What I can do, though, is we can open it back up to HOAs. Like many of you have stated, you know, in every HOA meeting that I've gone to, there's, you know, definitely less than 10 people. It would be an added cost because we need to have town staff there, because once they get to 10, we're going to have to make a decision and say, hey, that's it, only 10 people can come in. And the HOAs would have to be willing to live with that restriction. In other words, and I know that they have an obligation to their residents. They, you know, if 100 people show up, they need to be able to allow them. And we can't really, in all honesty, legally allow that to happen in our building, because it is what it is. Whether we agree with it, whether it makes sense, but it is what it is, right? So we don't get to pick and choose which laws we're going to obey. It is what it is. So what I can do is have staff at these, allow the HOAs to meet, have the HOAs understand that if more than 10 people show up, we're going to have to restrict it and close it off, and maybe have a flow of people if they need to make comments to their HOA. But there is going to be an added cost, and you know, just understand that. And obviously, you know, the idea of petitioning the county to consider that, so long as we, the local government, can ensure facial coverings and social distancing, for them to consider the lifting of the 10-person limit.
Were we able to find out how they lifted the restriction for the elections?
I think they just did it, and that was...
So they can violate their own rules, but we cannot?
Correct.
I disagree.
The elections are a little different because they are impacted by federal, you know, voter access laws and other things of that nature. I'm not you know, the legal
I completely
counsel,
understand, but there, in that same Mary Collins Community Center, there was 100 people in there at one time, making the line. Everyone's on a little dot. Everyone's voting next to each other. It's the same community center. It belongs to the people, and the people need to be able to use it. It's bad enough that we're restricting them from entering this building that they pay for. And that's why today I agreed with the mayor when he said people shouldn't be standing outside in the parking lot. All of us are sitting in here comfortably, but a resident has to stand outside in the parking lot to be able to gain access to the building that they pay for. I mean, it's been a year.
I don't disagree with you.
And I know that you don't, and
I'm
I
caught
just...
between a rock and a hard place, because these are the rules that are put before us, and, you know, I just find it hard for me to just voluntarily, willingly...
I agree, and that's why I'm
break
not
the-
putting the onus on you. I'm having, you know, I just want to have the conversation with my colleagues, because I feel that if we never move forward with this, God only knows how long these emergency orders are going to be in place. This is going to be considered an emergency forever. COVID is not going anywhere. So how long will this be considered an emergency?
Hopefully till the summer.
Look, I think the best route is, and I understand the manager's job, is for our attorney to just send an email to the county attorney, say, hey, our HOAs want to start meeting here. They're obviously going to be socially distant. They can wear the mask. Just get the approval that way, because they do if you send them. But I think that probably would be the best route.
I mean, that would be great. We've been talking about it for months, but how long is that going to take?
Oh, no, that should be a one-day turnaround. I think the rules in the county are made, and this is one thing I tell staff all the time, 100% the rules, but there's common sense also, that you talk to the county, you work with the county, and I think this is one that we can definitely work with the county and just ask for approval. Send it in and say, look, we want to start using our community center. Our HOAs, you know, for HOA meetings, we'll separate the seats, and I think there's a way to do it. There has to be, I think our attorneys can definitely do it. Our manager's job is, look, he
I agree, and
he follows the rules.
Right,
He's going to read what's on paper.
I will not put the onus on him.
I think our attorney should have that conversation.
I don't think it's going to be a one-day turnaround, though.
They did it. They've done it before. I forgot what it was for that we asked for approval.
I'm trying to remember that it was something that was definitely prohibited, without a doubt. And we asked...
Something to do with the parks, right?
I don't remember what it was, but it was several months ago.
I
and
think it was the swearing in, maybe. 'Cause
I think it was a
the
swearing
rules
in.
were tighter there.
I think it was
The
a swearing in, and
swearing
we asked for approval.
Oh, maybe.
Was it the swearing in, right? It was not the state of the town address. It was, because it was in this building, something that was going to be in this building. And
I think the idea was, hey, we're gonna have the families here, but we're gonna
separate them in the
everybody.
four
And
corners
as long as
to
the rules,
one
as long
family
as they-
unit, yeah.
And it was approved.
Okay,
so.
I'm okay with that, but I would like to agree as a council that if that doesn't move forward, then we're gonna move on to Plan B, which is having the HOAs meet and having a staff member there, making sure that they maintain social distance, whatever it is that needs to happen. I just don't wanna, put it in the attorney's hands and then have to wait another 30 days for us to meet again to decide, if the county said yes or no. I'd like to have a Plan B in place to approve tonight.
Mr. Manager, what would the cost be to have a staff member?
We have an evening person who has responsibilities, a staff member, but he's got multiple facilities that he bounces around to, because most of the evening staff is just contract staff, it's janitorial staff and so forth. And Mr. Escobar is not on every single night. So I'm just saying there may be an added cost when we need somebody else in addition to Mr. Escobar.
Do you have a projection? Ballpark.
And I don't even know, maybe most of the HOAs will say, don't worry about it, we're handling by Zoom, we're probably, so it may be.
Correct.
The frequency of it may not be too often. And maybe we can work with them to make sure they meet only on one a night, only on the nights that Mr. Escobar's on duty. So we can probably work with them unless, they have dead set schedules that they have to meet on and they want to do it. So, we can, if we can work with them, but they have to understand that at some point, we may have to tell them, okay, we can't allow any more people in here.
What I would like to get out of this, right, is to Vice Mayor Collazo's ethos and options, right? So something that we can give the HOAs, like, look, these are our rules, these are our conditions for using the space. If you're able to fit inside this box of what the current rules are, which is not having more than 10 people in the room, wearing the facial cover, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
A room would be considered if the dividers are up, right? Because usually HOAs, more than one HOA meets per night. So each section would be considered a room, correct?
Yes, like here, right, tonight, we allowed a couple people in here, we kept people out in the hallway, we moved some down the hall, down the back hallway.
Perfect.
So it's congregating in one place.
Perfect.
I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially the spirit of the
Okay,
county's
and that way,
executive board.
Mr. Escobar can monitor several rooms and we can, I guess, maximize the use of his time.
Yes, and I think Danny just told me he works Tuesday through Sunday in the evenings. And as long as if we're going to have multiple HOAs, they'd have to all be at one place. Otherwise, then there'll be an added
correct.
cost.
I had a question. I know this might, I appreciate actually the manager's willingness to actually offer solutions to the issue. I think he's sensitive and understands what we're bringing forward, and I appreciate that because you brought it forward. The solution that we're talking about now, you brought it forward. But I think Councilman Fernandez brings up a great point about the cost. And is this something that we can recover? I know in other COVID-related, this is a COVID-related expense that we've been able to recover, but I know we're past that window, but this is not anything
We're
that's...
past that opportunity, yeah.
And there's no way to recover this from the county, right? Because the county's putting this on us.
No, I mean, the county, they're going to say, hey, we shared our CARES Act money, which they had no obligation to share, and they did with municipalities. That's going to be their out. We gave you money, now handle it. So,
All right, thank you.
I mean, what do you think about recovering it from the HOAs themselves? If that's the matter, no?
What else do we use the community centers for now? What else is happening in there?
The programming, Danny, right? The afternoon and some morning programming?
Yeah, manager's correct. We currently have a adult program as well as youth programming at our facilities.
You have adult programs, so you have people in the facilities?
Yes, at a very limited capacity. I think right now, it's a hybrid right now with the painting class. We have about 3 individuals that meet on Fridays at Roberto Alonso Community Center. We have restorative yoga that's happening at Mary Collins practically every day of the week. About 4 to 5 individuals that meet there as well too. Face masks, social distancing.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion, council? I know, there was a motion on the table, correct?
The motion would be to direct the legal department to reach out to the county to see if they can lift this restriction under the parameters that we would be social distancing and wearing the proper PPE. And if they cannot make that happen, then to move forward with what I'm calling Plan B, which is allowing HOAs to use the facilities limited to 10 individuals per sectioned off area and with the supervision of Mr. Escobar.
And what I would recommend is that you take the action that you had mentioned a little while ago about making a motion to pass the resolution, because I think that'll give
Absolutely,
that'll
yes.
give the attorneys a little bit of extra ammo in their back pocket, be able to say, hey, they passed a resolution, they want this action to be considered by the county.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Yes.
Just a
Councilman
question,
Rodriguez.
that Plan B is in compliance with the current order?
Yeah, because we'll maintain segregated spaces, we'll limit it to 10, and HOAs that are gonna elect to come back and do their meetings in our facility,
Yeah.
they need, the coordination's gonna have to be done a little, more stringent. It can't be very loose. And they gotta understand that once they get to 10 people, they're
Got
gonna
it.
be shut off. So that'll be something that they'll have to deal with their HOA members.
Any further discussion, council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. So next item, just a report from me. I was appointed to the Miami-Dade County Transportation Planning, the organization, the TPO, Long Range Transportation Plan, to represent all the cities in Dade County. This is the plan, the committee that's actually reviews, and I'll actually read off the statement here. That's responsible for coordinating, compiling, and preparing the long-range transportation plan and its updates. This is the main thing that governs everything that happens in this county in regards to planning transportation-wise, and everything that happens transportation-wise going forward. So I got to thank the good friend of mine, the mayor of Miami Gardens, Rodney Harris, and the mayor of Doral, Jason Bermudez, for vouching for me and putting me on there. And I know one thing that I already told staff, what I'll do is every time I get one of the agendas, obviously share it with staff, have Michael review it, give recommendations, and obviously forward it to you all. If you have any questions, comments, and I definitely will be the voice for our town, and hopefully we can have we can push for some good things there on behalf of the council and our residents and all the cities in Dade County. So just wanted to report on that. And I know Councilman Dieguez is the town's official representative to the League of Cities now, and I know he's been attending all those meetings and getting involved. So good job, Councilman. But definitely, these are good opportunities. Anytime that there's something like that, I highly recommend that you guys jump on it, because I think it's a great thing for our town just to learn, get involved, and be a voice in one of these committees. We're on to managers' reports, 15A.
Yes, the first item here is a request for approval from the council. I was approached about considering a position as an adjunct faculty to teach a class at Miami-Dade College, and that would be outside employment. And according to my employment agreement, to have outside employment, I need the approval of the council, so I'm asking for approval.
I'll move it.
There's a motion and a second, and nice.
Hope Reynolds says she's going to go into and take one of my classes.
Good, good, good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Well, we've all been waiting for 15B. Oh, and actually 15C, and then 15D. And the no-wake zones. Yeah, and the no-wake zones. And I see Zayas Morales in the back, so.
The first monthly infrastructure report. Just going to go briefly, real quick. The monthly infrastructure report just has 3 sections. The first section is on the capital improvement projects. I just listed just the active projects right now. The Safe Routes to School project, Miami Lakeway South and North, that project is wrapping up right now. We're just waiting for the county traffic engineering folks to come and inspect the pedestrian signalization that we have installed and sign off on the project so we can wrap it up and get reimbursed for it. The other Safe Routes to School project on the Bob Graham Educational Center, this is the one that FDOT, it's a grant with FDOT, and FDOT is funding the design this year. And we're in the process of negotiating the fees with the consultant so we could get it back to FDOT and hopefully get all that done to bring that award in March. The third project there is the West Lakes Drainage Improvement Project. This one is funded by FEMA. It's going on construction. It's approximately 14% complete. It's been going very, very good. We've had minor delays on the schedule because we've had some utility conflicts, but we've been working with the contractor to expedite those, the bypass of those conflicts and get the project sped up. The next project is the 59th Avenue Extension Project. Also moving forward, the design of the bridge and the roadway is approaching 90% complete. So we should be having sometime this month, before the end of February, having the consultants submit the 90% plans for the bridge and the roadway. So we're moving ahead with that. The next project is the Northwest 83rd Place Drainage Improvement Project that the council recently funded. We received 60% design plans from the consultant. So right now the plans are the project is being designed with an outfall. I've already spoken with the Duns on it. They're open to having the outfall. There is a cost associated with that. It looks right now, based on the amount of storage that we're going to have in the lake, that we're going to be able to do that plus some improvements on the roadway. Based on the last estimate, there is a gap. Right now, pending any comments from the 60% plans and the consultant adjusting the estimate, we're in a deficit about $30,000 from what you had allocated to us if we have to pay for the outfall, the storage in the outfall. So as we get closer into the 90% design and we refine the estimate, then we'll know what the true deficit is. But just have in mind that we may come back for that addition in order to fund the improvements on the street plus the outfall. And the last project here is the Street Lights Improvement Project. This is the one that you recently gave staff $100,000 to do street lights improvement. This work order is for the design work. Out of those 400, out of that 100,000, about 40 something is going for design work, and we're going to focus the improvements in Crooked Palm, and there's other roads in the Lake Martha area, Jacaranda, Holly Road, which have been areas that we normally have gotten historically a lot of complaints from residents. So we'll start from there and see how that project progresses. The other ones are just some data on some of the work that we've done. Almost 1,200 linear feet of sidewalks repaired. 51 street lights. We have repaired 42 street signs, and with the funds that you have approved, now we should be able to tackle the other 200 signs that are around town that need replacements. And this year, about 59 potholes repair this fiscal year. With those, we've almost expended all the pothole money that we had for this year, and we still got a couple more months to go in the fiscal year. The last section of the report, it's an unfunded items. I just wanted to list here some of the things. Some of these items some of them have been brought up by you all and some others that we've been tracking. I'm not going to go through the whole list. There's a couple of items there that the staff needs to still estimate when it comes to resurfacing some of the roads around town. But we're looking at, so far, we're looking at $20 million in unfunded items throughout town, including street lights, storm drainage, speed humps, bus shelter repairs, and so forth. I'm open to answer any questions you may have on these.
So, Carlos, I get speed hump requests all the time. We don't have any money to install any new speed humps?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So this fiscal year, until we start the new fiscal year, we have $0. To me, is that I get the amount of residents that call me for speed humps is every day. I asked Joseph, we get requests all the time, almost every day for speed. So, okay, and each speed hump costs how much?
It's about $1,000 a piece by the time you add the labor and all that. Right now, we estimate 20 speed humps at a cost of $25,000.
And we don't even have the money to fix the ones that are broken.
That's correct. The ones that are listed here are speed humps that have been installed throughout the years that need replacement. We have about another 11 requests for speed humps, new requests. So we don't have funds right now to do those ones either. The ones that are listed here are just to replace the 20 that we have around town.
Yeah, like the one by Royal Oaks Park, like it's missing chunks and all. Yeah, it's that. For example, council, to me that is an everyday thing, and for us to know that we're gonna have broken speed humps till the next fiscal year. How many months are we until the next fiscal year?
8.
About 8 months? I know we're gonna get to March and we're gonna talk about it, but that's an example. Like this is Miami Lakes. We gotta figure this out. I'll jump in.
Okay.
I just had a couple other points. Alpha, definitely bring it back to us. Alpha is a must on 83rd. I probably will not be approving that or vote on anything else if it does not include an Alpha. Has to include an Alpha. We've seen the areas of towns that have been successful with that, and they all have Alphas. The other thing I'm gonna ask, we just approved tonight giving you more funds for sidewalks, crosswalks, striping, and signage. So deploy it as fast as possible, as obviously taking your time, making sure, but that's our commitment. My question to you tonight, does any of this, the $20 million, does this include the unfunded stuff that we had talked about in the meeting with the Parks Director, where I know that was more operational side, but he has, how much do you have, Danny, unfunded, just from maintenance part? Several millions? So, and those are benches and all. Okay. So I just wanted to put it on the record, but yeah, the speed hump issue that we gotta figure something out. And the $30,000 for the Alpha, 100%, please bring it back to us, that request. I think it's really, really important. But this is why that monthly infrastructure report, I think, is crucial. So thank you very much for doing a great job on it. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to point out that not only do we have a bunch of speed humps that we need to fix, but we also have to keep in mind that the more of them we install, the bigger the task will be to maintain them and fix them, because they inevitably, they get damaged. So every time a resident calls and asks for a speed pump, it's not just the $1,000 investment, it's that moving into the future, that speed hump will have to be repaired over and over and over again. So we have to, I guess, keep that in mind when we install the new ones, or when we consider installing new ones.
Which is a great segue to the point that I think I'm gonna continue to pound on, which is those sinking funds, right? That to have the money to meet the need, to have the money for the park benches, to have the money to replace the things once we install it, to then continue to subsidize it or fund it, so we're not scrambling again with unmet needs. So we have to fundamentally shift the way we think about not just making sure that the item's installed, but taking into account the lifespan. You know, Danny, I think there were some things in this agenda that were shared with me, at least during the briefing. The conditions of some of our town park property, right? Those are things that I think we could add to that fund and find a way to give the ability for you guys to replace it, so it's kind of equitable to that brand, right? To our brand. And if we don't start putting those monies away in the piggy bank, so to speak, we're just going to perpetually continue to be in the same place. So I appreciate it, and thank you both for kind of highlighting these issues and bringing it as part of the report.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'll give you an example, Carlos. The other one I get calls about all the time, but it's 79th Avenue. I mean, all the residents, and Lorenzo knows, I mean, the couple residents there were super upset at me about the condition of 79th, and I'm like, now it's $255,000, so now I'll let them know, so.
And the ones that I listed here are the ones that, you know, we get most complaints on. 79th, you got Montrose, 77th Court, but, you know, there's paving needs all around residential areas that are not covered here, so just know that figure is much more, because we only allocate $48,000 a year for any roadway maintenance. You know, so.
I think that and crowdfunding is a solution.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carla. Great job with the.
Mayor, we need to extend.
I'll
It's
move to extend
1:30.
till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Second.
I probably will not extend.
We need a
past that.
second.
A motion
You
till
did it?
2 a.m.? No? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
There's already one opposed. I think it's, if we go past that, all right, Danny Angel.
All right, good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Quick update on the progress of the Optimus Park design. Pretty much all of last year, we were working with the majority property owner, which is the school board, on several requests that they were requesting us to reconfigure some of the fields, add some additional play fields. We got that all figured out. Our final proposal was to the Optimist Club. They gave us the final blessing just last week. So it's already in the school board's possession. My understanding is that several faces have changed, some new faces, some people have resigned their school board. So I'll be following up with them next week to see what the status is on their approval to finally get that in front of you guys to have the meeting on options.
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
Any chance we can have the school board designate that an educational purpose?
What, the
The
$300,000?
The field?
What do you mean? I'm
The
not
field
following.
in the Optimist that is attached to Miami Lakes Middle. I'm sorry? Physical education is an educational purpose.
Sure.
For the 300,000?
That's what I discussed last month. I think it's still doable.
We'll take that into consideration. Any other questions, comments?
No, we just gotta start replacing stuff that we removed from tot lots. But I know we need a lot more money for that. Mr. Major, welcome. Monthly police report.
I have about a 30-minute slide presentation on this. I really don't have much to add to the police report. Based on some of the input that obtained from the council last monthly meeting, we stepped up even more enforcement on 87th Avenue, so hopefully you guys have seen a difference in the last 2 weeks of January. We dedicated over 80 hours of traffic enforcement just on that avenue alone, and wrote over 120 citations. I don't have stats for February. I'll have stats for February next council meeting, but we're gonna keep stepping up patrol in that area, and in terms of that, personnel are good, and other than that, I'll just open up for any questions that anybody has.
Thank you, Major. Any questions?
No, the impact is being felt, Major, and thank you. Thank you for providing that report.
Thank you.
Yes,
ma'am.
I have one quick question for you. I had a resident ask me and I didn't have the answer. The officers that we have on duty that sometimes park in certain areas and spend extended period of time in that place. I know that sometimes they're writing reports or getting paperwork done. The question that was asked to me was why don't they patrol? Why don't they have their lights on and patrol and kind of continue to drive around, especially at night when some houses, you know, the cars have been broken into? They wanted to know why we don't use that kind of
It depends really on the circumstances, and obviously nobody's ever really sitting there and watching the officer for a full 8 hours to see what's going on or follows them around. And so sometimes perception is not necessarily exactly what's going on. I can tell you from my experience, there were times that I would sit in a certain location and write up reports. Today we type reports, and it would take me a lot longer, probably just as long as it used to way back in the day. But that being said, sometimes we're running reports, sometimes we're doing a myriad of things. We could be on the phone with a teletype, entering a stolen car or doing something along those lines. So I don't know exactly, what occurs there.
Is there an option to have more patrolling?
Well,
is that something that we can do?
We don't want an officer just sitting there doing absolutely nothing either. So they could be on the phone with their sergeant because their sergeant's covering something with them. It's just, there's so much conjecture that I can add to that certain scenario that there's so many answers I could give that would just make it sound like,
Right. But we do patrol, right? Like we do have officers.
Of course, yes, absolutely, and we do ensure that there's high visibility patrol, through the areas, for example, park checks with COVID and with things going on, and certain kids messing around. Sometimes we have an officer hit the park and just be there for half an hour at the park. Now, the resident might not understand
why they're there for an extended period of time.
They're there for an extended period of time for some reason. Right. Sometimes we have issues at certain shopping centers, so you may have an officer sit there. So we do have them, absolutely. We want them patrolling certain areas, and they are patrolling these areas as well. So,
perfect. Thank you.
Hopefully I answered it the best I can.
Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
Have a good night. We're moving on to our Parks Director again. Update on no-wake zone for Lake Ruth and the canal.
Good morning again, everybody. Just a quick update. This was an item that the Vice Mayor pushed last year. Was a new business item to see how we could enforce boating and personal watercraft enforcement along the C8 Canal, which is directly adjacent to the Celebration Point, Windmill Gate, and Loch Ness communities. Went ahead and started exploring the Florida statute that regulates this specific requirement. They have a boating restricted area statute that has specific subsections that we have to meet or fit the criteria. We can't just go ahead and flat out make everything on a wake zone. There's idle speed zones, slow speed zones, depending on, like, one of the items is 300 feet away from a marina, 75 feet of canal space from shoreline to shoreline, which this canal does have certain pockets where we could do that. But as I was working with the Florida Wildlife Commission, who has statutory authority on this regulation, they asked about enforcement. So I took a deep dive into the county code, and actually the county, Miami-Dade County, has jurisdictional authority of all the waterways in Miami-Dade County. And just recently, past October, they actually worked with the villages of Palmetto Bay and Pinecrest to essentially amend their county ordinance to include these specific type of requirements, similar to what we're trying to do here with the town. So my recommendation is just to obtain your support to reach out to the county. I'll work with the Public Works Director to see how they could amend this ordinance to include the C8 canal as part of their ordinance as well too.
I'd like to make a motion to that effect and give you enough latitude or direction to do whatever it takes to make sure we protect that waterway. And I think some of the things that I'm also concerned about, I think we see the manatees, everybody wants to protect the manatees, but also the town property. I've been seeing a lot of boat traffic going through there, and they're going at full speed. It has to affect the marina somehow.
Yeah.
And I know Neighborhood Improvement had some recommendations at their meeting. I think you were in attendance, Mayor, or where they want to see new utilization of that area, and I just want to make sure that we're doing everything possible to make sure that we're protecting the homeowners' property, the town property, and the wildlife in that area. So thank you. I appreciate the report.
Yeah, I'll be also working as part of that as well too. The county under Florida Wildlife Commission, they have what's called the Imperiled Species Division, where they send out a team, and once we do get these zones, these restricted areas set up, they send out a team to see the manatee life, especially you're seeing them now because of the colder weather. They're trying to get into that warmer water where there's less disruption from the Biscayne Canal area. So that's definitely going to be part of our proposal moving forward as well too.
All right. So there's a motion and a second, right? I'll second it, or all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Director Angel. We're on to the update on the Palmetto Expressway project. Michael Zayas Morales.
Good evening, Town Council. Very simple, very fast. Basically, on January 12th, I attended a public hearing for FDOT District 6, where they discussed a PD&E for the modifications that they are proposing for the Palmetto, right? After that, on January 29th, I met with the project manager for this project itself from FDOT and from the modifications that they are doing. The most modifications in this area are in the south travel lanes. So the south travel lanes are going to be changing an express lane towards a general purpose lane. So the capacity will be improved in the general purpose lanes, and the access towards the express lanes is going to change for north of 154 to north of 103rd. That is basically what they are proposing in this project that they are doing. Obviously, it also contains pavement marking, changing the delineators, etc., etc. But as far as the main concern for the town, that would be one of the biggest ones. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Yeah, Michael, your professional opinion, is that, I mean, right now we know that because of COVID, it's kind of changed the traffic pattern. But is that a good thing to move that express lane entrance a little further south on 154? Because I know initially when they had the entrance on 67th Avenue, the amount of people that stopped traversing through 82nd, through the town, through 77th, to hit the Palmetto, it got really messed up. They all started going to 67th. Do you think that's going to change the pattern again?
So it would be affected, the pattern. Obviously, the people now that are going towards 67 to get to the ingress location of the express lane that is currently north of 154, they are going to change that travel pattern to go to 154 to get on the new location that would be north of 103rd. Basically, FDOT did a traffic study, and that traffic study showed that we are going to be affected from the traffic patterns within 154, but it is not negatively impacting the quality that we have in the town in the way that we have to mediate any concerns in the future.
Yeah, that was always my main concern with changing that. So the entrance actually is south of 103rd?
It would be north of 103rd.
But south, further south, past the Granny?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's past, it'll be past 122nd, which is 68th Street in Hialeah, in between 103rd and 68th Street.
Yeah, basically from the Hobby Lobby, I don't know if you, like the Hobby Lobby.
I know exactly where
Yeah,
it's at, yep.
close to that. That's my point of direction.
Got it. They have a Texas U-turn there, so.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I want to thank you, Michael. Any further questions of?
No, I just want to thank Michael. You know, we were here having a town council meeting, and I thought it was very important for us to have a presence, at least for our residents. We know how important the Palmetto is. We know how important any subtle changes are. When we went up to Tallahassee, we definitely let FDOT know the impact that these changes were having. So we're seeing a result of some of our work that we've done prior, and we weren't able to be there in person, right? I know the mayor directed some of the council members, and myself in particular, but we had a council meeting that day. So I appreciate you taking the time, appreciate you coming back with a report, and thank you for representing the town at that meeting.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We're on to attorney's reports.
All right, 2 items. Number 1, on the Pizzi matter. As you know, we are trying to negotiate with the Becker firm, and at the same time with the Pizzi firm, and conduct a 3-way negotiation. The Becker firm is becoming a little bit more difficult in the negotiations. We're facing a few stumbling blocks as far as the mediation is concerned. So the Pizzi team has issued a notice of readiness for trial. That puts us, if we're not careful, in a bind. So we're going to have to issue an ultimatum to the Becker firm saying, let's get this done in 30 or 45 days, or we are going to file suit against you. And in the meantime, we advise the Pizzi team that if they're going to, by them sending out the notice for trial, if the judge sends us a notice for trial, we're going to have to do what we have to do as far as redeposing him and doing all of the things that we've previously talked about as far as, you know, the tapes, everything that we don't want to have to do, we're going to do, because we cannot be caught in a situation where we're not ready for trial. So that case is going to heat up and come to a head rather quickly if, you know, people don't smarten up a little bit on the other side. Sometimes you got to give people a little bit of what they wish for so that they realize the error of their ways, or the error of their commitment, let's just say. The other case I want to report on is the Bridges case, the one involving Miami-Dade County, the one we had the session on today. I believe at this time there are $8,000 owed in fees from this matter. We haven't been paid?
We did.
Oh,
But we need to
okay.
transfer 15 to continue.
I'm sorry?
We did transfer 15 to continue.
Right. So we have been paid. The town, we need to move $15,000 from contingency in order to cover future legal fees. We're appealing, plus everything else we have to do, everything we discussed in the session. Help me out here. The money needs to be moved over because we're at zero?
We're at 0.
We're at 0.
Yes. So it needs to
Okay.
be moved over to the line item.
So we need to move it over from one end of the budget to the other. From legal reserves. It's not additional. You've already budgeted for it. But we need to get that taken care of.
I'll move it.
I'll second it. And I have a question.
Do you charge us for the executive sessions, or is that part of the retainer?
I've been charging for the executive
No más.
session.
I'm not, no more executive sessions.
It's an hour. It was an hour today.
No,
It's
no, no.
$200.
Be this. No
Okay,
more
it's fine.
executive
I won't
sessions,
charge
in
you.
my opinion. But
I can tell you the Leidecker firm charges it, and I can tell you every other firm has charged it. I won't charge it.
No, that's what I'm
but
saying, because I know they charge it, because they
They
charge
do.
it too, so I'm not saying, pointing you guys only, but I'm saying overall, I just don't, I think there's more productive ways to get the information across, but that's fine. Just Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was, approving the transfer that you're talking about, where would the litigation reserves be?
133,700.
Thank you.
After? After.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this, council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. Any other report, Mr. Attorney? Got it. Any other business? Seeing none, this meeting's adjourned. Have a good night.
I told them all that the matter with Rose